G'day everyone, how are we going? I can unpin my message now. How is everyone going? It is dry at the track, Jeff. We're going live for Kenda now. The racers are in the lanes here, getting ready to do their first passes of the day. It looks like we've got Simon O'Carroll, one of the sponsors of the Kenda event, with Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools. He's first up in the lanes there, ready to rock and roll. How are we all? Mopar Man in the chat, how you going? Let me get rid of that message now, as it's not relevant. Won't let me unpin it. Yep. Connor Webby-Webb, how you going? Nan as well, g'day. Jason Tompkins, how you going? James Bayliss, g'day. Jeff Doble, Colin Beavis, g'day. How he's going? I'm just going to pin this message to see if I can get rid of the other one and unpin that message. There we go. Now the pinned message is gone. Some reason me deleting that message and then pinning a new one made it break. Matty Crick, g'day. Jeff Simmons, how you going? Of course, the live stream for Kenda once again brought to you and sponsored by Power Cruise. Thanks, Cap. Mum, g'day. Reaper Lux, how you going? Brendan Wheatley, g'day. Got Trev down on the side cam. B-roll Brad roaming around outside as well, getting some footage. Dang, g'day. Dave will be here a little bit later as well. He's still working. Grant Collins, I'm not 100% sure. I think just waiting for the officials to be ready to go. Looks like they've given some thumbs up, so we should be getting going here now. You're at Caboolture for the weekend. Tempted to drive out tomorrow. It'll be a big day tomorrow. There's a lot going on. Got Ben Bray back on the Radials again for this event as well. Another event for him on the Radials. Sounds like we've got some noise happening down there. There we go. I'll turn that one up. Get the car noises rolling. Here we go. Simon O'Carroll up first. Simon O'Candles, affectionately named as well. Been a while. Thomas back out, I think, at Jamboree. I think he had it out. It was the first passes again for him after a bit of a hiatus. So bear with me on the audio, I might need to play with it a little bit. The weather is looking a lot better today, Tompkins, Jason. Plenty of nitrous on board this thing. First pass of Kenda testing here for the Kenda Radial Riot. flamage there at the top end. 8.0 rolls through, 116 miles an hour. Quarter mile past that one. There's a 4.7 to the 8th. Pushing this one back. Going in the other lane for Tim Cross, I believe. Just a little bit of purging, Brendan. Just a little bit. You can never have too much purge, right? Sister Bluebird, g'day. Track's definitely good today, Reaper. Plenty of prep goes into the Kenda tracks. Alrighty, second pass of the Kenda testing here on a Friday. It's not to love about radial racing on a Friday afternoon. Of course, make sure we share the stream out with all your friends, family, everyone. Anyone and everyone you care about. Scotty S, g'day. Make sure not to click on any other links. The live stream of this weekend will all be found here for free on the Overtaking Lane YouTube channel. There. 4.6 to the 8th, 168 miles an hour. Carkeet. Says Steve Carkeet. Normally his son's racing this one. Maybe he's out racing it this weekend. BA Skidder, lockdown, how are you going? Get a nitrous purge there. Officials waiting for something. Gilbert, how you going? Much love, guys, from Houston, Texas. Wish we could have the borders open again. Hopefully soon. Not a bad pass there. 6.0, 117 miles an hour to the 8th. Andy Cole's here in Boost VL, flagship of Spot On Performance. It's an impressive car, this one. Rolls around in show car spec, drives it on the street, and brings it out to Kenda, and among other events as well. Drags on the big screen and beers, Matty Crick. Not a bad way to spend the afternoon. Menacing balloon thing coming up in the lanes now. And a bit of wheel spin and just rolls out of it. Still rolls through for a 6.5. over the 8th. 1-2 in the 60 foot. That was going to be a very fast run. Here we go. Blown Mercedes. Da Benz. This thing's pretty full on. Turbo Barramundi, g'day. I think that's Tony Webb in the rocket lane there as well. This blown thing sounds very angry. Two 4-second club cars. No time there for the left lane. And a 5-1, 162 miles an hour there for the right-hand lane. Got a newer Holden Ute. He's rolling right up. Up the burnout. Bit of boost on board, reversing back.
I reckon I'll bring gumboots tomorrow. Need another workout. Some gumboots.
Yeah. Earplugs, Brad. He needs them. It is a bit noisy. It's noisy for me up here. Bit of boost on board this one. I hear it spool up. Not quite the traction they wanted there on the launch, I imagine. Just jumps out of it and rolls through. Villain. See this one getting around to a lot of drag events as well. It's a very impressive car, this one. There is a mixture of quarter mile and 8th mile today, Turbo Barramundi. So there's quarter mile testing. There's a few people who are here under IDRP, Independent Drag Racing Promotions, that are doing quarter mile testing. But normally the Kenda is an 8th mile event, so there is a lot of 8th mile testers here as well for the Kenda event. Stands up, goes well. 8-3. The CompuLink isn't changing for me here. 5-0 to the 8th, 145 mile an hour. So yeah, I believe from what I'm seeing, the left-hand lane here will be the quarter mile because the times aren't popping up until the end. Ben Vlecken here. The tough VH wagon. You got a new car on the cards for you, Daniel, to get out to Kenda soon. I still can't believe you haven't parted ways with that Centura. The price that you've got it for, it's still in your hands. I don't know how anyone hasn't snapped that up already. usual. 5.0 to the 8th for him, 144 mile an hour. And a 7.5 to the 8th in the right-hand lane. 64 mile an hour. Bad HQ. Looks like we've got the 6-boost Camaro there in the back as well, getting ready to come out. Didn't see that one at the last Kenda event. Probably not quite happy there with that one. Here we are. Kyle out on the start line. Looking at where to line this Camaro up. Depends on your workload. Got a bit going on. I see you building roll cages and stuff now as well. Six-boost Camaro on one side and Captain Risky on the other side. Yeah, JZ Tirana. Fridge is now stocked for the weekend, James. Good stuff. Don't press the record button. You can't record. So, another one jumping off it early. Looking forward to seeing what you've got, what you're working on there, Daniel. The Valiant was a tough car, so I'm excited to see what you've got in store for us. So Diggles is about half an hour away as well, and you won't have to listen to me droning on, and you'll have Diggles in your ear for the afternoon. We've got the small tyre shootout on tonight as well. That's a tough competition. $2,000 up for grabs from Spot On Performance. Looks like there was something wrong. It looks like I can see them pushing the Tirana down the other end. There we go. We'll see how good our cameraman is. He's a bit shaky, but yep, you get the picture. There we go. That's what we're waiting on at the moment. It's scheduled to run until 10 p.m, James, but I think it may run a bit later. They do have the option to run later because yesterday's testing being cancelled due to the weather. But whether or not they choose to do so is up to them. And I haven't heard anything personally about what's happening there. Excited to see the Camaro run. We didn't see it run at the last event. Fortunately, with both of the testing days being basically one of them having only 3 or 4 passes and then the other one being cancelled due to the wet weather. And Terry had a wedding to go on the Saturday, so they didn't race the Camaro at all that weekend. So we get to see it though back out here this weekend. Pretty excited to see it. This one as well. If you haven't had the chance to see this one in person, you definitely need to get out to the track and come and check it out. Of course, you can wander through the pits and have a look at all the cars as you wander through and see them. And seeing them in person, getting the atmosphere, the smells and all is what coming to drag racing is all about. So make sure you get your backside trackside if you have the opportunity to get out here this weekend to check out the Radial racing action. You're also racing from tomorrow at 2 p.m. Through till late, and racing tonight till late as well. Jumps off it, half track there, rolls through for a 4-1 at 154 mile an hour. 1-1 in the 60 foot there, 2-7 to the 330. The sickest. This is a very, very, very nice car that if you have the opportunity to check out, you definitely should. This is a beautiful car. And in the other lane, we've got Goran. Goran in the barra-powered Cortina. Terry saying drives the Camaro. It's Kyle Hop's Camaro from 6 Boost. Keegs, g'day. Sickest goes through for a 5.4 and Goran goes through for a 5.2, 136 miles an hour. Two very impressive cars. Doug Day. Yeah. Outlaw 235 class. Jason's saying he's in the Tirana, James. LC Tirana here. All good, James. Claire Eklund, how you going? Not too much yet. There's been a few passes made. Fastest so far as Terry's saying with the 4.188, jumping off at the 3.30. The CompuLink's not updating for me here though, so I can't tell you who is racing what. That's not good. That is not good at all. Dave's not here yet, James. He's still working. Triple charged Kudnig. Matthew Campbell, g'day. No worries at all, mate. You're here today and tomorrow. Charles Galea, how you going? None yet, Paulie, none yet. This is a triple charged beast, this one. You know, if one power adder wasn't enough for you, then why not have all three? Turbo, supercharged, and nitrous on board the left-hand lane here. Welcome back, Mopar Man. Left lane for 5.3 and 5.7 in the right hand lane. 128 miles an hour. 1.360 for the left. If you're on your phone, Claire, you should just be able to hit the share button and then copy the link and then paste that link into the text message would be the easiest way to share it. Or as James said as well, tell him to jump onto YouTube and search for Overtaking Lane. There in the right-hand lane for Mick Arnold. The Warwick paint panel HT Ute. The HQ goes for an 8.4. tyres there and jumps off of it. Paulie's onto it. Hit the subscribe button, guys. If you're not subscribed, hit the subscribe button. Hit the bell that's next to it as well. That way you get notified whenever we go live with some drag racing, or we post up a weekly video on a Tuesday as well. That's a recap of events and a lot of the stuff that you don't see if you don't get out here to the track. And smash the like button. That's it. Smash the like button as well, down below. Jump into the chat, say g'day, tell us where you're watching from. Cheers, Keeks. Thank you. Thanks, Paulie. You're a legend. Watching from Wagga Wagga. Cheers, Laurie. Thank you. Legend. Wayne. G'day, Liverpool, New South Wales, welcome. Andrew M from Bribey Island. Not bad. James from Melbourne. Tama Evans, g'day, from NZ. How you going? North Brisbane for Paulie. Might have to get out to the track tomorrow, Paulie. .44 at 167 miles per hour there. Nothing on file for that car, so I'm not sure who that was. 1-2, 60. Nitro Kurt from Texas, welcome, g'day. Mick. V2T, sure. Peak Downs, mine, doing paperwork. Grand Plaza in Browns Plains. Slight right from Ballarat, g'day. Gary from Victoria. Gold Coast, Flynn. Narra Court in South Australia for Trevor. How you going? Western Sydney as well. Mr. Moth, g'day. Loving the live feed. Awesome, good to hear. We'll have Diggles with us soon to do some commentary for this afternoon. He'll be out here doing that for us. We'll have to make sure he gets on the chat as well. Travis McManus, g'day, from Emerald, Central Queensland, watching on a rained out day at work. Perfect. Get you through the rained out day. Oz Speed Tuning, Mackay, Queensland, welcome. The MTQ car, I believe they're here to do some quarter mile testing. This is 3RZ, I think. Paulie will know. Big Ted, g'day, you put a post on the drag racing page in NZ. No worries, thank you. Somewhere outside Sydney for Scotty S. The 8.7 rolling through. 104 mile an hour. Pudgy's Pictures, loving the live feed from the UK. Welcome, how you going? Good to hear. Got, I believe, Archie Kieski here. Also doing quarter mile testing, I think. No worries, Paulie. I'm pretty sure that's the 3RZ in that one. This is obviously rotary powered here. There we go. Daniel Ward's onto it. 3RZ. Liberty 5 speed. I think it was. Maybe it still is Australia's fastest 3RZ, and it was up there in the world at some point as well, I think, from what I heard at Jamboree. Ian Mopar from Portland, Victoria. How are you going? This is an awesome car. Unfortunately, he didn't get any good runs down at Jamboree, so doing some testing here. Part of the factory extreme class at Jamboree, the Sports Compact Racing. Jumping off there just after the 8th. We were 4-5 to the 8th there. 7-5 over the quarter. 1-1 60 foot. First of the bikes out. Don McConnell, g'day. Was fastest in the world, but that was taken by the L Cup. It's back. Datsun 1200 last weekend at the World Cup. El Chi is back. Datsun 1200 last weekend at the World Cup. The car prior to that one, Matt. Car prior. That one's a very, very obvious rotary. Yes, Hoff did work on a good vid for the No Garage. And the 3OZ Corolla hitting up Road Trip Drag Challenge. There certainly is, Laurie, different classes. Let me see if I can find my phone. Can bring them up. Building a RC Prime mover with the young bloke. Datsun went 665 at 211 mile an hour. Wow. Radial stuff's pretty impressive out here, Mopar man. Alrighty, so we've got the Radial Renegade, Radial Ruckus, Radial Rumble, Radial Rebels, Outlaw Radial, Outlaw 275. close to the wall there. And live a short but exciting life, get into drag bikes. Continuing on, Outlaw 275, 235, OG 275, Outlaw Radial bikes as well out here. Triple charged Mega Mang. Well, there's a few different classes for everyone. You got the, I can't remember whether it's, I think Rumble is the 650 limited class. I can't remember. Daniel Ward would know. I can't remember which one's 650 limited, and then there's another one that's also a limited class as well. They're pretty good. And then you got Outlaw 275, 235, and Outlaw Radial as well. There we go. Looks like we're getting a full pass. 4.5 to the 8th, 5.7 to the 1,000, and 6.8. The quarter, 214 mile an hour there. Enjoyed the interview with the track guru. That was a few Kendas ago, Mopar man, that one. Impressive bit of kit here. There's no names on file, so not sure who it is. There's Charlie Burke Transport on the side, so at least a sponsor at a minimum. There we go, Daniel's onto it. Rumble is a 650 index, Renegade's 550. And you got Outlaw 235, 275 and Outlaw Radial fast as you can run within the rules. OG 275, a 480 cutoff. The street appearing / driven vehicles. I think they got to be street driven. I think there is some rules on that one. Kingswood Cams is Trapnel. Keep through for a 5.8 in the 8th, 118 mile an hour. It's like Sammy here in the lanes. It's like the Commodore's going first though. Rumble does have an A and B. It depends on how many you rented and they get split up. So one's 650 limited, and then the back half of the qualifying will get split into the second group. I'm not sure if the limited gets changed on that on the B group or not. I've not raced it, and I've not actually looked at the rules for it. Sammy. You can feel this car when it gets on the two-step. You can feel it in your body. No good. Obviously, maybe it didn't go into reverse. So he just kept going. Something on the track there. I think it's like a 638 you can run over the 8th, isn't it? Before you need to get teched. I'm pretty sure that's what it is anyways. 638 or something like that. I haven't been down in the lanes to check out what he's running, James. I got here, basically cruised straight up and got everything set up and ready to go. Still was late. HQ Tunner. Shut down. Rumble 640, okay. Just got to get out there and work on it, James. Get it running. Pushing this one back. It is a little bit delayed at the moment. Sucks gas. I need to play with it and fix it. I haven't had an opportunity to actually line it up yet. The car's almost finished on. I can add a delay onto it, but I'd need you guys to give me a hand to work it out, whether it's available. How it's going. Lecken going through for a 5:05.2 at 145 mile an hour there. I believe he's racing in the OG 275 class this weekend. Andy Cole's back out in the Boost VL Commodore here. Thanks, John Lee. Thanks for tuning in. It's like 2 seconds. Let me change this to that. I'll set that. Hopefully it updates. I think it should. Should do like an immediate update. Stings the tyres there again, about 60 foot out. I'm not 100% sure if it updates while we're live. We'll see. Guess I'll find out soon. It's like Wade Wagstaff here as well. QE rolling through, 6-1 over the 8th. This is the Grinch. This is Wade Wagstaff, Impact Ground Solutions. 385 at 196 miles an hour there. First 3-second pass of the weekend. I'm sure that there will be many more where that came from. He is indeed out of here, James. Very fast. Wow is correct, Gary. Wow is correct. And thanks, Nan, for the $10. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Appreciate that. No, T, none. There's another car coming out now. No worries, sucks gas. I'm trying to sort it out. It's just hard to tell. Once Diggles is here and I can focus fully on the live stream, I'll be able to get it a bit closer, hopefully. It was illicit auto electrical. We ran a 3.8. Sings the tyres again. No luck yet. Could hear it. Sounds about 0.5 second behind the video. Okay. I'll keep working on it. Mopar man. Back soon. No worries. T's onto it. Everyone give the stream a thumbs up. Just waiting for more cars to come back around in the lanes. No worries. Thanks, Wardy. 100%. James is onto it. Consider subscribing if you like the content you see. And hit the bell. That way you'll never miss any lives at all. Switch off of that camera because Dave's going a bit crazy. %. There is, James. 100%. Yeah, it is, Cam. Just that camera is this one here. This one is just in a fixed position. I need to refocus it. I'm a bit solo up here at the moment, controlling all the angles. So I'm just trying to... So I'll fix that one up in a minute. Dave's just gotten here. We did have Brad on the start line camera, but Dave's finished work and he's out here now on the start line camera. And then we've got Trackside Trev on the Trackside camera, which is this one here.
They steal our pictures. Yeah, they steal our pictures. Turn it this way for a second. This one's trying. Hey guys, here we are out at Kenda, Friday afternoon. What a better way to spend your afternoon after work is get out here, check out some drag racing. You can get in at the gate, tickets at the gate. I think it's about $30, $35. Come and have a look. Spectators all day tomorrow.
Wait, cut out.
Try again, guys. We're out here. What a better way to spend your Friday afternoon after work is get out here and watch some racing out to the track and have a look. There's plenty of room. There's hardly anybody in the stands, so get out here and check out some racing. If you can't get out here, then I hope you're enjoying the live stream. Make sure you share it and get it out to everyone for us. Let's see how many people we can get on here. So we're live streaming today, tomorrow, always free on Overtaking Lane. That's the keep an eye on that. Don't follow any of the links to paid streams. It's a scam. Do not hand over any money. This stuff's for free for you guys at home. So check it out. But the best place is Trackside. So get down here and check it out. And I'm going to go check the start line.
Philip Toole from the US, Alabama. G'day. Goes onto it, 5:22 p.m. local. .23 there at 137 mile an hour.
Yeah, I just figured someone would brand them out on the net. Huh? Oh, guaranteed. Guaranteed I'll say it to it. Say it right, you know.
Sorry, just dropped my drink bottle. The weather looks pretty good here, Dingus. It doesn't no more rain's predicted for this afternoon, so we're in the dome now. It's just blue skies out the way it normally comes from, so. G'day Mars, how you going? Tiny Tea Farms, how you going as well? Enjoying the live stream from Mississippi in the US. Really appreciate your time and effort. Thank you. Thanks for tuning in. Michael Seabrook, how you going? Weekend's meant to be perfect too. Saturday looks very good. Saturday being race day tomorrow from 2 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time for any of the viewers outside of Australia who want to know when it's starting for you. Just Google 2 p.m. AEST and you'll find out what time that is for you, and that's when you got to be here. You can also just hit the subscribe button, hit the bell, you'll get notified as soon as we go live. JSB Motorsports, how you going? Another Rotary here. Not too much, Wayne. Not too much. Here's a rotor. Paul Simons, how you going? It is looking pretty good. Comes the HQ again. Raining in the Riverina, Adam. Good. Texas Automotive. Thanks, OTL. Kenda sponsors some races for the stream. Look forward to some tough racing tomorrow. 100%. It's going to be an awesome day tomorrow. Rolls through for an 8-1 again. Raining there as well, Phil. Car keyed again. Coming back around. Another run. Shane Kane, how you going? Lifts the front wheels there on that run. Goes through for a 5.8 at 118 mile an hour. It's Grumsy, I believe.
Hey, Overtakers. Dave's here. Hope you're enjoying a bit of Kenda Radial racing. Friday afternoon at its best. So, have a look at what the little HB Tirana is going to do. Charlie's just given me control of the cameras here as well. Holy doolies, we're in trouble now. He thinks I'll remember to switch these, but he's obviously been doing a good job. I hope he's been bringing you a bit of the action and keeping you all entertained for the last while. He runs through for 5.30, 127 mile an hour. What a brilliant run. Some great cars here today. We've got, I think that's a Nova. Tyler, would I be correct on that? Furiously types away over on the other side. He has no idea what I'm talking about. Charlie Burke transport car. Got the flames. Certainly makes it look fast, and it is fast. See what we've got going on. 1 second as he unleashes it. See, we've got that big block powered Mercedes lumping up to the burnout line as well. Fixing that for me as he runs through for 5.79, 119 mile an hour, 1.266 in the 60. Oh, and he lights those tyres. What a g'day, mate. How are you? Mate, I'm excited now. Work's over for the week. It's, yeah, time for Kenda. Big weekend. We've got a lot on. Microphone's quiet on the start line. Hopefully that's coming through okay on the other end. Don McConnell, thanks mate. Great. Hi from Port Hedland. XYGT Ford. G'day mate. Hey James. .508. 152 mile an hour. 1440 in the 60. Sound is just on 1.2 seconds out. Tyler's working on something there. I'm guessing that might be what he's doing. No nods. He's very very engrossed in the work over there. We are using a wireless microphone down on the start line, which does affect it. The other option, Tyler, is to, of course, switch over to HDMI audio, which you can hear through the other set of headphones if we got those hooked up. Got Goran lining up in the Cortina now. And sickest VL. Beautiful car, unveiled up at Rocky Nat's. Perfect, but Goran's going to go first here. I think we've got a single run in the speed flow lane. So he puts it in, both bulbs. Oh, absolutely launches those front wheels up into the air. How awesome was that? 104 mile an hour, 612. Billy Shelton in the PB Automotive VL Commodore. They're pushing it back. Some shouts for the Merc. Love the Merc. Ford AU. It's pretty cool. It is in one of our earlier videos. We had a chat to him back in a Kenda video from a little while ago. We had a little chat to him in the pits and did a little interview. Got a bit of info on the car, and that's when he actually, absolutely lunched the unis in it. That meet, and good to see it out again. Big Ted, thank you, brother. Just chucked us $8.99, mate. I appreciate that. Thank you. So we move that VL out, another VL rolls in. Just some info happening on the guys listening in and the track officials, but it looks like we're ready to go. Just making sure the track is clear. Wave. Nice run. Looks like a 528. Yeah, 528, 135 mile an hour for Brendan Smith. There we go. 1-3 in the 60. We got both lanes. .708 on the left, 100 mile an hour, and the right lane goes through for a 1084. So 1.7 in the 60 in the left lane there. How cool is this dude stewed in the speed flow left lane? That thing is cool. Sickest is back out in the right lane, the VL. One hell of a big set of radials on the back of that. Yeah, no, yeah. Welcome, Overtaker. Thanks, Lindsay. Yeah, make sure you hit that like button. Like and subscribe, guys. We've been bringing lots of racing action over the last few weeks, and hopefully you've joined us for a few of those. We've just done come off the back of a big 3-day weekend of road trip, of racing and filming and streaming. It was a pretty major event for us, as well as Jamboree the weekend before, which was absolutely amazing. So. And now we get to back it up with Kenda. How good is that? .760, got off early there. 82 mile an hour, 760 on the 8th, but 12.58 did the full quarter. So they have prepped a 1 quarter. They have pushed to a 1 quarter mile prep in this left lane as well. Some of them are running on that. So Wade Wagstaff still with the quickest time of the day so far in his first run, a 385, 196 mile an hour. .527, speed flow lane, left lane, 147 mile per hour. Wade Wagstaff, as I was saying, that 196 mile an hour pass, the fastest of the day so far. So Jamie Farmer in that left lane there, just doing that 527. Billy Shelton didn't quite get that Commodore in the right lane going for that pass. And, yeah, it's an amazing show car, that one, that he certainly is not afraid to race, and seen him out here now for a few events. We wait for some more cars to come around into the lanes. Hello from America, Vern. G'day, Vern. I'm sure we've got a few in here, 272. Showing up in the chat at the moment. or in the stream. A few of us in the chat. G'day, Pat. Always free stream here, mate. No worries at all. Don't click on those nasty scammer links that try and charge you money. Brings the Monaro back around for another run. He's just hot lap this one. Blue HQ Monaro in the left lane, speed flow lane. Well, it tells me there's 300 in the chat. 300 on the stream. 790, 97 mile an hour in the HQ. I assume he was telling me it was 300 in the watching the stream and not 300 passes that he'd done in the HQ. Comes the tractor. No burnouts for the tractor. He's just straight down. Give this track a little bit of prep. A lot of work goes into the Kenda track. As you know. Mark Biffin, good to see you, mate. Mate, it has been pretty busy. Mate, I know your weekend was pretty full on last weekend as well with the kids racing. So looked like they kept you on your toes. I think Tyler's just checking some audio. Still trying to get that tuned in by the looks of it. Trying to tune that audio. Is that what you're up to there? Yes, yeah. Should we have a quick word from the sponsors? Are you rigged up for that? He says, no, I'm not ready. I haven't lined any of that up yet, he says. So. Don't forget some of the wonderful sponsors. A big shout out to those. I can remember off the top of my head, Simon Carroll Swimming Pools, Haltech. VP race. What else? He's not listening to me at all.
The thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
Australian made and owned, Hi-Tech Oils is one of the largest oil blenders in Australia with a truly national profile, supplying an extensive range of oils, coolant, grease, batteries and much more for all businesses and consumer needs. Choose Hi-Tech Oils for peace of mind.
Hey guys, Overtaking Lane, just Dave here bringing you some action. This weekend, Tyler's up at the sunny coast, having a bit of a weekend off. But I'm out here at Willowbank at the Kenda 660 Drag Radial Series. So let's go and have a look at some cars, have a see what's heading down the strip and bring you some action.
I'm about to ride just how I want it.
G'day, Guy. Welcome to Overtaking Lane, mate. I spotted this Benz up there before. Now, don't see too many Mercedes out here on the strip.
No, not at all. That's the whole point. That's why I like it. It's unusual. People remember it.
Yeah, definitely, and that caught my eye. So, what are you running?
It's a 540 cube full deck big block Chev with a 1471 on EFI with a Link ECU.
Wow. And we're back on track. We'll cut that short. The cars come back into the lane. The Rocket Lane, right-hand side of the track. House of Tough. Brings the Commodore in, up to pre-stage. That left wheel nicely. 552, 830 mile an hour, a 1363 in the 60, and a 099 reaction time. We've got another car that some of you American viewers might not know. We've got the Tirana coming up to the line. Another classic Holden. Back at a bit of an angle, and he has shut off. Lost power. Back again. Jumps it straight over the stage and lines. There he is. Bring it back. Bring it back. Try and get it, clear it straight there as he rolls into the beams. This time he's coming in quick again. Oh, there, and he's on the beams, but we've lost power again. Not playing the game for him right now, but he is staged. You can hold it there. Get it ready to roll. .640, 116 mile an hour. If you just get it to play the game on the start line, it'll be right. But certainly just wasn't happening for him there. Billy Shelton back out again. Has run a 5:45 already today. Last run didn't seem to go down how we wanted it to, but hopefully we can get it together for this one. Jumps in. 5:47, not far off that quickest time so far, 129 mile an hour. I believe this one's Matt Whiting's the Commodore Ute. Happy birthday to Pat. So, shout out to you, mate. Drag racing for your birthday from us. There's some videos on this, I believe, on 1320. Good run in there. So he runs it over the full quarter for an 8:39. 5:42 in the 8th, and 165 mile an hour on the quarter. So nicely done. Nicely done. Very, very fast car, that one. And he had it out here for Jamboree as well. And yeah, that was pretty spicy run down there as he gave it a bit of a tap to the wall on the Friday night, or I think it was at Jambo. Could have even been the Thursday, I think, before the live stream started. We've got a few in the staging lanes. As Brad gets a shot towards the staging lanes for us. Yeah, that's good. We can see a little bit of what's coming up. There's a couple of cars lined up ready to go. Let's go with that audio sync, Tyler. Got it all worked out. I think he's says he's on the money. Tractor's just going down for a bit of a freshen up.
So hopefully my audio is sounding pretty good now. I did my best to sync it up as best I possibly can. Quickest street driven VE in Oz has gone 8.0. This is Jeff. Pretty crazy. You turn down that for a second so we don't hear the squeaking of that rolling around. It's like he might be there at the start. Jason. Front of the lanes there. It is goals for Dave. Yeah, no, yeah. Needs a nice big turbo on that big red. I will, Michael. Give me a second. You're in pain, Chris. That's not good to hear. Dad, Michael says hi in the chat.
We said g'day through for you there, Michael.
Sent g'day through there for you, Michael, as well. Said he put you onto it. Philip Toole, how you going? Quit making them over here in the 80s. Pulled a muscle under your left rib yesterday, Chris. That's not good. Moving an old motorbike. At least you've got an excuse to do not much and chill back and watch some drag racing today then. $19.57 Triumph. The tractor coming along here, just through the camera there now. Just getting a bit more rubber down on the track.
Looks like he's off now, so or is he coming back for another pass? No, he's backing her in, so we should get underway. They always like to make sure these tracks
Scott
are
Cortina's,
perfect for Kenda.
Scott Cortina's down there on the start line, checking it out.
Definitely giving it a strong test there with the boot. He sticks the boot into it.
Yep. Out of the Gazzard brothers. I do a fair few suspension setups for a lot of the races here, I believe.
Mate, they certainly do. Certainly do. They've been around for a long, long time doing that, growing up in that industry. Back in the day of Cortina Springworks, as I grew up in the early days in Toowoomba, that was where they certainly grew up learning a thing or two.
Here comes the what Kurt said a few years ago that got patented from NASA.
One hell of a spray rig.
Yeah, the spray rig. Laying down some glue. The hold up is a little bit of track prep, Shane. A little bit of track prep here. Candidate to watch the shootout. See you out there tomorrow. Grant or G Rant.
They're certainly putting the glue down, get the track prepped spot on now, because as the temperature drops and that sun goes down, everyone will be out here to give it a real good hot go, eh?
Mm-hmm. They certainly will. We'll likely see some more 3-second passes as the night goes on, and the small tire shootout on tonight. Of course, money put up by Spot On Performance, $2,000 I believe up for grabs for that one. Thanks to Spot On Performance. Gary Daler, how you going? Let's have a squiz. Pat Ems says, get the cars going, please, because I just worked out how to Bluetooth from my phone to the wireless. Ready to crank it.
Need some sound happening.
They shouldn't be too far off. So the round one draw, we've got Cross versus Holes up first. Webby versus O'Carroll. Arnold versus Vlecken. And Coles versus Farrelly. Steve Farrelly in the Plum VL. So 2 VLs facing off against each other. One Barra powered and one powered by a Turbo LS. The Spot On flagship. Nice show car spec, that boost of Andy Coles.
And we will have Chris Diggles on the mic tonight too as well, so he'll be commentating the action. And we all know how excited he gets. And, it gets us all pumped for some really, really good racing.
Here comes the spray rig back.
A lot of glue down. Right, we're about close to get to the action. Diggles has arrived, so he is in the building. He heads up to get wired up for sound. We'll take over some of the commentary action for us very shortly. Always good to have the professionals on the job for us, helping us out and having a chat to all the overtakers. So we certainly appreciate being able to hook up to the live commentary here on track. Certainly makes for a hell of an event on the live stream. Get it up on your big screen, guys, because this is a great way to spend a Friday evening. If you're stuck at home and you're not able to get out to track, then what an evening to kick back and grab yourself a beer, put it on the big screen. If you haven't got yourself a Chromecast, well, you got to do that tomorrow morning. You're going to have to watch it on your phone right now. But if you haven't got a Chromecast or some smart TV or a way to shoot it up onto that big screen in the living room or in the garage, wherever you've got that big screen set up, then yeah, by sure you've got to get out to one of the shops tomorrow and get that hooked up and all happening, because get yourself a Chromecast, plug that in, and get yourself wired up so that you can watch this on the big screen through the home audio and really have a decent crack at it. So, because this is the way to do it. If you're stuck at home, you got to make it the best experience you can. So then why not set it up and put it all through that way? So, maybe we just switch on over now and have a bit of a listen to what Chris has got to tell us.
Action. Of course, Kenda, Radial, Riot, scheduled, of course, to do some testing yesterday and today, but the way that the weather has played out hasn't been exactly an ideal set of circumstances. But here we are at the end of the second scheduled day with a dry track, not a lot of cloud around, just a little bit of residual water pooling around the place, but the forecast is all good from here, including beautiful sunny skies tomorrow. Now, look, I don't know how or if it affects us for what our schedule is tomorrow. I know we were scheduled to sort of kick off from around 2-ish tomorrow. Whether or not that still stays on for that or not, I think we've got a 2-hour free-for-all for a lot of our categories. I think Rumble, Rebels, Ruckus and Renegade, I think, for a 2-hour session before we kick off again, I think about 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Now, that may, of course, all change. Just depends on how we feel about it, and certainly they'll be giving you plenty of information on the Facebook page with that. Or if we get some more info before the end of this evening, we will be able to keep you informed. But this is one thing we try to get done at our last Kenda event, and that is, of course, the Spot On Performance Small Tyre Shootout. 275 all smaller tyre, and these pairings, we do have 8 cars in the field battling out for a $2,000 payout from Spot On. Of course, Spot On, Andy and Danny and all the guys at Spot On Performance. Andy in the flagship would dearly love to be in this category tonight, but I do believe he's ducking home to do some diff gears in the car and get ready to battle tomorrow. Whatever they found today, they've decided, no, we want to. They made a change. They want to change back, I think, to Old Faithful. So that's the plan. But this is the matchup to start the proceedings tonight. Nitrous versus Turbo. And that's Brett Armstrong and that fantastic-looking Nova. Tony Webb beside us here, of course, the 565 cubic inch twin-turbo big block hatchback. He'd gone 5.13 testing today. Armstrong had gone 5.17. Got the Gazzard brothers in his corner. Nitrous versus Turbo. It's time for our small tyre shootout, clean green. Oh, Webby starts to wind the power in. He's going to streak away and go 447. 447 at 170 mile an hour for James Brown. 447 at 170. Webby is back. And look, a great 5.0, I think 5.06 there for Brett Armstrong. For Brett Armstrong, 5.063. So a great pairing there to kick off things here at the Spot On Performance Small Tyre Shootout. And as we said, we'll start with 8, we'll go to 4, we'll go to 2, we'll go to 1 winner of the 2K tonight, thanks to Spot On Performance. Mick Arnold and Ben Vlecken the next matchup here. Twin turbo 400 cubes, small block, twin turbo 400 odd-ish cube LS for Ben Vlecken from Elite Automotive. Of course, Mick Arnold from M&A Automotive. Both guys can really lay a number down. Mick Arnold went 489 testing earlier on this afternoon. Bump City clean green. Wheels there, both sides of the racetrack. Mick Arnold on a charge. 485. 485 beats a 499. I mean, that's after Ben had gone 505 with the 2, 505 with the 6, and then a 499.6. Mick Arnold, 485. Great matchup there. And this is a taste of what we've got on tomorrow. Of course, Kenda, Radial, Riot. We've got, of course, the OG and Outlaw 275 categories tomorrow. Both these guys will be in Outlaw 275 tomorrow, but as part of the spot-on performance small tyre shootout tonight, they have drawn each other, Tim Cross and Ryan Holtz. Now, there was a little bit of drama about 15, 20 minutes ago in the spot-on pit because this 2J in the Tirana would not start. They wouldn't fire. So they were under the car looking at all sorts of bits and pieces, and it looks like they have found the gremlin that was keeping that ballistic 2JZ-powered LC Tirana from firing. And this, honestly, if you're a Tirana fan, even if you're not, this has got to be one that you've got to say, this is one of my favourite Tiranas, 2JZ on board. And let me tell you, this thing, when it's on song, it's an absolute missile. But then again, we know about Timmy Cross, Timmy in Outlaw 275 tomorrow as well. Profab, Dandy Engines, the Cortina, twin turbo small block, 440 cubes on paper. It could be all Timmy here. Bun City, baby. No mucking around on the start line. Clean green. Oh, it's a little bit better there. Timmy, no problem whatsoever. Point A to point B and a 456. 456, 051 and an 063 light. So Timmy Cross just a little bit better on the tree. I think Ryan just blew the tyres off and did not have the ideal run. And Timmy straight across the ground there. 124 in the 60 foot, 311 to 330 and a 456 with an 8 at 170 mile an hour. So Webby went 447 at 170 in his first round race against Armstrong. And then Timmy goes 456 at 170 against Ryan. So it just might end up being those two boys in the final against each other. But that's one more pairing to come. And it's Trent Brimble against Steve Farrelly. So Trent Brimble, the no better concreting VL Commodore, 427 cubic inches of LS. Steve Farrelly, the Barra powered Commodore, only one run down before tonight for Steve, a 1063. Of course, I do believe we've got the 4/4 mile prep track, I think, at the Tower Lane if you want to run the quarter tonight. Of course, a lot of guys still testing on the 660 for tomorrow. But this is anyone's race because I do think, on paper, both 7-second cars in the quarter. But have a look at this, VL fans. Choose your poison, LS or Barra. Bump City, baby. Oh, Steve just didn't like the wick. Didn't like the wick. And it's just no time for chivalry here. I don't know. I reckon he was going to go for it. He was going to go in and throw that red in the other lane and had every single right to do so. But I do think that just for this situation, we're going to make it a paired run. So, I mean, on paper, that any other day, that would have been a red in that lane to Farrelly and a solo to Trent Brimble, but he's now going to light this thing up. And there we go, bumps, there we go, and we're away. And now Farrelly's got nowhere near all the power. Nowhere near all the power, and now we don't have a 660 time for either of those guys. And again, I don't know whether we couldn't have thrown the tree or reset it or done whatever, but I'm sure if you ask those boys if they wanted a rerun, they probably could get one. And again, in most normal circumstances, in the big bad world of drag racing, you would have the red thrown against you on that thing, and then that would have been all Trent Brimble. But he did pull it back. They did hold him up and put him down as a paired pass. But then I just don't know whether we just had to give the CompuLink a little bit of a knee to the groin, which we do on occasion, and that's indeed what we're doing right now. So we're just giving that a kick in the groin, which it's an IT term. just to turn it on, turn it off, turn it back on again, which we're done. And I'm sure those two could come and have a little rerun if they wanted to butt back around. Because we are, I don't know who goes into race each other in the next pairing, whether or not Webby and Timmy race each other, and whether Mick. Just be waiting on what happens with that, whether they do get a rerun on that pairing or not. But we are just getting the CompuLink restarted, which we have right now. And it will be Paul Merry, I think, from memory out there now, the PSI Prem out for a Fang. The HG. He'll be, I think, running in, well, it says here Outlaw 275. I mean, he could very well run in OG with this car, but could be an Outlaw 275 tomorrow, but he's going to light this thing up. This is one hell of a weapon, let me tell you. Nice little settler here from Paul Merry, 135 in the 60 foot, gets to the 665, 2.4 at 138 miles an hour. We'll continue on the call here for Friday night. It is Friday night testing, as well as the spot-on performance small tyre shootout. And I do think that if Steve Farrelly and Trent Brimble came back around and requested a fast rerun, we might be able to give it to them, because we got no result out of that between the two. So I would dare say that might be something considered. And let's just see what happens, whether they do come back around or not. Stephen Carkeet. He's nicked the keys off Reese, and now he's running Junior's car. Well, hello there, little Mr. Allen. How are you? Yeah, good. What you got in the box there? What's in there? Right, so here we go. Steve Carkeet out there having a run. Now it says he was going to be an Outlaw 275, but maybe we're all an Outlaw 275 today. A 582 after a previous 585, 580, 582, and a 578 there for the Nova. And we'll get the name up for that gentleman again. It's on the tip of my tongue. I know that the Duffy boys do help him out when he does come and race, and it's good to see him back with the car. So I tell you what, if this has been the results of, you can only imagine what we've had here today testing. Well, we've got Wag Wagstaff at a 385 at 196. Terry Seng in the 6-boost Camaro, 418. 447.0, entrance 7310, which I don't know who that is, and maybe we'll find out in the next hour or two as to who that might be. 447 at 167. Webby, 447.9 at 170. Timmy just went, 456 at 170. Mick Arnold, 485 at 159. Ben Vlecken, 499, 145. Brett Armstrong, 506 at 140. Guy Hall in De Benz, 508 at 152. Chris Carsberg, 523 at 137. Paul Merry, 524 with a 5. Goran, 524 with a 7. Jamie Farmer, 527 with a 2. Brendan Smith, 528 with a 6. Graham Grumsy McKinnon, 530. 1. Compound Kudnick, 535. So, geez, we've got some little tight battles in there, and I'm sure by tomorrow, and again, we kick it off in the Arvo, so it's not like we're from memory. I don't think we're going to be here at 8 o'clock in the morning. I mean, I might be. Here he is. The man. I remember this guy. It's Archie Kieski. I know Archie. Did you get bitten by Mozzie? Did you bite him back? Bite the Mozzie. Oh. Dead Mozzie. It's killing flies today. It's amazing, all this humid weather at the side of the home office today was just full of flies. So I think I used half a can of Mortine in the house today. There is a lot of dead flies in my joint this afternoon, which I've left for the lady of the house tonight to see. All right, Archie's things turned off there. They were just setting the clutch gap up there before, and now it looks like he's getting it pushed back. Talking to Archie before about, of course, Jamboree 2 weeks ago, he had an issue with the braking system. He said because the car had been sitting for over 2 years, is that lost all brakes in the car because everything had gone to mush and perished and everything in it. So he would have had to have completely, pulled that whole system apart and put it all back together try and make the next few runs or whatever. And I think in that situation, it you know, if you've got a few other things that you want to do in the car, that also takes up the time where it's like, well, I think we need to. Sometimes you almost feel like you've got to almost do a complete rebuild on everything then when it's been sitting that long. But he's come back. He's got the and he told me a little secret. I'm not even going to spread the secret that he told me because I'm not that guy. I'm not going to tell you one of the little secrets he's now trying in the engine. But he also has tried in the past a compound turbo setup, which there is remnants of the exhaust manifold there where he's had the, and with the compound deal, turbo one. Let's just say it's turbo one. There's a flange there where turbo one normally is. Well, there's now a pipe running over to turbo two. He's only got the one on it for now, but trying a few other little bits and pieces in that car. But we're having a bit of a joke about how the old 20Bs are starting to fall behind. There's that many 13Bs faster than the quickest 20Bs around. And even Mrs. Kieski was saying, Archie, maybe we should put a billet 13B in it and get into that top 10 in the world. I mean, I think, what is he? I think he's fourth quickest in the world for 20Bs, Archie, anyway. So here we go. I only saw this on Facebook about 2 hours ago, this new paint job. And I don't even think it's a paint job. These days it's wrapped, isn't it? You'd wrap that, wouldn't you? It's a paint job. Right, there we go. So it ain't a wrap, it's a whitewash. Let's call it the whitewash. Now, Benny Bray. And of course, his name's not in the system, but 2639, of course, we know has had the number for a long time. And it's so good to see Benny back out. And of course, he has, in the past, etched his name into Australian radial history with our first 200-mile-an-hour run. I think he also ran the first 3 and 200 together. That was a good night for him. I think he took about 4K home that night, I think, at Riot. But it's good to see that we're able to pry him out maybe once. Because, I mean, it's all been about the kids the last sort of year and a half, 2 years. It's all been about Madison and Zach getting some laps down. But here they are. Benny Bray, what's he going to do? First hit on the road? No, just the big zing there. So... But it's so good to have weaponry of that calibre here at Kenda Radial Riot. The Black Belt Brigade are very well represented. Of course, Race Parts Melbourne bringing us Outlaw Radial tomorrow. And with a couple of blown cars in there being Wade Wagstaff and Ben Bray. We'll have Jeff Campbell-Brown in there tomorrow. Of course, Terry Seng driving the 6-boost Camaro. So there is a good little turbo versus blower battle looming. And of course, it's going to be interesting because of the dynamic that these guys haven't been able to test. You know, and you know, and I don't know whether Benny was actually, you know, booked to do any testing today at all or yesterday. But, you know, when you don't, especially when you've been away a little while, and certainly haven't been on the radial for a little while, you kind of want to get a couple of those runs in before we go in a battle. Because, you know, with a few of our categories with the qualifying, you know, you're only going to get really two or three really good shots at it. And honestly, you've got to be right on the money if you're going to get 3 from 3 really good runs in qualifying. And we do know with the bigger cars, it's so hard to just come out of the... So it's hard to just think that you're going to come straight back into it and just go bang, we're back in where we were into the 380s, 200 off now. But here's Archie, he's back now. So whatever it was, they turned the thing turned off on the line. But now Archie's got the old Liberty going through the gears there, getting it back in reverse. Now he has got, of course, he's got the Billet 20B. He's got the Haltech Nexus on it, so he's got the hottest product out of Haltech, being the Nexus, and the Nexus is just, everyone's raving about it as a next level ECU. Well, I don't know how many rotaries are on the Nexus, but Archie's certainly got to be one of the first of a handful to be on it. And let me tell you, this car, I think he's gone 36, I think, from memory. I think Archie has gone 630 with this car. It's either a 42 or a 30-something once. I forgot to ask him because I just assume, you know, Archie, you're a legend. I don't need to start picking numbers out. But yes, he's in the top 5 quickest 20Bs in the world. Let's see what he does. Oh, nice. 101, 60 foot, half track, 418. Archie is back. 656. 656, 202. Archie Kieski is back, baby. 101 in the 60. Don't touch that clutch. That clutch, they set that up before, and it even looked good on its first launch. I saw that on the live stream on the way out. But don't touch that clutch. And you know what? I bet you there's a few more PSI in the top end there because it did 170 and a half track and only 202 at the end. But oh, they're going to be stoked with that. I know I'm stoked with that. Was that a good run? That was a very good run. 656 for Archie. Wow. Great run from him. So this is our Friday night testing / spot on performance small tyre shootout. And I thought Mark Allen was going to put on the headset, but he's putting it on Junior. So you can have a listen. You can even have a talk in between McNuggets. If you want to have a talk in between nuggets. You don't have to, you can just listen. Can you hear me? Can you hear me in the headphones? Can you hear me a little bit in there? Can you hear me a little bit? Brr. Yes, you can. I think he can hear me. Can you hear me? He's not saying anything. Is that sweet and sour sauce with your nuggets, is it? My favourite. Oh, well, now, Andrew Milford just getting pushed back there too. So, yeah, issues there. But this is kind of the best time to, if you're going to have issues, it's better that you have the issue here this afternoon and this evening than have a race day full of issues. If you're going to sort the odd little bit and piece out, tonight's and this afternoon is the time to do it. Also interesting, I saw on the stream Simon O'Carroll, of course, Lisa Marie was filming for Simon, and that there was a fire at the end of the quarter mile in the car, which they could only really attribute to automatic transmission fluid, but they were still a bit baffled as to how it sort of got where it got, and it was a lingering fire. It wasn't just sort of something that flashed and then went out. It was sort of, it lit up, it eventually went out, and they've wiped everything down and checked everything, and they're doing the normal maintenance on the engine to make sure it's nothing on the engine. I walked past, they've got the laptop on the roof there, and here's the mouse moving all by itself. This is the world we live in now, of course. The mouse is on the laptop moving by itself. Con Mikladakis from Wollongong on the Holly, on the tune. So Con's on the tune. So remote tuning is, of course, alive and well. It's the way everyone does it now. If your tuner can't be here, it'll be remote tuned, and Con's had a good look it over and everything there, trying to maybe find some information in regards to that. So, big shout out to Overtaking Lane on the stream now, 430 watching online. So we've got that little bit of interest here on the Friday evening at Willowbank Raceway. Jeff Campbell-Brown now coming out for a run. Of course, we hadn't seen Jeff for a while. He debuted this car. He's been putting it together for a while. The Chevelle twin turbo big block Chev came out at the last Kenda there and got himself into a final in Outlaw Radial. Now, not quite on the 3 second, not knocking on the 3 second door just yet, but definitely every time he brings this big car out, and he's done a lot of this car himself, so it's a tribute to Jeff Campbell-Brown and his team. But you know what? You've got to crawl before you can walk, and then after you learn how to walk, you can sprint after that. And then if you learn how to sprint, you might be able to step off the left or right foot. You know, then have that vision. Let's just see what Jeff Campbell-Brown does. He's getting a few laps in this car, and I'd love to know the wheelbase of this thing, because it's a big chunk. Well, fair bit of traction control there, or whatever. I think the thing just rolled out nicely. It sounded a little distressed, but it wasn't singing. 484 at 165 mile an hour. It was 134 in the 60 foot. But that's a point A to point B run that, you know, you'll need to make when you're considering trying to run some percentage, especially in a category like Outlaw Radial, mind you. If everyone hits their mark, it's going to be basically up to you whether or not you can maintain your level of consistency and just hope it's quick enough. Old Daddy Daycare's doing well up here. If you are going back out, Mark, apparently if you order the Broncos burger, you get a free wooden spoon. Or is that offer's over, isn't it? Yeah, that offer's over. Here he is, City's Figa back, Just Coffee Machines. It says Tirana Hatch 400 cubes. We know that ain't true. This is the other toy. This is the This is the big cube 1-tonner. Bit of spray on the in the tray area there. A couple of bottles of the good stuff. So Sydney deciding that well, I'll tell you what, that Tirana hatchback is a wild machine. But this is just as fun. You can hear it just hit that nitrous on the launch. 581 at 119 mile an hour. So we do have our 4 categories: Renegade, Ruckus, Rumble, and Rebels tomorrow. So whether or not he slots into, I think we might have something close to a 580 mark. I think we are asking all of our competitors to actually nominate sort of what ETs they are normally expected to run, because that helps us with seeding and which category you'll go into. Now this is interesting. I'm seeing Luke Marsden have a bit of a walk around. I think that is Luke out there. So that means that we might have Wade Wagstaff out shortly. Boy, we've got some cars lined up to come out for a run. Here comes one of my favourite, and I know it's not the name of the car. It is the 6-boost Camaro. I do call it the Kryptonite Camaro, and it's only because it's green. I'm thinking, well, what's green and to be feared? And you know, people say Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and I think, yeah, well, that's been used before. And what else is green? You know, the Green Hornet, yeah. And then I thought, well, what's the ultimate nasty green thing you could have? And then the only thing I could think of was Kryptonite, because at least Kryptonite makes even Superman sick. You know what I mean? So that's why I called it that. But it is their pride and joy, of course. Kyle and Peter Hopp from 6-boost. Kyle out the front of the car right now. Terry Seng, the driver, of course. Big all Toowoomba makeup here with the driver, Terry, of course, from Paramount Performance. And you couldn't pick a better guy to probably steer for you. Not only is he a good steerer, but he's an excellent share of information. And you know, if he feels something in the car, he's probably the first guy to give you probably the solution or the observation that you need as a teammate. All right, let's see what he does on his second run of the day. Bump City, baby. Whoa, it liked it. It started to become a pretty good run. I mean, for the first 10 feet, 10 to 30 odd feet there, and just as it starts to bring its power ramp in there, it wasn't completely happy with it. And the earlier 418 at 154 is the mark that they've hit today, but that has been in the 380s, that car, and it is, when it is on song, it is poetry in motion. Everything on that car works so very well. It's still got, of course, I think the Motec ECU in it, and all the Shane T legacy when he first came over and assisted with getting that car lined up. And of course, Daniel Farris, the first guy to sort of put his bum in the seat and have a steer that very first night that the car was debuted here at Riot. God, how many years ago was that? Was that 4 years ago? May very well have been. But let me tell you, what a debut for that car when it came out, and it's still such an impressive piece of equipment. Got the Noonan Hemi in it. It's got those Garrett turbos, I think, on it, and it's got a variety of different bits and pieces on it that just make it got to be one of your favourite Camaros, let me tell you. Alex Bamford and Goran Ivanovic out there now. Of course, Alex Bamford, the 400 Cube HQ, spot on performance here on the screen. Goran Ivanovic, of course, the Cortina, normally tuned by Horsepower Solutions, of course. Justin Simpson, Barra Power. Nice double pump of the wheel stand there for Goran. 132 in the 60, 142 for Alex, and they've run it to the 660 very well. 525 for the Cortina, 575 for the HQ, 142 in the 60 for the HQ, and 524 with a 7 there for Goran. Alex, 575 with a 2. And I think, was it one of the other, when we had our test, we had a test-only day a couple of months ago. Alex drove that HQ up and drove it home. I think it's an 8-second car in the quarter. Here we go, Clint Hepburn. Just when you think that Holden Geminis don't have any more place in motorsport, we'll look no further than drag racing. I think I know we killed a lot of them in the old circuit racing days when they used to, run 40 Geminis against each other. That's not going to end well, is it? But you know what? It's so hard to find tough Geminis anywhere else. Well, you know what? I've seen them in Brazil. They do have them as a two-door in Brazil. I was actually watching watching Drags to Brazil the other night, which is a YouTube channel, Brazil with an S in it. And of course they were a little Opel Cadet, I think, two-door. And some tough little ones over there. But of course in Australia, I don't think you'll get a tougher one than this one. Clint Hepburn driving Casper. Twin turbo big block. I think it is 548 odd cubes or 540 odd cubes. Twin 88s, I think, from memory. And this car has been low fours over the 660 in Outlaw Radial. And let's see what Casper does on his second hit of the day. Went 447 before. Might have just had a stumble on the tyre there, but then, you know, he's got that much more power in the car if he wants it, but it's no point trying to get it all hooked up again. But tiptoed it back through there, 580 at 122 mile an hour with that little bit of a slip up on the line. But that earlier 447 with an O at 167 was our mystery competitor there, the third quickest run of the day, 447 with an O at 167 mile an hour. That is and was indeed Clint Hepburn. But yeah, Casper, just an incredible little Gemini with a twin turbo big block, and you just don't see that anywhere else in the game. I remember from the early days, Maurice Fabietti was one of the guys, the first guys to run a blown small block in double B gas, the Gemini Coupe. And we've seen the odd one between now and then, but boy, I just don't think you get a tougher looking Gem. I wonder if we can share a few photos with our Brazilian drag racing nuts that would go crazy over that. I'm sure we could get a few of the Brazilian drag racing fans wound up over Clint Hepburn's Gemini. Sean Sobel and Jack Roberts, so we've got the guys in the screen already. A couple of Hayabusas going to be running in our STS Speed Shop Radial bike category tomorrow. Trying to bump these boys in, there we go. 037 to an 08 to an Rotary, bumping through the gears here over the 660 at a 555 to a 550. So a great side-by-side run between those two. Roberts had already gone down with a 555, so there's a 550, and very impressive indeed. So that might be our 660 for the moment, and I think we're going to get into a bit of quarter mile action in a second. It is in the water. A few of our guys from, well, we've got a few guys in from Jamboree, including this guy, Chris Tate. He's in the water. We've got Sammy Afkal back in behind him to see if he can't get that 20B RX8 down. But this guy in the water, Chris Tate, 3RZ, was formerly the 3RZ king of the world. I think he's been in the 670s, this car. But Tatey just continues to evolve and evolve and evolve. And this, as a person, yes, and as a labour of love, this car, let me tell you, it's a there are more trick bits on that than you would find in, you know, many other cars. I know that, you know, when we come to days like Kenda and Jambo and everything like that, we've got pretty trick machinery out there, but yeah, Tatey just continues to build this as a better mousetrap every single time, and I have no doubt in my mind he will claim that 3RZ title back. I think it might be at 56 now. I think it might actually be nearly down into the 650s, I think. Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? You grab something, you stick with it, and if you've got a passion for it and you've got goals to set yourself, well, that's it. The sky's the limit. You'll find your way to reaching those goals. Sometimes the road's a very long road. Not too many people have it happen overnight, and this is a classic example of that. Tatey, I mean, he ran that, God, a couple of years ago, he ran into the 670s years ago with this. Since then, I think he's re-engineered nearly everything as far as the engine's concerned. He's gone through a variety of different components. I think he ran a 7 flat early click at Jamboree 2 weeks ago, 7 flat at 200 mile an hour early click. The next run, I think he kicked the rod out of the factory block, and then I think he went to the billet engine after that, because I do think he's got himself a nice big chunk of billet, whether or not the billet's in this or whether he's got another motor. And you just never know with Tatey. last week's setup could be different to today's setup. But let me tell you, it's a hell of a car. And once he's got it all sorted, he very well could get that 3RZ record back, which he owned. And you know what? Isn't it amazing that, you know, we always used to compare ourselves to the rest of the world, especially the United States, when it came to all sorts of things, whether or not it's, well, we can't really compare motorsports other than drag racing, really, because nowhere else in the world do we kind of run any similar motorsport than what we do with drag racing. But when we started to see the different parts of the sport splinter, i.e. the import scene start to really expand across the world, and more than anything, it became more about who's got the quickest something. And of course, when you talk about the quickest top fuel run, well, you know, or the quickest top alcohol run or door slammer run, I mean, they're all pretty general and laid out categories. But then you start getting into who's got the quickest 2JZ in the world, who's got the quickest 3RZ in the world, the quickest SR20, the quickest Barra, the quickest 20B, the quickest 13B. You can see that there's a lot of other world marks there that are now continually being pushed. And that's what I think has really added some spark to the sport of drag racing, is that we've actually now got so many milestones that we see at the cutting edge of that milestone. And this is one right here in the water, and it's good to see that we're, it's a Queenslander doing it, Chris Tate. He's at the forefront of one of the quickest 3RZ powered cars in the world, and was the quickest at one stage there. I remember back many years ago when when that magic night here at Willowbank, when Rod Harvey actually, for a brief period, was the quickest import in the world for only a couple of weeks before E-Canoe went and took it all back. But even the day that Joe Signorelli, years earlier, had set the world's quickest import times, it had been a 6:40 at 2:20 for years, and I think Signorelli went a 26, I think, on that day, and then a 30, I think he backed it up. They were magic times to be able to see the world standard dropped in front of you. And you know what it's like, Dave Reed there at Drag Photos. You've seen the standards as well, and I can't recite every single one of them for you, but we certainly know when it happens because everyone else raves on about it. And I did see that there was a beautiful argument on the social media there the other day about quickest GTR, when that 35, I think, over in Maryland went 230 mile an hour and ran a 651, and it was claimed as being the quickest GTR in the world. And then, of course, the internet blew up. Well, it's not even the internet anymore, is it? It's just social media blew up about it. And that, you know, of course, the Matook's Metro R32 is actually still a quicker car than that. But then it was an argument, well, it's not a GTR because it's not four-wheel drive. And it's like, oh, well, the Matook's one's four-wheel drive, and oh, it's got the standard transmission in it. And it's like, oh, well, hang on. It just become a quick black Skyline rear-wheel drive with a factory transmission or something. I don't know. When you split it down like that, I lose interest pretty quickly. But when you've got a bona fide mark there that no one argues about, well, it's there. And what have we got here just in the pits here tonight? So what have we got? We've got one of the top 10 quickest 20Bs in the pits. We've got definitely probably the second quickest 3RZ or third quickest 3RZ in the world here in the pits. They're just a couple of world standard cars that are here in the pits right now, here on Friday night here at little old Willowbank Raceway. And who knows, Tatey just might grab a nice chunk of what he's looking for when he gets the next run down. So he is, well, he was in the water. Where's he gone? It's just been pushed back. You can see Sammy Afkel back there waiting patiently as well to try and get a run down for him. Now, I do think Sammy has been, he's gone into the 50s as well. I think he's around 650 with this car. So the potential is there, but we have been talking a little bit, just talking to Archie before, about just how I shouldn't say the poor old 20Bs. The 20Bs have started to lat behind the two rotors as far as achievements concerned. I think, what have we got? I think we've got Lakito Killer at 606 as the world record for a 20B. And then I think we've got Rafaelito in a 13B at 614. So our 13B world record 614, the 20B record 606. As far as the 2Js are concerned, yeah, 550, 260 odd mile an hour is what you've got to run to be the quickest 2J in the world. Rod's still the fourth quickest in the world at, I think, 569. But you know, when you start to compare other aspects of mainstream drag racing, there's not a lot of Australian marks in there anymore because we can't relate them to anything else. There's different weights and overdrives, and even when you argue about the quickest vehicles we've just talked about in the world, not everyone's the same weight, not everyone's run the same boost. It's just what's hung together and how quick you've run with it, and no one seems to be arguing with that. But it is interesting that actually at Maryland last week that we've got a new player in the quickest 4 cylinders in the world when Lucimo Racing from Puerto Rico with the new Honda powered car, I think went 619 at 220 odd mile an hour. So he's come out of the blue, was nowhere near the top 10 before the start of the event, and then I think ended up in the 619 or low 61s there with that car. So of course Colin Wilshire is still in there as the I think he's in there at third now, I think, because we did have El Caco Dowd, that's right, the Cobalt from Brazil, go and run in the United States, I think 2 years ago, and went, I think, a 14, or it might have even run quicker than that. I'll have to get the top 10 list up again and have a look. But we had Colruyt in there, also at the world record at 222, I think, at one stage, or 226. But and even Techno Toys in there as well, which is rebuilt the car. So I mean, at the moment we've got the Canadian, we've got the Brazilian, we've got the Puerto Rican, we've got the Australian in there, and I think even Chris Stradine with the Volvo's in there in the 640. So I think for the top 5 quickest vehicles of their type in the world, there's 5 different countries in there. So it just goes to show you that even though we might not ever get them on the one track at once, mind you, nothing's impossible. Could happen at Orlando or Maryland, I'm sure, once everything opens up again and you can send cars around. But it's not often that you get to see battles like that fought over 5 different countries just for the one mark, if you can say that. And of course, the brunettes from Canada, 595, quickest 4-cylinder in the world, with still a not even a billet block, just the Ecotec block, which is still a GM Performance Parts Ecotec block. So very, very impressive cast block that is. I think even Michael Baghdadi's car's there in the top 10 now too, with of course the mixed motorsport car. That's also, I think, still is the world's quickest three-quarter chassis 4-cylinder there. I think in the 47, I think he ran many years ago that car. And I think, I don't know whether Mick or Sabato might have been in the car, but some great marks out there, and it's so good to see that the Australians are well represented in the international world of ETs. And of course, we still kick some butt with GTRs in general, with of course the Matuk and Croydon teams down there in Sydney leading the way. And one day we'll be able to get them all back on the one track at once, but whether it's here or in Sydney or whatever. But our spot-on performance small tyre shootout. So we haven't seen that rerun pop up here between Trent and Steve. It probably still could be on the cards. We do know that the other winners being Webby and Timmy, Webby, Timmy and Mick were the other 3 winners there. So we just don't know whether or not we have decided on a winner for that other last pairing there. As we said, spot-on performance. We tried to have the small tyre shootout at the last Kenda, but again, the same deal. The weather knocked us out on the Friday, and we weren't able to do it, but at least we're a little bit further along than what we were last time as far as got the track dry enough to kick off just after 4 as we'd scheduled, and we are scheduled to sort of run through to 10-ish or so. So at the moment, I don't know what we're up for right now. We'll just check. But a big shout out to everyone watching on the Overtaking Lane live stream, as we don't have anything presented, even though now we've put the thumbs up and we've got the wave, which means we are going to let it rip. But I do believe that we have, hopefully we still have, we might not have just now because when the action drops off, so do the viewers. But we had over 400 watching from across the world on the Overtaking Lane live stream, and here we are, we're back underway with a bit of our Friday night Kenda 660 testing, featuring the spot-on performance small tyre shootout for our radial cars over the 660. So here it is, the 3RZ of Chris Tate Not happy there. It's sounding like an aspirated 3RZ. No whiz up just yet. He might have to really light that wick up. I think I don't know what size turbo he's got on it, but it's not small. So we've got the CO2 on for the boost controller. I don't know, just little things that it didn't sound like it was going to make that horsepower in the burnout. Yep, and the 200SX goes off, and of course it's just not one of those cars where you just quickly pop the bonnet and check everything. You've got to go take that clip off. And the pros and cons of a full tube car. The pros are that, yes, it's light and you know, lighter and normally stronger. Things are more accessible on the car. The cons are you can't just pop the bonnet on it or drive it down the shops or drive it over anything larger than a 3-inch bump. It's the downside to the full race car. Street car, you can still do a lot of that stuff, including pop the bonnet, check everything, but you know, you've got to take the clip off. There's not a lot of things you can really access under that until you do that, and that's I'm sure that's off in 30 seconds, but it's something that, you know, you just wish you could just pop the hood and check everything, but yeah, it's just something just not playing the game there that Tatey's just going to know. You probably know what it is, or you know, it could be a boost leak or something. But he's got all that. He's got all that part sorted. And one thing about Chris Tate, he knows every nut and bolt of that car. He knows every, and I know there's a lot of guys out there that know every nut and bolt of their own cars. There's a fairly high percentage of them here today that definitely know everything on their car. And Tater will know what's on that, whether or not he knows what's giving him the grief, but he might be able to sort that out. It's time for Sammy by the sound of it. Now he had issues with the pneumatic. There's some pneumatics with the clutch or something there, which was just giving him some grief. So he has got a few little clutch dramas there now. He might have to do another skid here. It didn't light the tyres up. They're just getting him back in the water or not? Just getting him back in the water to see if he can light the tyres up. Let's see. Sammy Afcal. Let's see if we can get all them gears. Maybe a little bit of tyre smoke there, but did not light it up like we would assume. It's getting the gears. It's just whether or not whether it's got enough clutch in it or something. I don't know. I don't profess to know anything about how you would set these clutches up in these cars, or indeed what his initial problem was with it. But so no real big burnout there at all. So just makes you wonder about how much traction Sammy might have out of this, but they're gonna give it a shot. Let's just see what becomes of Sammy Afcal's pass here. Mazsport 20B on board, and as we said, you know, when it's on the mission, he's been in the 6-second zone with this car, but there's so many little knickknacks on these things that just can give you grief at the wrong time, and you chase your tail one after the other sometimes, and then sometimes it's just pure unadulterated race car love. Let's just see what Sammy does here. He certainly knows how the two-step works. He showed us that at Jamboree 2 weeks ago. There's that two-step. Not bad at all, actually. Not a lot of power in it. Half track, yeah, 480 to half track at 135 mile an hour and 827, 124. So yeah, 112 in the 60. I mean, it wasn't blessed with an absolute insane amount of horsepower, but it was enough to, yeah, get point A to point B. And there it is, point A to point B. And it's so good to see Sammy Afcal getting a little bit of race car love here tonight, i.e. from point A to point B. Now it's time to whack a bit more power in it and see what happens. Here comes the dude Stu. Now I think Studebaker Lark from memory. And I remember the first time I ever knew about a Studebaker Lark, I was at TAFE, and my TAFE teacher he was an old bloke, used to rave about Studebaker Larks, saying that the cops had them as highway patrol cars, and that these things were, there was no way in the world you could outrun the Studebaker Larks. So that's just what I remember. But we don't have the details as such here, other than its entrance 7339, and I think he might be in the process of doing some licensing. So the Dude Stewed comes on up. Now that is definitely got a beautiful vintage gas feel about it. Of course, vintage gas, one of our nostalgia categories that it continues to see so many cars of this ilk be constructed. And there is something about an old gasser that just does put a smile on your face, and yes, we all wouldn't mind having a fang at one of those. Legs it on through, 12.05 at 99 mile an hour, as easy as you would want, and that would normally be starting to tick everything off in the logbook for that racer. If we're into doing some licensing with that car, yes indeed, the Dude Stewed. Oh, Dave Reed's just when you thought you had a big Sammy two-step, that's nearly the biggest two-step flame I've ever seen, Dave, from Drag Photos. You'll be posting that up on social media later. Holy dooly. That's a Sammy if I've ever seen one. All right, Intro 844 here. You can hear that VL off the line. It's going to go the full quarter mile here. 8.07 at 177 mile an hour. Well, I hope you're running some Kenda 660 tomorrow with that, but that definitely liked that. 840, entering 8444, Brendan Smith. Earlier around a 528. If that is 8444, I think it is. 528 at 135 over the 660, and then goes 807 at 171 mile an hour. 807 at 171. So we have got a quality fleet here wanting to test for not only this afternoon and this evening, but tomorrow. What's the issue, Tatey? Why no power? He'll find out. If you do get a chance, send us a message. But if you know what it is, you're going to be back. Don't have to worry about feeding me the info, mate. All right, we've got a bit of debris on track there. Thank you, Brett Murray. Thank you, Bretto. Debris. Oh, well, we can't have the debris on there. Where did that... Don't know what it might have flung out of it, but it certainly didn't seem to affect Brendan Smith too much. 528 at 135. Oh, yeah, 900 foot, so about 900 foot. So our official running down there, you've only got 300 more foot to go from where it is. So around 900 foot. Brett Murray's the human measuring tape by the look of it. But then again, I suppose it's easy when you get cubes out there every 330 foot. So yes, I wouldn't be able to guess either. I know sometimes, you know, some guys might get tyre shake. I can guess somewhere between 60 foot and 330 foot. So there is a little bit out there. All right, so big shout out to everyone watching on the Overtaking Lane live stream. It's great to have you all here on a Friday evening, or Friday afternoon if you're in WA, or nearly Friday bedtime if you're in New Zealand. 467 viewers having a bit of a watch. So it's good that there's a bit of action to be had here, and this is just a normal Friday night in Queensland, really. I mean, if it's not happening here, it's happening somewhere else. And I'm not talking about, you know, anything illegal other than, you know, cruising, using your cars for niceness instead of evil. Of course, here you do tend to want to let it eat, and that's what we do here at Willowbank. They're very good at getting the horsepower down. This is very much a horsepower mecca for all of our enthusiasts, various shapes and forms, whether you're an import guy or a V8 guy, whether you're into just the cruising scene or you want to get into the serious drag racing like we've got it, including cars like in Outlaw Radial and things like that. Like right now, Wade Wagstaff. There's that starting to become that trademark to his burnout Wade Wagstaff. That's that little squirt of the throttle just as he gets near the, just where he just nearly finishes the burnout. He'll just give it one more stab there, and that's a Wade thing. Noonan Hemi, PSI blower, tie drive 5-speed. Converter in the car and the lockup, so it's got all the fruit. He did go a 385 at 196 mile an hour. So crew chief Luke Marston standing on the near the blower, just doing a little tweak there on the back, and he's going to bring Wade through. So of course Wade cleaned us all up here at the last Kenda in Outlaw Radial. He's going to have Benny Bray in Team Black Belt's corner this weekend, and of course, you know, came out like a rocket. 108. Normally, if it's sharper near the 100, it's poetry in motion. But that started to work. You saw the rear suspension start to extend there and throw that 315 radial to the pavement. But as you would assume our power curve, our power ramp started to be applied there, it just wasn't having a little bar of it there, so missed it by about that much. But you know, that's what radial racing's about. Sometimes you hit it, and look, hats off. Look, if that 385 was like the first hit down for those guys today, well, that just goes to show how much the Wagstaff team are on their game, with Lukey, of course, helping turn the screws on that. But hey, they just missed it on that particular occasion, and I don't know, maybe they'll have another crack at it. Okay, Chris Karsberg and one Kudnik. Crazy, these cars, let me tell you. Triple charge Kudnik, the centrifugal blower, the turbo in the boot, the nitrous on the way back. Chris Karsberg, very stout, 388 LS on board for him. Still street registered, these cars as well. So Juan's got to light this thing up. No, he got thrown, I think even tonight, the 7-second rule is the 7-second rule. Nice run for Karsberg. He's going to go over the 660, 526 for him. But no, yeah, I think Juan just tried to bring it in there. But this is our, you would assume a timeout deal there. So you would assume it's the 7-second timeout there. I think Karsberg put both bulbs on, assuming Juan was right in there behind him. But Juan just, I mean, this is a combo that's got a little bit of intricacies. That's the word. It's intricate. It's very intricate. It's a fine line between the centrifugal supercharger, the big turbo on the back, and the nitrous on the way through. One normally needs to light that thing up to make it work. And it does though. Let it go. Geez, it stepped out a little bit on the shift, but he still kept it through. That's nearly 4,000 pounds, that car. 530 at 133 mile an hour. So one triple charge. Kudnik gets one through there nicely. 530 at 133 has been his best so far today. But that car has been very, very close to knocking on the 4-second zone eventually. It's a hell of a car to get there though. And as we say, one of the heaviest cars normally with a 235 on the map. It says Dougie Day. It says Outlaw 235 for Doug Day. Normally he's in OG, but it's not wanting to play the game. This twin turbo 308 VK. It's just not playing the game for Dougie this time. Didn't want to light the wick on the line there at all. And look, that's a traditional bit of smoky out of the 3.0 down the end there. That's nothing nothing harmful there. That's just that's a thing it does. But yeah, when it's on, Dougie, it's just another spectacular street car, and just not playing the game right now for Dougie Day, which is a shame. So we a bit of a look, a little bit of a mop up there on the line, whether or not it's just maybe fuel or a bit of liquid overflow, but they are just hitting that with a little bit of moppage there. But yeah, not. It does say here, Dougie, Outlaw 235, so if indeed that's the case, we might be dabbling in the smaller tyre, the smallest of the small that we run. There's the Outlaw 235 category, so we are just checking out what it may have been that Dougie had dropped, and we're just checking it out. So I'd say, judging by our our crew on the start line there is that we might be having Simon O'Carroll up here shortly. Of course, one of our great sponsors of Renegade, Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools. Simon is a nitrous guy through and through, and has got the notorious Tirana out of lockdown. It was down in Wollongong, under the watchful eye, of course, of Simon Krieger in Innocent Motorsports. It had only recently been switched over to EFI, I think, with the Holly system, and that 648 cubic inch big block in the Tirana with a couple of kits on it. Here at Jamboree a couple of weeks ago, put it in the bottom sevens with and not legging it all the way through either. So he was on track to really give it to the Turbo Boys that day, and then of course the rain came and we couldn't do anything more. But he's picking up where he started from, and that fire though this afternoon, I would assume the crew's they've tried to eradicate what the issue may have been. They wiped everything down. They still are of the belief, because honestly, if it was a fire caused by fuel, you got to be. May not have been standing here talking about it anymore, because it would have been on the trailer and it's been torched. But it wasn't a fuel deal. It was some definitely an oil. It lit up off some oil, and they do believe it was off some transmission fluid. They've wiped it all down, checked everything out on the engine to make sure everything's right, and I think they're also going to fire the thing up and just run through the gears and check everything else out. So I would assume that they're all happy with what they found, which might have been nothing. Don't you hate it when you can't find anything? But if it's transmission fluid, I do know on occasion that you've got to have, well, not on occasion. I've seen many cars blow their dipsticks out, but of course there's a rule, a safety rule. Of course, in drag racing, if you check in the rule book, you must positively retain your dipstick, your automatic transmission dipstick. You cannot just poke it in and expect the little rubber seal around the top to be retaining it. We do know that engines do get a fair amount of crankcase ventilation in there, and of course that can not only push your engine dipstick out, and of course you've got to retain your engine dipstick as well. And the good old trick, which is one of the cheapest and simplest ways to do it. You can do it many other ways, but the cheapest way is to put a hose clamp on your dipstick tube and a spring from the dipstick handle down to that fixed point on the tube, and a little spring there just holds that dipstick inside the tube. It positively retains the dipstick in there via tension of the spring. The same would be applied for your transmission dipsticks as well. Must be able to retain that in some way so it can't just blow out. But wherever that transmission fluid came from, whether it was off a cooler fitting or whatever, it managed to have a bit of an effect on the car. Hot exhaust, I would assume, lit up there. Gave him a hell of a fright, but look, the thing didn't torch to the ground. Obviously, if it was a leaking fuel fitting or something, that stuff can be diabolical, but the oil was still able to be lit up, but they checked everything, and obviously they're convinced that it's all going to be fine. Big shout out to Stewie Henry. So, I love hearing your voice. Oh, good on you, Stu. Stu's a good human, and the crankiest 275 cars that we've got in this country. I don't know whether he's still got it or whether he did sell it. It would come up for sale on occasion, and whether or not he's still got it or not, I don't know. But whenever he does turn up, you know that you're going to be in for a battle, because normally he brings when it's on, it's a hell of a car to be competing against the Mustang, and it's so good to have Stu come in and say g'day electronically for us. Thanks, Stu. And big shout out to everyone, of course, watching on the stream. I would assume, Stu, you could be watching on the stream, or are you here? That answer might take a couple of minutes to come back. If we are on the stream, I do know we do have a slight delay. All right, so a question for people watching at home. Live chat from Philip Toole saying, how small is the small tyre? Well, the small tyre, like for our spot-on performance small tyre shootout tonight, it'd be a 235 or a 275 drag radial. So your 235, because we have our Haltech Outlaw 235 tomorrow, and of course our OG and Outlaw 275 tomorrow. Oh, thanks, Stu. Stewie is on the Overtaking Lane live stream, so he got that one through nicely. Thanks, love. Yeah, 235 and 275 are the two chosen sizes that you could run. Mind you, if you wanted to try it on a 195 or a 225, there is a drag radial size out there at 225 which people use. There's another one 255 you could use that as well. But the tyre of choice normally is your 275 Radial Pro or your 235. And I think one was on that tyre there before that we saw go 530 in a still on pump gas. And yeah, as we said, leaf spring 275 tyre, 275 radial tyre, and yeah, full heavy car at nearly 4,000 pounds, 530 around there before on a 235. And on Dragway Indies. G'day to Sucks Gas Racing. Pete, how are you? Sucks Gas Racing watching on the live stream. So hopefully we've got quite a few watching from interstate and overseas. And I do know that all of our brotherhood from New South Wales are absolutely chomping at the bit to be letting all their cars go in anger down there. And before too long, we would hope that they're going to be able to get back that freedom that we are kind of taken for granted here at Willowbank, because we, apart from the initial shutdowns that happened with COVID, we've managed to still business as usual here. Of course, Sydney's going through a few changes at the moment as far as change and sanction and gearing everything back up again to go racing. And of course, got a big Grudge Kings coming before the end of the year down there, which looks like it's going to be massive. And honestly, it's going to have that Grudge Kings feel like it did when we had the first one, you know, when every car was ready. No one had any other events that they ran them at to, because that's one of the biggest things about trying to be a promoter. You want to have all the big guns at your one event, but of course if you know, a lot of these guys have, you know, got machinery that they'll run at various other events that they like to run at, and you can only run those things so many times a year. And if you know, you're at that stage where it's like the thing's in pieces or won't be ready, every promoter doesn't like that. They want all their good guns to be there. Well, let me tell you, I think Grudge Kings is going to be off the planet by the end of the year, purely because, yeah, no one's been burning any stuff up because no one's been racing. So I would imagine that Grudge Kings this year is going to go off down there in Sydney. Maybe we can get some Queenslanders down there by then and maybe not have to quarantine for 14 days on the way back. All right, Simon O'Candles. Now, I wish we had another name for the nitrous. I mean, we call him O'Candles. I think Matty McCarthy is the one that started the nickname. And if this thing stays lit all the way down, it's going to be Candles. He's going to run it over the corner. He likes it. 113 in the 60 foot. It goes to the 660 and 461. Candles all the way to the end. 717, 190 mile an hour. 717 at 190 mile an hour for Simon O'Carroll. Yeah, 717 at 190. I said 461 at the 660, 113 in the 60 foot, and flamage all the way down. And hopefully, Con, you're watching that on the live stream, and I'm sure even Lisa will have it there on the line as well with the stream. But a great run there from Simon, and it's from what I could see here, no more fire after the run. All right, the utility out there. This is the TMZ one there. The name's escaping me. It's gone 839 at 165 mile an hour. Racer 5973. That other racer reaching his goals and living the dream. Might even still be IRS in the car. Half track 534, jumping on the picks through the end, 869 at only 126. It was 534 at 134 at half track, 869 at 126 through the quarter. So good run there from the utility. Good run from the utility. Righto. We've got the Nova back. Charlie Burke Transport Nova. Got Big Pete Duffy saying, a little bit more, son, a little bit more. We've got Daddy Dale. I'm going to call you Daddy Dale now. It's not a bad nickname, actually, Daddy Dale. Ray Lulak Nitrous to the front. And yes, Con's in the chat, so g'day to Con. Yasu to Con, down there in the gong. Con from the gong. All right, there we go. There's the purge on the Nova. So time to hit it with the bottle. And I don't know whether or not he's sticking around for some radial racing tomorrow or not. It'd be really good if he did. He might even be an outlaw tomorrow. Don't know yet. Got no entry here to say that he is. It's just entrant 5623. Might have been just in on the quarter mile test prep test today. Oh, likes it. Gets through all three gears, goes to the 665, 77 at 119 mile an hour. He could very well be in Renegade tomorrow. And if you've got Daddy Dale in the corner, well, that's the sort of guy that you want to, or don't want to match up against in any rounds of racing, purely because it's he's a tough racer. He'll be right on that 550. Here's entrant 7336. So, if I'm not mistaken, it looks very similar to your old Capri, Stu Henry. Is it indeed your old Capri? And who indeed may it be? Stu Henry, send us a message. It kind of does look like your car. And he runs it all the way at the back. 974 at 135. It did kind of zing the tyres off the line. 162 in the 60. At the 660, it was 635, and then out the back door there in the into the 9-second zone. Oh, this crazy hatchback is back. It's not our first ever blown and injected hatchback Tirana, and I certainly hope it's not our last, because there is something about this that just says everything that's good about drag racing in the one car. My favourite idol, one of the favourite iconic Aussie shapes, the hatchback Tirana. And honestly, you could rock a baby to sleep with that idol. And it sounds like it's through the pipes and everything here. It's very, very quiet for a blown and injected car. And it's times like this that you wish you were down at about 1,000 foot or 1,500 foot, because that's with a car that's blown car that's got a lot of exhaust muffled. That's where you want to hear that hat. You want to hear that blower whine. Entrant 4545 at previous run of 640 at 116 in the 660. So he's in. And all sorts of sparks on the hit there. I didn't sort of see as he hit the throttle. A few little sparks came out, and he just getting used to maybe the response of the motor. 717 at 108 mile an hour in the 660. Here's the Benz back again. Yeah, you got to light that thing up a bit there, Guy Hall. That's got a Whipple supercharger on it, and it's EFI. And of course, one of the characteristics of a screw supercharger is you really need to turn them pretty hard to get that air through them. Like your overdrive on a screw is so much higher than an overdrive, say, of a traditional roots blower. So guys, he's going to go back and just check a few things out. In the meantime, talk about wild machines. I mean, I love Guy Hall's car. I mean, now with the Whipple, it's just next level. But Billy Shelton, my goodness. It's got the license plate sickest for a reason. Now, I tell you what, he must have been so close to getting Street Machine of the Year. I don't know too many other street machines that can run as quick as this. 545, 547, and then he's been practicing on the bump box here too. He's going to need to be right on it if he's going to run Renegade tomorrow. It looks like he's in for Outlaw 275 tomorrow. Oh, he's in! Looking to throw that red. There we go. Oh, beautiful. Poetry in motion, 549. So 547, 545, 549 in out. Well, it says here Outlaw 275 trim. But it is just the wildest, most beautiful machine. Idles like no one else either. And drives it back every single run because it is a street car. Actually, he came through the pits there before and buddy honked his horn at me because street car. All right, Jamie Farmer and Paul Merry. Now, Jamie's on Outlaw 235, 565 cubes, Enemies Racing Australia. Paul Merry, of course, the PSI Prem, 524. This will be a great little side-by-side matchup, ET-wise. Jamie getting on this Mustang. Gee, so's Paul Merry. Both cars leaving like rockets. 512 for Jamie, 518 for Paul Merry. So both guys have improved. 137 in the 60 for Jamie, 129 in the 60 for Paul Merry, 346 and a 340. So Farmer 346 to the 330 and 340 there for Paul Merry. But hey, Jamie Farmer just getting that little bit more, turning the screws up on that Mustang. Of course, back in the old days of the Australian Pro Street Association, Jamie was one of the very first guys to take on the Outlaw Radial category. Of course, we had all our traditional Pro Street and Modified Street categories, all big tyre, slick tyre categories. But then they had a category called Outlaw Radial, and I do remember Jamie Farmer with the same vehicle. I think it was 500 cubes back then. Might have even been a big single. Running an Outlaw Radial back in the day, but looks like he's still got the old faithful. It's now 565 cubes, and he's now got the little 235 tyre on it, and he's making head roads, 512 with a 3, 147 mile an hour. Now, it's a shame that the Big Benz is going to go back down to the pits, but whatever it is, Guy, it sounds like it needs more. I'm not an expert, but it needs more grunt. It wasn't behaving itself as far as power is concerned, and hats off to you for sticking with what you love, and everyone else loves you for it because, yeah, there's not too many people that can't deny that thing is an assault on the senses, whether it's just sitting there or whether it's idling around or even running at full noise. It's so good to see that the Benz is in its latest evolution. Very, very, very much a part of our culture. Speaking of a revamp, talking about the next evolution. I've been talking with Mr. Matthew McCarthy down there in the pits with Simon O'Candles, and of course Matty showed me a couple of little photos on his phone there. Now they weren't for public display, and I couldn't. It was too. He closed the pictures too fast for me to get a screenshot. But the new the Blowbird, of course, the car that. Well, when you think back in the days, you certainly remember when you saw the Bluebird or the Blowbird come out, of course. The ProBird, twin turbo small block is the Bricky. Twin turbo small block, 440s many years ago with the Bluebird, and if it wasn't Power Wheel standing its way down the track, if you don't remember it from that, it's how many times that he got that thing in the winner's circle. Well, he did have a VL Commodore in the build, which was going to be the next evolution for Matty McCarthy and his never-ending quest to make more horsepower and just send it. Well, it just looks like, and of course he sold the gorgeous small block out of the Blowbird, sold off a few bits and pieces that he had, but that Bluebird, she ain't quite going to be the same when that thing comes back out. Let me tell you, hold on to your hats. That thing is having a major, major revamp. I mean, it's still going to be small block powered, but it's going to have, no doubtably, one of the more powerful small blocks that we've ever seen in this country. I have no doubt in my mind that small block will be pretty much one of the baddest twin turbo small blocks we've got in this country, and he's going to let it all loose again in true Matty form. So the future looks bright for the category and the scene, and you can tell every single time we turn up at a Kenda or any of the other events that we can have here at Willowbank Raceway, all the equipment, all the machinery turns up. And speaking of equipment and machinery, we've got to thank, of course, all type engineers. We've got to thank High Tech Oils as well, Total Venue Concepts for allowing us to be able to utilise state-of-the-art track prep equipment. Of course, All Type manufactured this here in Queensland, and we've got our own sled there, of course. We've got our own spray rig, and I would say that means that with this little bit of prep and a little bit of spray, we are not too far away from the semi-final of the Spot On Performance small tyre shootout. So winners were, of course, Tony Webby Webb, Timmy Cross, Mick the Joker. I call him the Joker because that guy's the nicest guy until the sun goes down, and then he's just Captain Mischief until the sun comes up. But again, he's a great guy. Again, one of our triple threats. Builds it, steers it, tunes it. He's got the ute in there as well. And I still don't know. I would think on default you'd think that's Trent Brimble. That might be the next one in there over Steve Farrelly. Steve did roll all the way through, didn't stage. Brought it back, put in the beams. The lights went down. No one got an ET, but I think maybe it's been decided that it might be Trent. That's the only way we can say that we're going to have 4 for the semi. Big shout out to Cam McKee, watching me on the live stream. No plumbing jobs, no plumbing stories to talk about today. Cam, no plumbing stories to talk about today. Spent the day in the office, and it's just amazing the way that it worked out actually, because I wouldn't be as fresh that I am if I did have to go out and belt out a Friday. My normal Fridays are normally 10 to 12 hour day Friday, only because it's a good way to start the pay week for the next week. It means you won't have to hopefully work as hard next week, but probably will. Not whinging, not complaining. Work is work, whether it's hard work or easy work. Work is work. And speaking of work, is that Scotty on the tractor there? So Scotty's giving the 660 a nice rub here with our all-type engineers tyre sled. And I'm sure you'll see the spray rig out here very, very soon. And that means that I think the second round of the small tyre shootout not too far away. We are on 7th. I think we were going to be normally 6, 7:30, 9. That's probably the 3 that we're probably working at. First round 6, second round 7:30, finals probably at 9. But they might want to run it a little bit earlier if they choose. But we'll just see what comes of it. But no, there's $2,000 up for grabs tonight. Who is going to get it? On paper right now, the 2 performances that really opened our eyes straight off the bat was Timmy Cross and Tony Webby Webb. But Mick Arnold not too far behind in the 480 zone, and we didn't get to see Trent put a representative time down. But good knows, all it takes at this sort of time of the evening is an ill-conceived tune-up, and you could be blowing the tyres off it, and that's all it's going to take for your opponent to jump up. So let's just see whether everyone's got their game on. It is 2K. I know that in one night I think we had it in Sydney. We had one here, I think, and in Sydney, where I think we had 3 categories. We had them full of 235, 275, and Outlaw, where I think we were given the 5K away in each category. And of course, we do remember the night that Michael Della did it with the little Datto 1200. He was the absolute underdog in 235, but cleaned them all up on a Bradbury, on a double Bradbury. And I tell you what, I'm sure we'll get back to those golden days of the big buck payouts. But hey, you know what? $2,000 from Spot On's nothing to be sneezed at. Let me tell you, someone's going to take that all home tonight by, I would say, around 9ish. If we go by what we normally do, 6 o'clock, 7:30, 9 o'clock, plenty of time to cool everything down and get it all ready for the next round, including any minor thrash if you needed it. So that's a fair rub going there for the sled. So I'd say normally, if you've watched enough of these guys' behaviour, they'll give it the sled rub, they'll give it the little bit of the spray, and then we'll be ready to let it rip. And that's also probably going to be good for the other guys that are here just testing as well. So I'd say it's not too far away if indeed we are on the sled. So still plenty of other entries here for the test evening. And quite a list of ones that have gone down this afternoon. Like, what do we have? 31 of them. 31, some good runs in there. So, yeah, Billy Shelton, 545. Jack Roberts, 550. Sean Sobel, 555. Alex Bamford, 575. Steve Carkeet, 580 at 118. But was that in the Gemini? Because it's only just coming up in that. But, yeah, look, issues for look, just looking on this list here, Ryan Holt, Steve Farrelly, not their best days so far today from what we've seen out of them. But, yeah, 530 at 133, which we just saw before, making some inroads. Graham McKinnon, Grumsy. So, Grumsy legged the little 400 cuber on the 235 to 10 grand and a 530 at 127. Brendan Smith, 528. Goran at 524. Chris Carsberg, 523. Paul Merry, 518. Jamie Farmer, 512. Guy Horland, DeBenz went an earlier 508. Brett Armstrong, that great 506, I think, against Webby. Macaz, Ben Vlecken, 499. In the wagon, Mick Arnold, 485. Entrant 992, 484. Entrant 992, 165 mile an hour. That's booking it. Timmy Cross, 456 at 170. Webby, 447 at 170. Then 447, I think, from Casper. 418 for Terry Seng, and near way that 385 that he ran earlier on this afternoon. Of course, over the quarter, you know, Archie, 656 there that we saw before, and love to see if Archie can come out and have another one. It's that, I think the clutch setup was gold on that. That was just really good off the line. 101 in the 60. You wouldn't want to get too more beastly in the short time. That's normally a very good run in the clutch cam. And yeah, the 6-boost Camaro, I would hope would come out for another run pretty much sooner rather than later, because this is the magic time where, as you can see, that spray rig, and look how far that spray rig's going down in the Tower Lane. It is going all the way to the 1320, because this is the lane. This is the lane that was proposed initially for this day, that we were going to have the same magic prep that we do at our Kenda 660s, but we're going to prep 1/4 mile lane. Is he going to spray? He might be spraying both here. I'm just looking for the goop. No, he might be holding off on it. I can't see the spray going down just yet. And again, I don't know. Is it Scotty on the tractor and on the spray rig? I just didn't quite catch it. Is that Justin on the spray rig? So he's coming up towards the 660 now, which you would assume is going to be another pass with the glue and the spray rig, giving that quarter a full hit, and they're just coming back in the other lane here now. Of course, we've had in the past, of course, Scott and Justin have gone to great lengths to make sure that they look after the racing group by providing unadulterated track prep. Like no one else seems to, you know, just be so committed to making sure that the races first are looked after. That way there's no mystery. It's not like, oh, we'd love to turn up, but you know, the track, you know, in the past, there's always been complaints about whether or not the track's been good to some guys. But I mean, everyone's really tried, but no one's tried harder than these guys. I mean, back in the early days, they were bringing Tyler Crosno over from the United States, who's a renowned track prep expert. And then, of course, we met Mr. Kurt Johnson from, of course, Total Venue Concepts. Kurt had come over from the United States, and the same deal. Showed the guys how they did it. Showed the guys how to do it. And these guys, Scott and Justin, have not only learnt from that. I mean, they're pretty cluey guys to start with. But then again, it just goes to prove that you never stop learning. In fact, the last time Kurt came here, he goes, "That is the best spray rig I have ever used." And we've got it. The Kenda 660 guys, we've got it. We've got our own spray rig. We've got our own rotator. We've got our own tyre sled. And then when we did go to Sydney, we took that down with us and did the same prep down there. Of course, what they're trying to achieve, it's pretty simple. It's to give the entrants the best possible track to make sure they can bring whatever they want to bring and go hard with it. Oh, yep, just as I speak, my favourite Camaro is on the toe because they just sprayed that track now. So that track has been dragged, that track has been sprayed, and I would say right now is the prime time to send you out the semi-finals of the Spot On Performance Small Tyre Shootout. But yeah, it was good to see the 6-boost Camaro on the tow around. It'd be good if we could see maybe Wade come back as well. I mean, mind you, it did zing the tyres just off the launch, but there's still a fair amount of preventative maintenance that you still have to do on that car between then and coming back. You can't just hot lap that thing back and give it another crack. You want to check everything on that vehicle and make sure everything's good, and then you bring it back. So you still got to probably turn it around like you would normally turn it around if you made a full power pass in it. One thing you wouldn't have to do is you don't have to pack the chutes. That's one little job not having to be done. But the boys are out there, and that's 11 out of 10, that prep there, boys. Just a normal. That's a normal mark these days, 11 out of 10. So that's had the Scotty tune-up and the Inabi tune-up put in it. It's the Scotty drag and the Inabi spray. And I think it's time to let some stuff loose down here for all those people here in attendance, as well as watching on the live stream from Overtaking Lane, presented by Power Cruise tomorrow. So let's see what comes out. Just having a look over here in the pit area, I can see them working on the RX-8 of Sammy. So that was a nice little settler. Got that one down the track all right. And got from point A to point B. So it'd be good if he can get that one sorted and bring it back. Hopefully Tatey can bring his thing back out for a run between now and the end tonight. And I certainly hope Archie's got another one in there, because that was good. 6:56 there from Archie. It's good to see him back. All right, this is it. Round 2 of the Spot On Performance Small Tyre Shootout. And wow, it is Mick Arnold against Tony Webb. On paper, there's 4/10 performance advantage and 165 cubic inches. And certainly a lot more turbo, and weight-wise, I think it's probably also, well, I don't know, it's got a big block in it. I'd say weight-wise, they're very close to each other, but Tony Webb, 565 cubic inches of twin-turbo big block on a 275 for the hatchback. Michael Arnold, twin-turbo 400 cubic inch small block HT. He's gone 485 in the last round. Tony Webb went 447. And you know what? Webby's a hell of a lever on the line too, so this could be anyone's race. Spot On! Small tyre shootout semi-final. Bump City, baby! Oh, zing, Mick Arnold, wheel stand for Mick Arnold. How much more can you put in a run? How much more can you put in the run? How much more can you do? Off the line, tail of the tape, Webby 075 leave. Like, he absolutely glued Mick to the line. I mean, I think the spray probably helped. 075 leave. As we said, Tony's a lever. I mean, he can leave, and he's a very, very, very talented driver. And 075, he let go of the button. The thing went about probably 4 feet, zinged the tyres. Mick Arnold sat there, 615 light, but then came out of the hole, 138 in the 60. Then the thing's gone skywards in about 12 wheel stands. One wheel stand after the other. Webby's got back on it and has managed to get the win. So he zinged the tyres, and look, Mick was gone. Like, it had Mick just, I reckon he went after it. I honestly think the boys went after it there. They knew they were up against Webby. They knew they probably had to step it up a little bit to at least close that margin between, it was 4/10 the last round, 447 to a 485. So I reckon they've gone after that a little bit. And it came out 138, and then next thing you know, it's in a wheel stand at about 100 foot. He pedals, up and down. By that time, Webby's probably seen that happening and then got back on it and legs it through to make its way to the final. Some people are already texting through to say they don't think it was 13 wheel stands. But okay, look, I beg to differ. It might have been 6. But, don't let the truth get in the way of a good story. that was multiple wheel stands for Mick, up and down, up and down, up and down, and Webby's got back on it and legged it through. So Mick's pulled the ute up there, I think. So we'll be extracting that out of there. I hope there's some car left under that thing, and I hope it hasn't done too much damage, but I'm sure drag photos, I'm sure we got a few photos through for that one. I don't know how far down we could have caught the shots there, but wow, that was a wild run. But it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't. It was surprising at the time, but then when you look back at it and you go, well, that was only a couple of minutes ago, but whoa, that's kind of what we expect. You want excitement, that we can give it to you any which way. Mick could have gone straight across the ground there and put out another 485 and might have covered him. But I think out of respect to Webby and everything like that, I think they've gone after that a little bit. I really do think they wanted a little bit more to try and at least cover him, or try and cover him in case. But just goes to prove one stepped over the mark, the other one. Well, what happens when it doesn't zing the tyres, but down track it gives you multiple wheelies. Both guys had it there on kill, literally to not sparing it at all between the two of them. So, what does Timmy Cross think as he's sitting there in the water, waiting for his crack at the track? After seeing Mick Arnold do multiple wheel stands, when you're in a car with probably, it might have another 500 on top of Mick, right? Only because it's 40 cubes bigger. It does have 88s on it, like Timmy's small blocks, like no other small block Ford in the world. So just say Timmy might have 500 plus more than Mick. Timmy's not a stranger to massive wheel stands. So when you're there and you see Mick Arnold go triple in your lane, do you all of a sudden go, oh, bugger, maybe I shouldn't have stepped it up? But in this particular case, he is up against Trent Brimble. So on paper, Trent probably can't get near Timmy in outright ultimate performance. So maybe Timmy just tries to leave in the 456 tune-up. We know what happens when he tries to make it run 430s and 420s. The thing can be prone to big wheel stands. So again, roll the dice. Who goes to the final to face Webby in the spot-on performance small tyre shootout? Now this has been pretty spectacular stuff. I mean, the first few pairings was pretty good. Oh no, it's so we've got Brimble there. So we've got Steve Farrelly in behind. So we just started. Steve might just be coming out for a bit more of a test after this, I think. But here we are. Timmy. He's got the little green LEDs on the back there. That really does give you a little bit of visual pleasure as he comes through the burnout there. Lights up the green mist. But so Trent Brimble, 427 cubes, I'm assuming, of LS in the VL. Timmy Cross, 440 cubes of Dandy Engines, small block Ford. The question is, does Timmy go across the ground, or do we see some of those antics we've seen before that gave him the nickname Timmy? Just like Sammy. The day that Sammy got etched into triplicate, Timmy's had his day where he was etched into triplicate as well. Those moments of greatness that put you on the map. All right, here we go. Bump City, baby. Who goes to the final? Brimble in. Timmy in. Clean. Oh, Timmy's got it. He's off it. No, has he got it? He still has. Jeez, I don't know what happened there. They might have been zinging the tyres. 075 light. He let the button go. 135 light for Brimble. They were identical at the 60 foot. 125, 125. And then Tim, like I saw flames out of the dump pipes there. I think it zinged it a few times there, but he just rolled off the throttle and won that just by the smallest of margins. So that's going to be Tony Webb and Timmy in the final. Timmy Cross, Tony Webb. Someone's going to win 2K here tonight. And I tell you what, I can't pick them. They're both, performance-wise, they're both very similar. I'm not going to be able to pick it. All right, Steve Farrelly. We know this car's deep into the sevens when it's all going well, but it hasn't been one of those days of race car love for Steve Farrelly. Not the perfect day for him. Plumber by trade, I've got to put that in, got the plum licence plate on. Bit of practice that pump. Not particularly happy out there, unless it was spinning the tyres. It was, I was going to say it's out of the groove, but it's so hard to say that there's a groove out there because we spray it so wide, we rub it so wide, we spray it so wide. Yes, he got out here the centre line, so maybe, you know, that last 4 or 5 inches between the centre line and where Steve was, is, yeah, maybe he's got one tyre out in the wrong spot there, but hey, I can't say there's a groove out there, it's pretty wide. Brett Armstrong, he's back, Bretto. 588 cubic inches. Of course, he's from Pyalba, near Harvey Bay, of course. Still in the panel game, trying to get out. He keeps saying he's trying to get out of the panel game, but have a look at what he does, though. Like, how immaculate is this neighbour? Of course, the Gazzard brothers, Scotty and Paul Cortina in his corner, leaf spring on the back, 275 tyre, nitrous Warrior. This car is also prone to a good wheel stand or two, and some candles. Maybe he wants a 4-second run out of it. Let's have a look. Ready? Two shots at it, and a 6:33. Just not wanting to play the game right there, right then. But hey, I don't even know whether we need to top the bottles up, just get the thing back around and have another crack at it, try this other lane. And it's interesting about power delivery, isn't it? You know, you talk about all the various forms of power delivery. You've got 588 cubes, a couple of kits of nitrous. A lot of these nitrous guys, they leave with a kit. No one leaves on the engine too much anymore. They're leaving on the kit. They're leaving on one kit. So if that thing's making, you know, 588 cubes, it's got to be making, you know, 1,000, 15, maybe 1,400, 1,500 on the engine. Put a kit on it, could be nearly 1,900, 2,000. You're going to try and put that immediately on the line there. It's a lot harder to probably make it happen. The turbo guys, you know, you can leave on a certain power adder and then just gently rise that boost up. The nitrous guys, I always do think that it's a harder thing to get on a string. And it's poetry in motion. When you see a nitrous car, when it's all working, it is poetry in motion. It's one of the more spectacular vehicles to see. All right, entrance 7145 again. Name's escaping me. It's the VH 552 run. Just works so well. Have a look at this one, ET 546. So 135 in the 60, bumped it in, did everything right. 546 at 131 mile an hour, and it's working an absolute treat. So plenty of action in the pits at the moment. There's not too many idle hands around in the various pit areas. There's plenty of tweaking going on. I hope Tatey's got to the bottom of what the issue was for him. And I'm not going to dare interrupt him via a message right now. If he did have 30 seconds, he could send us through a little message about it. But yeah, he's here to try and run a few numbers down. This track is got as much glue as we can possibly put on it, and you know, it's been manicured and scraped and prepped as well as it can be, so you know that the track's there begging for you to get your combo right so you can get down the track. All right, here we go, the sound of the supercharger, and it's Benny Bray. Say he's rusty. I mean, God, this guy's done that many laps. done that many laps in indoor slammers. You know, he's been 570 odd, 560 odd. He knows how to go hard with a pro mod with a big tyre. He also managed to catch on pretty quick with the radials the last time we tried it. He'll go down and just having a listen to the sound of that. Just I'll make my own informed decision after we see him go here, but as he let's just see how he goes. Benny Bray, the Century Batteries Corvette. Yeah, so another hit at the track and another result where it's it has just blown the tyres off it on the hit. And just having a look there. But they'll have another crack at it, I'm sure. And again, all about acclimatising yourself back with the vehicle. Of course, you know, with the big tyre on it, you can still have just as many problems getting the thing to hook up. Tyre shake, especially on the big slicks. But of course, this car had to go through a major revamp in the suspension area to get it to work on the radial tyre. I think the thing had to be raised 5 inches. I think just picking up our information on social media in regards to what he had to do to get that to sit the way it did. If he just put them straight on it, the thing would be dragging on the ground. So he's had to raise that thing up a fair bit to get it to work. And he still has his name etched in Australian radial history as our first 200 and our I think the first guy to run the boat, the 3 and the 200 together. That was and he did it only with a handful of runs too. But looks like we're back to the square one. That's what happens. There's one thing about this sport, and even pros like Benny Bray will acknowledge, is that it's a very, very humbling sport. It can turn you from hero to zero in no time flat. That's why it's such a challenge. All right, Milford's back. Got JW in his corner here. I think we're on EFI now. I think we've heard that indeed Milford's gone away from carburetors onto EFI. So another EFI nitrous racer here. Let's see if he gets a little sorted. Whoa, nice! Legs that thing out to the 660, 488. There we go. There we go. Nice run there from Milford, 488. And we are on a small block there too. So that's, God, I'd love to know what our quickest nitrous small block is. That's got to be it. Here's this bluff 6-banger Tory. Love it. For all those people watching on the Overtaking Lane live stream, blown and injected Holden 6-cylinder push rod. Came out of the hole, 162 in the 60-foot. Goes through the 8th in an 826, and I wonder whether he is coming in to run a bit of Kenda tomorrow with that car. Of course, as a regular runner at the 6-banger Nats when it's held up at Warwick Dragway, always waving the 6-banger flag there. There's a whole bunch of 6-banger pride in this country, and again, per head of population, I'd say we're leading the world as far as 6-banger pride. It's only probably one country where I think it's just as strong, and that is Brazil. And as I was talking to you before, watching Drags to Brazil, the YouTube channel, they had a car come over there. It was a Chevrolet Impala. It looks like a scaled down Chevelle. It's like a mini Chevelle. It came with the 250 Chevy 6 and I think the 292 Chevy 6. They've got a class over there that literally means you have to run your production engine configuration. So there's a lot of Impalas over there with that Chevy 6 in them, turboed, EFI, of course Fuel Tech's the national ECU of Brazil. Turbo EFI Impalas and stick shift. So a lot of them are manually shifted. They've run into the 6s over the quarter mile. So you talk about 6-banger pride, the Brazilians have a lot of 6-banger pride, and they haven't even really, I don't think I've even seen a handful of even 2Js in that country yet. It's all big cube pushrod Chevy 6s in there. All right, here's Casper. Again, how do you fit 540, 560, I think it's 560 cubes of big block Chev in that Gemini? Trust me, it's in there. One best engineered here, I think, at the last event. So Clint earlier ran a 447 and 167. So we know the car's got all that low bottom 4-second potential. It's definitely got plenty of horsepower on its side, and you just don't get a more badass Gemini than that anywhere. That's got to be the world's toughest Gemini. It did want it and liked it. It came out with 1, 2, 3 in the 60, and it was on its way. And then a little bit further out, it just tried to throw some more power at it, and it just wasn't having a bar of it there. So they're swinging as much as they can. These guys are swinging as much as they can. And right at this moment, it's not having any of it. Mind you, remember what happened at round 2 of the small tyre shootout, you know, Nick's power wheel stood the thing and all sorts of things. So we know the track is good. Yeah, I think it's Steve in the I think Steve's in the car. Steve Carkeet driving Reese's car. For once, Dan goes spray on it as well. So here he goes, 583 at 118 mile an hour. So nice run there from Steve Carkeet. 583 with that touch of spray just to wake it up a bit, and loves it. Loves it. 917 in the quarter at 145 mile an hour. So that's got to be so close to a PB in the quarter as well. For Carkeet. All right, here he is, Captain Risky back in the water. It's Ryan. Come on, Ryan. Let's get this thing back into its sweet spot, eh? Ryan Holtz, the 2JZ LJ, the 2J LJ. Out of the Spot On stables, of course. And of course, Danny Lansdowne from Spot On, the 2JZ lover, big lover of the 2JZ. And of course, when you've had a customer come in that wanted to put one in a Tirana, well, I think, you know, you just get that little bit extra interest in the project, and you know, no doubt in the world that yeah, Ryan's absolutely stoked with the outcome of this car. I mean, there's a lot. I mean, honestly, superlatives endless for this car. It's just looks the deal. Yep, went out to 60 foot, 129 in the 60, and the thing's just, it's almost like it's just cut out. It had just cut out. So no luck there for Ryan. It did everything right as far as the boost came up. He bumped it in properly. He did all that perfectly. Even came out and started to look like the makings of a good run, and then yeah, nothing. Something's might have just cut out on the thing. You get the odd little niggle like that. If you've got to pull out the well, I don't know what you can do. If it's something electrical, yeah, that's best left for something that knows. Jack Roberts. That launch there, 585 at 124 mile an hour. So only really got through the 3 gears there in the 660. We'll be running the STS Speed Shop Radial bike category tomorrow. Here we go. Goran is back, and Chris Carsberg. So you talk about tough streeters. These are some of Queensland's toughest streeters. Goran 5:24 today, 5:25 as well. Carlsberg 5:26 and a 5:23. So very, very similar in performance. Two completely different combos. LS Tirana and Barra Power Cortina. Goran with the wheel stand there. Triple pedal 5:18 for Carlsberg's a great run. 5:85 with multiple stabs at it there for Goran. So it's traction good, some people say yes. All right. All the Holden fans out there. Rejoice. City Sviga and Alex Bamford. So City, of course, just coffee machines. Tirana hatch, 400 cubes, bit of spray. Alex Bamford, the Turbo HQ small block. There where it was all City, and then Alex took his time to leave, and then he had issues as well. Right-ho. That's dinner sorted. Terry Senk on the line. And again, driving what is undoubtedly one of Australia's, I shouldn't say wildest, what's the word? Greatest, most fantastic, most outstanding, I don't know, just the enigmatic radial car that is the 6-boost Camaro. Kyle Hoff just making sure Terry's all squared up where he needs him to be. He's going to put him in there. Last run, it just came out of the hole, literally only a few feet. Nearly got past the Christmas tree, and then it did knock the tyres off. Let's just see whether or not we've got a little bit of magic happening between now and 64. Terry's not one to get back on it for any other reason other than if we were in a race mode, he might get back on it to try and win a round. But when we are testing here tonight, he certainly will not be doing that and legging it back out again. So this is why it's called testing, I guess, where it's not only there to test us out, it's also there to really push the limits when it comes to what works and what doesn't. Oh, and he's on having a live stream there too. So big shout out to DJ Milkshake from Sydney. That's right, DJ Milkshake. Don't know who he is. He actually called himself that time in his names. DJ Dixon, DJ Milkshake. So Sydney Dragway. And big shout out Friday night. Of course, course, we've got no footy on, so we can't watch footy on a Friday night. We're going to watch a live stream when we can get one, and we're, of course, watching our Friday night testing here at Willowbank Raceway in readiness for the Kenda 660 Radial Riot tomorrow. So nearly 100 entries lined up for tomorrow in our various categories, and we are, of course, not only opening up for testing, supposed to be testing yesterday and today, but the weather really just meant that we could get it dry for this afternoon and evening. Of course, the spot-on performance small tyre shootout, we've got one more pairing. That's the final. It'll be Tony Webb against Tim Cross. But right now, Steve Smith is out there on the line, Smithy. Very tough. Oh, it came up and really did get some weight transfer there. And you saw that start to go back on the tyre, but normally we do see the wheel arch start to, the tyre start to spread out of the wheel arch. But in this particular case, it kind of really got on the tyre there and was coming out that way, but still the same result, just knocking the tyre off a bit further out, and they'll be back for another crack. We are scheduled to go through to about 10, and love you too, Rusty, love you too. We are scheduled to go through to 10, and let me tell you, it's not like we're getting cold out there, it's still pretty muggy. It's just one of those things. We just might hit the sweet spot in the next 2 hours. One of you guys out there, I think, want to have a crack at it. Hopefully Archie's back. Tatum might be back. Sammy has left the pits, which means the RX-8 is on its way to the lanes. So it's all happening here in the next 2 hours. Text to say it might be 11. Are we going to 11, are we? Can we? Here's the dude's dude. They're good hot chips. All right, dude's dude. Still might be doing a bit of licensing here, I think. We've got Laurie from IHRA just watching on intently. Great looking gasser. At 106 mile an hour. It's either really short on the gearing, it might be just really short on the gearing. It's working its way through, but hey, you just about ticked the logbook off for that, I would say. As a vintage gasser, mind you, we've seen some of those into the deep in the 9-second zone in Australia here, and that's just to try and keep it on the safe side, of course. You could go absolutely wild with those things, and I've seen back in the good old days, I mean, they were running, 8s and 7s at the pointy end of the gasser wars with blowing nitro engines on board. All right, entry 9252, it's this gorgeous blue HQ coupe. Sharp signal on the hip. Legs it out to 660 with a 725 at 100 mile an hour. Big shout out to everyone watching, not only here in Australia, but overseas on the Overtaking Lane live stream. Plenty of guys dropping by to have a watch. Big shout out to all those people that have sent us through messages saying g'day. Maybe Dave or one of the boys Overtaking Lane might be able to throw up a couple of countries that are watching, people from different countries watching, because it's not just all Aussies watching. A lot of people watching from all over the country and overseas. And we love showing them on Overtaking Lane what the Australian drag racing scene has to offer. Sean Sobel back with the Contract Welding Solutions High Boozer. Best of 555 over the 8th. maybe got some issues. I've told them to shut it off. I was hoping he was coming back, and here he is. Thanks, Dave. UK, US. G'day, Willowbank, Australia. Right now on the line was the quickest 3RZ powered car in the world. I think it went 672-ish. Chris Tate. But that's a long time ago. That is so X amount of years ago. Tatey has since probably re-engineered the car. I shouldn't say a dozen times, but he continues to evolve this thing. And I don't know whether he's got the full billet engine in it or not. He did have a cast iron blocked engine in it at Jamboree a couple of weeks ago. Early click, it went 7 flat at 200. So just got our Willowbank officials just on the mop. They're saying, shut it off, Tatey, you've got something leaking out of the car. We're just checking whether it's oil or water. And there is no bigger thought on your mind when you've got any drag racing vehicle. Your biggest fear is you just don't want it to leak anything for that 2-minute period that it takes to fire the thing up, do your burnout, come back and do the run. Your biggest fear, to stop the fun, because you've got the adrenaline there, and there's nothing worse to kill your adrenaline is when you're pumped up, you've got your whole self primed to let loose what you're about to let loose. You've gone through that scenario in your mind a million times, and then someone's out there saying, shut it off, because something's leaking on the car, and there's nothing worse than that. And now we've got some white rags coming out here, so whatever it is, it's going to need some picking up. So we're just doing some local application there. Just checking under the car, the guy's checking under the car to make sure it's nothing crazy. Sometimes overflowing puke tanks can be one source of a liquid like that if it hasn't been drained. Again, it's as we said before with Tatey, it's not like you can quickly pop the hood and make sure nothing's leaking. You've got to take that clip off and check everything. It's not like Formula One, where you can change the nose in about 5 seconds. You pop that clip off. So they're not really pushing him back or investigating any further, nor are they sending him back behind the bleachers. I just curious as whether or not, if we push that car back the distance of its own wheelbase and just see whether or not we've got anything under the car right now. But he's staying put. We are just checking on that track to make sure it's all okay. All right, so a little bit of a mop of the track. I'll be back in a sec because my wife's just sent me a message to say don't eat while you're talking. Good call. Smoke Owen back in 3 minutes.
you're enjoying the stream out there, guys. If you're enjoying the stream, make sure you hit like and subscribe. We're back on in a minute after the track prep. Looks like the car must be okay. They haven't pushed it off, so we think it might be okay. But, Diggles will grab a quick bite to eat while they run the tractor for a couple of quick laps. And we might just throw to a quick spot from a couple of the sponsors.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
With more than 200 years of total workforce experience in lubricants, Hi-Tech Oils is Australia's largest independent oil manufacturer, developing and producing oils, lubricants and additives. Hi-Tech engines need Hi-Tech Oils.
Let's have another crack. Tell you what, that was a smashing hamburger from the canteen. And the chips, 9.5 out of 10 for the chips. Chips are very good, very good. Now I don't have any more food in my mouth. Tater's back. Keep an eye on this thing. I tell you, whatever they detected out there on the track, whether it was from Tatey or whether it was from something else, but there was no puddle or pool anywhere near the car when they pushed it back, and we're keeping an eye out on it now. All right, so we're just checking whether we got that there again. We still got something there. Just a precautionary bit of mopping there, I think. I don't know what they might have declared it to be, but obviously maybe not an oil thing. Maybe not oil, maybe fuel. Thank you, Rusty. I definitely don't need another hamburger. But I think you need another beer, mate. I think you need another beer. There's got to be at least one left in that 6-pack, mate. I'm not talking about the 6-pack under your jammies. I'm talking about the 6-pack in the fridge. Miss you, brother. Miss you. All right, come on, Tatey. Come on, Tater. Come on, brother. Oh, second gear wheel stand. 110 with a 60-foot. Big sheet of flame just past half track. 439 at the 8th. 764 at 118 mile an hour at the end. Yeah, 110 60-foot grab second. The thing's gone up on a bit of a wheelie, steered it away. And remember, for a guy that's probably only had a handful of laps in the last year or so, still hasn't forgotten how to steer. Tatey, 439, so 110 in the 60, 289 to 330, 439 at 152 at the 660, 595 at 1,000 foot, and 764 at 118. It was the sheet of flame. It was probably 800, 900 foot. I did see some flame out of the car. 764 at 118. I mean, As we said 2 weeks ago at Jamboree, it went 7 flat at 200 mile an hour. I didn't get to see the run live, but it was it would have been on a mission very similar to what we're seeing there. Yes, Rusty, I would say knock that last beer over and get into the wild turkey. But don't just rush it all in, mate. Just progressively bring that fuel system in the next probably hour or so. We are scheduled, I would say, around 9 o'clock to have the final of the Spot On Performance small tyre shootout. But not just yet. Righto. Sean Sobel is back with no leak by the look of it, and it's all goody gumdrops. Let's just see if we can put another 5:55 or quicker down. That was only at 99 mile an hour, by the way. Getting yourself pumped up. You've got to get yourself psyched to run one of these things, you'd have to say. Oh, listen to the go to the... Oh, did all sorts of things. Did all sorts of things. It kind of wanted to just buck him straight off it. It's almost like he just come out of the gate in a rodeo off a big bull. And all he's got to do is stay on it for 7 seconds, or in this case 5.5 seconds for the 660, but an 11.23 is all she wrote there for Sobel on that particular occasion. That's right, Rusty, I did forget. It is 9 o'clock in other parts of the world, so yes. Good old 23 past 8 here, 23 past 9 in the southern states, and yes, it should definitely be wild turkey time by now. As you're watching the Overtaking Lane live stream from Friday night at Willowbank. And I tell you what, I did do it during the week. I went back, and as much as I sort of sat there for a bit watching, I did have it on in the background. Did the whole Jamboree stream from Overtaking Lane from a couple of weeks ago. I watched that stream the other night. And you've got to hand it to the guys. You guys do a killer stream, no doubt about it at all. You guys are, I shouldn't say you're getting better and better. You are just at that standard now where it's like, geez, you go all right for the size operation that you guys have had. Passionate group, really good product. And you know what? It's just enough. Just enough. We've got the cameras floating around on the mine. We've got the other fixed area cameras that catch us on the way down, and then that closing shot, which I always like. Santapod's got a very similar one. The closing shot where you've got them disappearing through the traps with the readout board, so you get to see every ET as well. That I think misses out of a few streams I've seen. That readout board's very important. It's good to be able to see all the numbers, because in some streams you won't get that final shot, and it's up to the announcers to actually call the numbers, and unfortunately they're not always called. And a lot of people out there like me can't get into the no time stuff. I need to know ETs. I need to know what's going on. Like Archie, I need to know what you're going to do here, Archie. Archie Kieski. He went 6.56 at 202 mile an hour on the previous test hit. He's been out of the saddle for over 2 years. Just goes to prove he can always come back. Always come back to the track. He's got the Haltech Nexus R5 on it. He's got the one big single turbo on it for now. And that was all right in the clutch can last run. 101 to the 60 foot. On that particular occasion, it might have been too much. There's some sparks. You can see some sparks on the leave there out of the can. But that was all locked and loaded, ready to bear. It kind of rolled a little bit, whether or not Archie's sort of walked the clutch off the line or not, whether or not he was trying to replicate the launch performance from the previous run. Just some sparks out of the clutch area as he left the line, and no repeat of the 6.56 on the last run, which was a great run. 100, as I said, 101 on the 60 foot. No such luck on that one, but as I said to you before, we've got a little bit of time to come back around and have another crack at it. So that's what we're hoping is going to happen with Archie. Mind you, if he did get another 6.56 in, or something very similar to what he ran earlier on, you could normally normally it's times like that where you either go for 3 and avoid any more disappointment, or you pack it away after 2 of those. But I'm sure the challenge might be there to have another crack at it if there's something, if it's all fixable and repairable, if they've heard anything. But it's so good to see Archie Kieski back. Now, there's a lot of activity around Sammy Afkal's RX-8. Going to fire this 20B up, the Maz Sport 20B. They're all walking away from the car as if, and initially when they were all walking away from it, I just didn't know whether or not it was like they're going to hook it up and tow it back, or whether or not it's all goody gumdrops. But he's fired it up and he's coming through. Well, g'day Fletch, how are you? Was that you? It was you, wasn't it? She's in my blind spot. Yeah, that's a bit better there for Sammy. Last run, like, you got to admit, even the last run, considering how little burnout he had, he still managed to pull out a representative time, and it was clearly not on full power. Like, we know this car has got the 6-second performance potential. He's already run in the 6s with this car. And he just needs the seat time and a little bit of that consistency. As we said before, these cars, they're just not a street car. There's so many things that can go wrong on it, and he had issues with pneumatics on the clutch and everything like that. He had issues with the clutch before. I mean, the rest of the car doesn't seem to have any problem making the horsepower or running or anything like that. And of course, Dave Reed from Drag Photos sent me through a little text of the last launch from Sammy, and the flame. That was the biggest 2-step flame I think I've seen. It was the other side of it was actually in Toowoomba. That's how big it was. That was the biggest 2-step flame I've seen. And wait till, I'm sure Dave's going to crack that one out of the camera before the end of the night. That's going to come up. It's got to come up on Drag Photos, no doubt about it. It was a great capture of the Sammy 2-step. All right, let's see the Sammy performance now. 20B Maz Sport power plant. No, just takes it to half track again, 558, so 128 in the 60, so it's not doing anything crazy as far as, you know, huge horsepower out of the hole. We do know what happens when you go the other way with the performance. The thing can rattle and shake and go crazy, but no, Sam's just walking, literally walking that thing out there on limited power by the look of it. That might just be the problem. It's lacking some of that power. It's probably got another 800 to 1,000's worth there somewhere, but it's just not coming to fruition right now. But at least it's a point A to point B run, and maybe the little gremlins are slowly getting dissolved, which is good. All right, entrant 8444, which I think was Steve. Well, that was good till 60 foot, 126 to the 60. And yeah, it's had a big gulp or hesitation or done something there, and I'm sure it's not from any lack of him with the foot down. I don't think the foot's come back up. That would have felt like you want to mash that all the way through to the floor, and then the thing's cut right off there, and he's just rolled through for a 17.80 after running an earlier 8.07 at 171 mile an hour. Yeah, Rusty, so I'd all right. This might be hopefully an assault on the eardrums here. Not this one. In fact, I think he might be running on a solo, the utility. Graham McKinnon in the water, so Grumsy. yes, I do believe that 400 cubic inches of basically pro stock engine should, yeah, let him express himself by himself shortly. Just that way you can hear every ounce of the compression and RPM that thing's got. All right, the utility went 839 with an early click. Not that time. I do think that he's got IRS in the car too, just judging by the behaviour of it. But earlier run, 839 at 165, and it was on the brakes and lifting off the throttle and everything before the finish line. That 839 at 165 will not be repeated on this run. Well, could still be a pairing coming up here. If we're sticking to our schedule, it'll be about probably 28 minutes before the final of the Spot On Performance small tyre shootout, unless they wanted to go earlier, but I think with some rubbing and spraying, here he is. Oh yes, Billy Shelton, the sickest VL around, and really, we've got some VLs in this country, obviously, because VLs is the VL Commodore is an Australian motoring icon. I just don't think in the days we gave it the full rap that we should have, but mind you, it was a pretty good car to come out with straight away. All right, Grumsy straight in. That thing. Oh, Grumsy off the throttle early there. Don't know why, unless it was just a check-out pass to check the short time. It went 119 in the 60-foot and backed off to a 596. Billy Shelton, 133 in the 60-foot, 558 in the 660. That's after a 558, a 549, a 547, and a 545 for Billy Shelton. McKinnon's earlier 530 at 127. But yeah, no, Grumsy's lifted off deliberately there, trying maybe a launch strategy. But yeah, that thing's just gone silent. I was waiting for the last crescendo near the 660 for that car, of course. Beautiful 10,000 RPM small block. All right, the cars is bat. Ben Vleck, he went 505 with a 6, 505 with a 2, then a 499 in the first round of the small tyre shootout, where we lost a cracker of a race, I think, to Mick from memory. The cars, this thing can hammer. Bump City, baby. Yes, nice power wheel stand there. Just a great one. 125 to the 60-foot. 495, 146 mile an hour. 495, 146. But, oh, that just looked so good off the line. Just came out, picked the wheels up, carried them out there cleanly. Straight as a die, brought them down, punched the next gear, 495 at 146 mile an hour. So, 2 490s and 2 50s. So some of our guys are having a good day testing. Others have had various levels of success. Yeah, Mick Arnold took out Ben Vleck. Is this the Benz? No. What have we here? Something blown and menacing. And it is Wade Wagstaff. Show us your dangle, is that right, pup? Show us your dangle. Righto, Wade Wagstaff tries the far lane. Oh, and it hits the bend. This is a nice little snapshot of what Outlaw Radial may look like tomorrow. The Black Belt Brigade. Guy Hall, of course, Diesel Australia. The 69 Mercedes, big block Chev. Used to be, I think, had an 871 on it. Mechanical fuel injection. Now it's got a Whipple charger on it and EFI. So this is a blown EFI Whipple charged big block Chev powered 69 Mercedes called the Benz. Wade Wagstaff. We know there's about 520 odd cubes of Noonan Hemi PSI screw blower on it. Tie drive converter 5-speed. Now he zigged the tyres in the last run. Let's see what happens this time, though, in the far lane. Let's have a look. All to Benz goes 485 at 152 mile an hour. And that's not a bad run at all for Guy. But yeah, Wade, it's just come out again, just didn't quite get past the Christmas tree, and it's just zigged the tyres a little bit. But they know what they need to do, that crew. Of course, Luke Marsden, the crew chief on that, probably makes the final call, but it's certainly got a lot more of the call in Wade and Andrew's part of the decision making. But ultimately, I think the buck stops with what Luke Marsden recommends, and he might be a little bit, well, I shouldn't say perplexed. Guys that clever aren't normally perplexed. They're normally assuming that what they do try works, and when it doesn't work, well, they can always go back to the playbook. And I don't know, I'll have to see. Every crew chief's different. Some guys have got the little playbook. They might have a little notebook. They might just be in their head. They might have it on their phone. God, you wouldn't want to lose your phone, would you? But you know, normally these guys have at least got a laptop with plenty of information in regards to what they need to do or what they need to go back to. If indeed they take what they just tried and pull that down at all, whether or not they go back to a percentage run, whether that's the start again for tomorrow. All right, entrance 7336 is back. .943, 147 mile an hour. Friday night here at Willowbank Raceway, the spot-on performance small shootout final not too far away. We are, I do believe we are still testing till 10. I don't know whether we're going any later than that. It's not like we're getting, the night's getting any colder. Honestly, folks, if you're watching on the live stream, it's still relatively warm and muggy outside. We've had these conditions around the southeast for the last couple of days. Plenty of rain has fallen, and even today and last night, drenched the joint. Absolutely drenched the joint. Mostly clear, and most chance of a shower in the late afternoon or early evening for today. So our forecast for tomorrow is going to be, let me tell you, it's going to be a beautiful sunny day tomorrow here, and it's going to be humid. It's really going to be humid. If you're here at Jamboree 2 weeks ago, yeah, expect 30 plus degrees, expect humidity probably right up there, because remember, we haven't had any real sun into the afternoon here, so there's a lot of stuff that hasn't dried up yet. Wait till we hit the sun on it tomorrow. That's why we're not scheduled to kick off until the afternoon. I think we're on track from about 2 till 4 with the Renegades, the Rumbles, the Ruckus, and the Rebels. Oh, there you go. So that isn't that Capri we saw isn't one of Stu Henry's or Stu Henry's one. That ended up down south. So yeah, if you're coming out tomorrow, make sure you bring plenty of shade protection, and umbrellas handy for shade. You won't have to dress in jumpers or anything. Let me tell you, it's going to be pretty muggy tomorrow. But we don't kick off until the afternoon. I don't know what time gates open tomorrow, but we are, I think, on track with the first qualifying session for Outlaw Radial at 4 o'clock. Simon O'Candles, 112 on the 60 foot, 664.58. Here's the quarter, 7:11, 192 mile an hour for Simon O'Candles. So that nitrous car on a string, run after run in the 160 footers. So he's managing to get that 648 cubes down lap after lap for now, and hasn't slipped up once. That's the kind of prep I think you need taking it into tomorrow. I'm assuming it's still Steve Carkeet doing the driving. Had the spray on it, got it into the nines. This Gemini getting quicker and quicker with. Oh, where's he gone? Gone somewhere, and it even happens to the best of them. For a man that's done as many laps as Steve Carkeet has, just the once. Grabbed a hold of the stage procedure, and it didn't hold on where he wanted it. Whether or not he's a little bit of throttle there and not the trans brake button in time, or maybe the trans brake failed just at that wrong moment, which sometimes it can do. Paul Merry and Goran Ivanovic back. Goran, oh, how was it was a triple wheel stand, was it? Was it 11 wheel stands? It was multiple wheel stands. Goran.
Ready for a wheelie?
He's now changed lanes. Oh yeah, there we go. Cam said Reese is testing for quarter mile. So it is Reese back, is it, driving it? I thought it might have been Steve having a crack, but if it's Reese in the Gemini. All right, boys. Oh, Goran, nice little pedal there. He brought it down nicely. Paul Merry goes 5.16 at 138 mile an hour, and Goran 5.42 with the pedal. 5.42 with the pedal. And a 5.85, a 5.25, a 5.24, and a 5.42 with a little squeeze. A 5.16 with a 7, a 5.24 with a 5. So Paul Merry, the PSI Prem, just bearing down on that low 5, high 4 second mark that we know the car is completely capable of. It's got the grunt. Here's a car that is in that 5.20 zone as well. It's actually, I think he went a 16 before from memory. Being Chris Carsberg. Does it with the limited amount of effort this car does. 5.18 with a 60s run. Looking for the red. There's the red there now. We'll bring it back up and have another crack. Yeah, when you've got it all loaded up like that. So yeah, what have we got down the bottom there? So we've had a couple of ETs there pop up. All right, have another crack there. Yeah, you don't want to load that thing up for too many seconds and not be able to let it go, because you do stand to get the transmission very, very hot indeed. Carsberg has another crack at it. There we go. Whoa, there we go. And geez, Chris, I'd be pulling that over real quick and stopping it, mate. I'd be stopping it. That thing is in no good shape at all. That thing has got some smoke coming out of it, and boy, hasn't he dumped some stuff there. He's definitely thrown the oil, plenty of the oil out of it. And again, without having the nostrils primed, engine oil, or I would say transmission fluid. I would definitely say that we're transmission fluid. He's pulled the thing up. We've got our fireys on the way up, just to make sure that that fire isn't continuing there. But yeah, it kind of, I'm sure I saw like a spark or two come out from underneath the car as he's let the button go. But then it's all happened, and you know what? As we said before, after the initial first staging procedure, he's brought that thing up, and it doesn't take too many seconds of it in that particular scenario for the temperatures to get way out of control. He was in there for a couple of seconds, and the tree wouldn't throw, so he's pulled back out, and they reset, and he went back in. But then, you know, it was too hot to trot, and it's dumped some oil down there big time. Dave Reed from Drag Photos, so fast on providing the media here. Oh yeah, straight off the hit. So it might have been something off the cooler line there or something like that, but it just literally sprayed. I'm going to slow-mo. Oh, there's the slow-mo. Check that out. Don't you wish we could cast to the big screen right now? Wouldn't it be so good to be able to cast to the big screen? But we can't, can we? No, not at all. Unless we all saved up for a massive plasma and got a Google Chromecast, then we could just cast straight out. But I'm just watching the video here of Carlsberg's launch, thanks to Drag Photos. Watch this. And just as he lets the button go, there's the light flashing. You can see it on the bumper bar. He's let the button go. And now initially there is a shot of spark out from kind of, you know, the flywheel area. So we get that shot of spark out of the flywheel area as he launches, but then just as it goes to launch, out comes from another source. There we go. So Dave from Overtaking Lane saying what we will probably be on the big screen tomorrow. So just on the launch, it's shot it out in front of the car. It's literally, the smoke started coming out in front of the car straight after letting the button go. And that's not good. They've got the car obviously stopped. Chris got the car stopped. He maybe took him a second or two to react to it, and then he's rolled off. But we've got a whole bunch of oil to pick up there. And now, we continue with the photos from Drag Photos here. So Dave is on it. Dave sending them through. Thanks for that. Oh, he's giving us all the two-step. You must be able to put him in a folder real quickly, Dave, do you? Because he just gets all the two-step shots up quite quickly. So that's a great Archie shot, awesome Archie shot. Sammy's two steps just off the planet. So that's a great shot there. The Archie two step. Yeah, there's the Sammy two step. And then we've got the Simon O'Candles all flamaged up there. So Drag Photos do get the shots out very fast as well with that. Oh, yep, so we've got that on the stream there, we can see. Righto, yeah, so Tyler's giving us a couple of still shots of the leave and the launch, which I think you must be sharing with the stream, which is good, guys. Very, very good. All right, so we've got a little bit of downtime here as we have got to recover Chris, make sure we can get him safely off the track without leaking anything more. We might end up needing to tilt tray that off, because I'm sure if you go to fire that up and run it now, it's going to be spraying some more oil out. So we are on it right now, doing this massive cleanup that we need for the transmission fluid, you would assume is what it is. And we will be, obviously a bit of downtime to do that and get it all fixed up. So bear with us. Friday night here at Willowbank, the Spot On Performance Small Tyre Shootout Final, scheduled to have been in about 10 minutes time, but obviously we've got some more cleanup to do before we get back to that. So we'll have a break and we'll be back on when it's time to come back on. So make sure you keep your notifications on, and if you continue to watch on the stream there, just might be a good time if you are at home or somewhere else, just, you know, get that last bit of washing up done and take the bins out and clean up a bit and have a shower, get in your jambies, and we'll be back to hopefully wrap up the rest of the evening's activities here, as we've got a great shootout final to be had, as well as our two finalists. Looks like they're probably nearly already in the lanes, plus some more testing. Who knows what we might be able to see before the end of the night.
With more than 200 years of total workforce experience in lubricants, Hi-Tech Oils is Australia's largest independent oil manufacturer, developing and producing oils, lubricants and additives. Hi-Tech engines need...
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
Mate, here we are, Kenda. What do you reckon? Keen
it's awesome. Just been awesome. We've already seen the testing day.
We've seen the first testing day last night. We saw a little bit of the action, and I think while we were doing our live show last night, there was a 3-second pass.
Yeah, Australian record breaker.
Yeah.
394, I think it was.
Yeah, how good was that? We completely missed it. Like, we were doing our live show, we actually saw it and it didn't click, what we just seen. So until afterwards, and we're watching like, oh man, that was a 3-second pass.
Yeah.
So there should be heaps more action. We've got the grudge racing tonight. So this is the first day of racing with the grudge racing, right? We've got testing on now.
From 6 o'clock, the grudge racing starts. So.
Yeah, so we'll bring you a bit of the action, and let's go and have a chat to some people out there and see what's going on at Kenda.
Yeah, let's do it.
So how you going? You've made the trip over from WA. You've got 2 cars over here for the team?
Yep, we've got the black GTO and now we've got this one. This one was maybe 6 weeks ago we decided to put this bad boy together. And so we've pushed it and we've made it happen. Everyone's just busted themselves, but everyone's put in the effort and we finally got here. We did all the rear end work. Eddie and Tony and everyone from Actives Automotives, they sorted out all the engine, gearbox, all that sort of thing. So we got all the chassis sorted, got it back to them, they put it all back together, and then it was just a final push.
Yeah, right. And did you have a test last night?
So we managed to do one run that wasn't, it's that thing in drag racing, isn't it? Where if one thing falls, we've been trying to change a lot of things throughout the car just to make sure that we're from the start onto it.
Yep.
And in doing so, it's caused other things to unfold, but that's why you've got the couple of test days. We managed to do one in Perth, got a few little gremlins sorted, but we'll get there.
And the black one, how did it run?
It went okay, but we're in the same thing. We changed some fuel injectors, and that's caused another Pandora's box and things. So what we're doing is we're bringing everything back to what we know and where we knew it worked, and from there we're going to try and keep cruising on. But we've got flex plate issues at the moment, so we'll get this down the track and try and juggle between them.
And then go from there.
Yeah.
No worries. All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on you all weekend.
Lovely.
Maybe touch base and see how you're going later in the weekend.
Too easy.
Thank you. G'day Kurt, we're here from Overtaking Lane, mate, and I'd like to learn a little bit about what goes into the prep on this track, because you've come all the way from America.
Yeah.
And they've flown you out here, I believe, to do some prep on this track.
Yeah.
Mate, what goes into it, and what's different to a normal drag race, mate?
All right, that's probably let's start with what's different.
Yeah.
So obviously you got slicks and you got radials. So a slick tire has a lot of sidewall on it, real flexible. Radials do not. They have a very stiff sidewall. Slicks grow, radials don't.
Yeah.
So those are the two biggest differences in the tires. A slick tire wants to spin. You have to spin a slick. Even though your car's hooking up and you can feel it inside, a slick is spinning.
Yeah.
And you control that with wheelie bar, torque converter, clutch, timing, how much your spin is and how fast your spin goes to a full hookup. With radials, there is no spin. If a radial tire spins, it spins. There's very little saving it.
Right.
So to combat that, the rubber on a radial track is much, much thinner, probably a 32nd of an inch, and that, especially in the daytime, because the main thing is we're putting so much glue on these things. Probably 4 or 5 times the amount of glue that you put on a slick track.
Right.
And I guess these guys probably spent $14,000 in glue this weekend.
Wow, that's amazing, isn't
it? And so you'll also see us out there scraping it some to get, whenever you have glue and heat, it kind of creates slime, and you can't hook up on that. Right. And so we need the glue, but we can't have the slime. So we'll go out and we'll scrape it every now and then. We'll just take the top layer off and keep it thin. That's also why you see them when they do their burnouts. You have your funny cars and top fuel cars, they'll do the big long burnouts.
Yeah.
We don't do that here. The rubber is so thin and there's so much glue on top of it. You do your burnout back here in the rear part of the lanes, get your tires clean, warm, and then you just roll out. You chop the throttle early.
You don't want to go over the start line at all with your burnout at all.
No,
that's
not under power.
Yep.
But just roll through it and you'll see these tires leave a nice path of rubber.
Yep.
Back up on that rubber and let it go.
Yeah, okay.
And, so that's kind of the biggest difference. It takes a whole lot of rotating. They built a rotator here. We licensed a company, Aldridge, to build our equipment here.
And that's brand new, and we've got a spray rig
as
well.
Yeah, I mean, look at this spray rig. This thing is...
This is brand new?
Yeah, it's brand new. This is, and I'm not just saying it. Justin Simpson and Clint here built it. This is the nicest spray rig in the world, not the country. The world.
Because you've done some big events. Well, you do big, massive events,
we do big ones, yeah. I'm at pretty much all the big ones.
Yeah, right.
And this is nice. You guys, I'm not sure I'm not saying it like that, but I'm not sure you know what you got here, because these guys are wholehearted. They built a $30,000 rotator. This thing was probably, who knows how much. I think they had to call NASA to license it.
Yeah, right. Probably. And what do you think of this series out here in Australia? Have you enjoyed yourself so far?
Absolutely. I mean, there again, this is what I do for a living. I'm at races every weekend. I've got several crews. We're doing 3 races this weekend around the world. This is the most fun I've had doing radial racing in 5 years.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a kick. The Australian people are so nice, so friendly, and God, I can't wait to come back down here.
And what do you say to anyone thinking about getting out there and having a bit of a go on the track? Do they get out and have a crack at a radial?
Absolutely. I mean, radial racing to me is just kind of where it's at. It becomes a tuner's race. It's not just throw it at it and go. You got to finesse.
Yeah.
And so you got to use this up here more than that.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of keyboard tuning, and it's just it's a chess game, and it's so fun. You'll see them out here today. There's guys that are going to struggle because we're warm. Radials and heat are very difficult.
Right.
Where a slick tire, it's no big deal to run in 150-degree track temperature. They like it. You know, you can get that controlled spin. Out here, you can't do that. You got to tiptoe.
Completely different game.
Yeah, like during the day, you probably won't see those. You know, we had quite a few 3-second runs last night. You're probably not going to see that during the day because they're going to have to go point A, point B, take it real nice and easy, get it down to the track and get a wind light.
Yeah.
And if you spin the tires, you're not going to get a wind light. So they're going to play smart. As we go into the evening, watch out.
When we cool down, it's
we're
all
going to go fast.
That's excellent.
Yeah.
And just one last thing, I guess. We talk about the prep on the track. There was a massive amount of prep on the track before we had anyone out here, wasn't there?
Sure.
You've scraped all the rubber off,
yes.
right?
Took it all off. We put it back on, and that helps it adhere to the concrete better. It's fresh, live rubber. They call this, I'm not being a smartass, they call this track prep for a reason because it's preparation.
Yeah.
You come out, you totally remove the track, put a new racetrack in. You do that almost every day.
Wow.
And so it takes a lot of preparation. It's not just come out and spray the track and go.
And you're watching really closely every run. You're looking at what's going on, if there's any damage to the track, minute, right?
Yeah, because we're so thin on the rubber. When a car spins the tires, it takes the rubber down to the concrete, and then you don't have any adhesion for the next car. So you'll see us out here jumping out and filling those with heat and rubber from back here. The track prep's gone to such a level now that I don't want to say it's difficult to watch because it's exciting, but we're out there working on the track a lot.
Well, I'm glad that we were able to catch you now because I know it's about to start and you're going to be full on for the next, 12 hours?
12 hours, and
if
then
not
we're done
more.
and we'll go drink some beer.
Sounds good. Mate, thank you.
Thanks for everything.
No worries.
Come
Thanks
over,
for being
lights
out here.
Let's have fun.
Done deal. Out here to have a run in your XB. We came over because we were impressed by your Chev tow car.
Yeah.
But
it sort of outshines the B a little bit.
It does. But how are you going to go? Is this your first test hit today?
Yeah, first hit today. We're just running on unleaded fuel, so we're looking for a tune on unleaded.
Right.
We run last Kenda.
Yep.
We're about equal fifth, I think, in the points. So
right. Oh, good.
So we're at the top end. So we just need to be consistent and pull some good times. So yeah.
So you just be testing, tuning this
Yeah,
afternoon.
testing, tuning this afternoon. Read the plugs, see how they're looking, see how it's working,
and then get ready for tomorrow.
Straight to the park tomorrow.
Yeah, no worries. We'll keep an eye out. We'll watch
Yeah,
you.
no, we'll have fun. We'll have the wheels up.
No worries. Thanks for having a chat.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
Mate, twin turbo Hemi in this ute.
Yeah, mate.
It's pretty sick.
Got a bit of steam, yeah.
Yeah, but you've had a few problems. So.
Had a few issues. Broke the diff on Thursday, fixed it last night, put the diff back in the car this morning. Made one hit, didn't leave the start line, but we're here now. We're going to run what we've rung and see what we can do.
You're still in with a chance for $5 grand,
That's it, mate. Yeah, 100%.
What do you think of this Kenda event?
I love the Kenda event. It's really good. Like Radial racing has just taken off here in Australia. It's a really exciting form of racing. It's the type of racing that everyone can come and do.
Yep.
The thing I like about it is they still look like a car. You know, you get your funny cars, you get all that sort of stuff. You know, they just don't look like a car. You've got a lot of street-looking cars here, so it's a good time.
It's a pretty cool event.
Yeah.
And, late night, after last night.
Yeah, definitely. So see what we can do, roll out and have a good time. That's what we're here for.
No worries. Well, good luck tonight.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
You're out here in the Mustang?
Yep.
Yeah, so, and you've, who have you drawn tonight?
We've got Wade Wagstaff, so Wade just went 390 last run, so yeah, we'll see if we can give him a run this run.
And how did you feel with the testing today? How'd it go?
Still a new combo, only 7 or 8 passes in, so we're still learning a few things and making adjustments on the run, and we backed around from the last run within 30 minutes, so we haven't had a chance to change too much, but a few little adjustments, so hopefully we can stick it and give him a bit of a run. So.
And what do you think of this event, this
awesome,
racing?
Mate. Awesome, yeah. Used to really enjoy the lights out stuff
that
we used to run here. Hasn't been on for a while, so it's the first one back like this, so really enjoy it. I enjoy it more when my car's working better. So.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, good luck, mate. Thank you. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks, boys. Cheers.
See. 10 o'clock drivers briefing.
All the eyes are on you this weekend so far.
Apparently.
No pressure.
No. See how we go. Can only try.
And look, this is a great car. Look, just having a look at this thing. When you sort of see it from the stands and you have a look, like you look at the paint work that's been done on it, and it just looks like a normal old 57 Chev running out there with a bit of changes, but it's all airbrushed on. There's a bit of work going into it, eh?
Yeah, no, it works well, and I mean, we've had it on 10.5 tyre, big tyre, and now the Radial, and yeah, it seems to be a pretty happy car all around, so...
Yeah, right. And
that's good.
You did a stint in the States with it as well a little while ago?
Yeah, so it's pretty much identical as we raced it over there. Just obviously power management a bit different. So yeah, we went 379 over there. Yeah, hopefully the tracks comes around here and we can try and match it.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
Overtakers, how you going? We've got Ben Bray here with us. He's having a ball out here. What do you reckon?
Yeah, so far so good. What have we got? 3 runs left, so the 200 still available. Still got to try and catch Wagstaff's 82, which I don't think's possible.
Yeah.
But hey, I'm still here. I'm enjoying it, and I'm smiling.
And that last run, you weren't too far off the 200, were you?
No, 198. So you know we tricked it up a little bit. I put a little bit of wing on the back of it because it started to move a bit. I'm going to go for it, I won't lie, but if it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. So there's like 20 cars here that can do it. So one of us is going to get it tonight, I can guarantee you that. Yeah. And I'd probably say this blue thing in the background, Sean Hale, he's probably got the best bet right now.
Yeah, righto. There you go.
He's only 5 mile an hour off.
There's the tip. So, what do you reckon, Kenda again next year? We're going to bring another door?
Probably bring 2 of them out.
Bring 2?
Dad reckons that he wants to have a crack. He was a bit nervous at the start, but he says that I've sort of sorted the car out enough that he feels comfortable to come and do it. So why not?
Mate, that was great. Look,
real crowd pleaser, and we appreciate you bringing it out here and showing everyone.
No, thanks for having me.
We've had a live feed going, and
Yep.
everyone's calling on the live feed, wondering when you're coming out next. So.
No, well, that's good. Thanks to all the fans. Enjoy it. Thanks to you guys for live feeding it so everyone can watch it. And hopefully next year we come back with something bigger, badder.
Perfect. Thank you, mate.
Thank you.
Guys, we've got Terry Sang here from all the way from Paramount Performance from Toowoomba. Always down here at the track though, aren't you?
Yeah, I live here for most weekends.
Neat. Are you running 2 cars today?
I was trying to run my car as well as Kyle's, but we thrashed to get it done. We literally finished it last night, and we're having some dramas with some throttle bodies, so that's it for it today now. So.
Yeah, okay. Now, I saw you run 199 mile an hour.
Yeah.
You're pretty close.
Yeah.
We're trying to crack that 200, obviously.
I reckon it's here right now.
Temperature's dropping.
This is it, and there's 4 cars capable.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're the 4th car. The other 3 are in front of us. But
was there a big
so
tussle
we'll
who could get up there first? Was there?
Oh, everyone was rushing around here. And we got held up as we were towing around. There was a car loading, and we had to turn around and go back. And anyway, that's right. That's how it happens. But hey, you still got to do it.
Yeah.
It's still got to be done.
We've just got to wait and see.
Potential's there. It's right there now.
Nah,
for sure.
Well, there's a lot of people been on the live feed as well. You're well known out there. So, yeah, it's great to see you and great you to come along and have a chat to us.
Yeah.
So, really
No
appreciate
worries.
it. Thanks, Terry.
Cheers.
Here we are. We're back with him. He's just done it.
You know,
Cracked it.
I'm sorry I lied. I did say Hale was going to do it, and I really wish he did. Them guys have worked very hard to do it. All these guys here have. But the credit to them all. They were all in the braking area. They all hugged me. They celebrated with me. It was really joyful. Mum and Dad are here. Everyone's crying. The kids, the wife, everyone's having a good time. And don't know if you can see it, but that's the time card there.
Check it out.
So 396, 201. That's the first 200. And I tell you now, Grubby gave me a pretty good drag race. He left me for dead on the start line, and I had to drive around him. So what can I say? The Kenda, Justin, and Scott for the event they've put on, man, it's ecstatic. All my sponsors have been a dream, and here we are having a good time.
Good on you, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Enjoy it.
Talk to you soon. seconds. Thanks to Justin and Scott. An awesome event. Everybody involved in it. It's great. Thanks a lot for having me. I've had just an awesome weekend. Everybody that's helped me, it's been amazing. It's been great fun. My family, Dad, for letting me cut the car up and have some fun in it. Outside of that, Willowbank, everyone, the girls for standing around all day, the wife for putting up with me, and hopefully next time I can make the final and do a bit better.
On you, Benny Brown.
Kenda, what do you reckon? Hey guys, welcome to the Overtaking Lane headquarters. We're going to head out to Kenda, show you some of the action and show you the fastest radial races in Australia, because that's what Kenda brings. We've got an amazing prepped track. Kenda always delivers with the best prep for drag racing that you'll see. 8th mile racing at its best, radial racing in Australia at its best. This is what you get from Kenda. So you might have already seen some of the live footage we brought while we were out there. But now we've got a bit of a recap of our time out there and a few people we had a chat with. So pop down below, hit the like button, because you're going to like it. It's drag racing and you're just going to like it. Come on, hit the like button. Leave us a comment as well, because that just helps the algorithms. You know, do that YouTube thingy. Hit subscribe, the notification bell, so you don't miss any of the upcoming videos in the next few weeks. But watch this, check out Kenda, and I hope you enjoy. All right, guys, I finally caught up with Disco Dean out here.
How you going?
Mate, we, of course, met you a few years ago with this car, mate, and was pretty blown away with it then, and it's good to see you back out. You've had it off the road for a little while.
Yeah, well, COVID and money and everything last year, so we tried to take 12 months off and then hit it again this year, but still COVID, so whatever.
Yeah, mate, and yeah, it is, yeah. Now, I've seen you even have this through Bunnings, man. Is it?
Yeah, Bunnings. Yeah, it's a work van.
It's a work van.
Yeah,
100% work van. Tell us a little bit about it. Obviously, escort panel van.
So escort panel van, Barra, Ford Barra, FG turbo engine, head studs, valve springs, oil pump. It's got a Pro Boost 42 turbo on it, 2-speed power glide, and a 9-inch. It's on E85, and that's pretty much it. It's very, very simple.
And usually fairly reliable.
Yep, very reliable. Yeah, it's great. We are having problems today, but it's not like the first time ever. But
we've been talking about coming and having a chat to you about it for a long time, but now we come over when you have an issue.
Yeah, exactly. You finally come over, and yeah, we've got a problem. So I'm blaming it on you at this stage.
Thanks, mate. So what do you think? We can't quite work it out though at the moment. What's going on?
The problem is today? No, I think it's just a tuning problem, but we'll sort something out.
Yeah,
it'll happen.
Okay, because your first pass looked a little.
It spun off the line. But it was making too much boost.
Yep.
And then we're trying to figure out why it was making too much boost.
Yeah, okay.
So that's where it started, and now it's snowballed into something that's going on. I don't know. But Lee at Real Dyno, he's the one with the laptop, so I try and stay out of it.
Just leave him do his thing.
It's just way over my head. I don't understand any of it.
Mate, now how long have you had it?
So I've had it about 3 or 4 years now. Yeah. So it had a Barra in it when I bought it. As far as I know, it got built about 10 years ago and never raced. I bought it off a guy in Mount Isa, and then we sort of went through everything and put the FG motor in it and the turbo and everything like that. So
all the airbrushing as well.
Yeah, so that's my wife and my boy on the inside of the door there.
So you take them racing with you every time?
Yeah, that's the idea. Yeah. And I've got another car with the same in the other car, a little hot rod.
White one.
Yeah, the white one. Yeah. So that's got my wife's portrait on the door as well.
I haven't noticed the. I'll have to have a look at that.
Yeah, I'll send you a photo. I'll send you a photo. Yeah.
I've been checking that one out from the outside, but I didn't.
Yeah, that's where it started. I had the hot rod first, and then I'd done that on the door. And then when I got the van, I thought, well, we need to do this again. So I got a portrait done of my wife and my boy, and put them on the door. So.
That's very cool.
Yeah, that's where it's coming about.
Now, what's sort of the best times you had?
So we PB'd at Jamboree was 870 something at 155, I think 157.
Yep.
And then we're here at Kenda today, which is the Radial Renegade class, which is a 550 cut-off class.
Yep.
So we try and get in the 550s, but we struggle sometimes. But 560s, 550s, yeah.
Yeah, very capable.
That's the aim. Yeah.
Now, where did your passion for cars start, mate?
My dad, I guess. Yeah, it's an interesting question. Yeah, he's right into cars. He's got a hot rod himself.
Up with it?
So absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
He's just always had his head in a magazine, and yeah.
So you'll pass it on down now as well.
Hopefully, yeah. It's a good thing, man. Young guys getting into cars, it keeps them out of trouble. So.
No, it is. It gets you something to spend your money on that won't get you in trouble.
I really push it onto young guys.
Yourself and come out to track, right?
Exactly. Well, that's in Australia. We have to go on the track, but it's a good sport to be in.
Yeah,
it definitely keeps people on the right line and out of trouble. So.
All right. Well, what was your first car, mate?
Escort van, mate.
Was it really?
You've
done
car
it.
was an escort van.
So this was the one you're like, wish I could always get that again.
So I had an FG Falcon for a while. That's what got me into Barras.
Yeah.
And then I was kind of like, well, what if we put this engine in something light, like an Escort?
Best of both.
It'd be good if it was an Escort van or a Capri. Capri was the other option.
Yeah.
And I had a photo of this on my phone, and I actually posted it on Facebook. I said, has anyone seen this car? Because I saved it from years and years and years ago.
Yeah.
And then a guy messaged me out of the blue and said, yeah, my boss owns it. So I spoke to him and bought it, and
well done.
Yeah,
that's brilliant.
Yeah, so it's a pretty cool story.
That is.
But yeah, so my first car was an Escort van, and Lee from Real Dyno, he had an Escort van when he was young, so we've sort of been right into it.
We know no one's going to get this out of you then, eh?
No, probably not. Probably not. And it's different too. I like the fact that it's different.
Yeah.
Not many people race vans, especially Escort vans.
And mate, you're not afraid to get the wheels up in it.
No, I love it. Yeah, got to put on show for the crowd. That's the biggest thing.
Mate, well, we love that. We love that.
Yeah.
This makes you stand out. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's good fun.
Appreciate it, mate. Thanks for coming and having a chat
with us. No worries, mate. Anytime.
And get rid of those gremlins. We'll see you out there for another pass.
Next time, if it's not today, we'll be back.
Perfect. Thanks,
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Webby. Good to see you out here, mate. And you've been making pass after pass. It's looking pretty reliable out there.
Yeah, so far we're pretty happy. We've changed the diff gears in it, and we struggled a bit in Sydney just to get the tuning back to where we wanted it to be.
Yeah.
But yeah, we did 4 solid passes Thursday, 3 yesterday that were a little sketchy just in the big end chasing that, but today's been good.
Now, what's the best time of the weekend so far for you?
Well, so far 4:40 at 1:72, but the car's gone 4:37 before 4:38, so it's in the margin, but we're sort of chasing that 20 at the moment.
Yeah, mate, that's...
As everyone is?
Yeah, hate to get that too high, but there's a lot of work goes into it, isn't there?
There's a huge amount, and honestly, I couldn't do it without, Con's been with me since 2014, does all my tuning and that side of things, gives me a bit of coaching, and all the boys that help me out, Dave, Grant and Mel, you couldn't do it without them.
Yeah, mate, and... But it's a family affair for you as well.
Yeah, very much. My young fella's around here somewhere terrorising the place. I call him a crew chief because he's the one that pushes us and busts some balls all the time to get things done. And my wonderful wife, she puts up with so much of this stuff. Like between the junior racing and this, we've been pretty well at the track solid for a good couple of months.
Yeah, mate. I always see something, and I notice the young
shootout final. What are we going to do? So that looks pretty good. Got the tick of approval.
Diggles was on the mic, but he's disappeared again. He should be back very shortly. Can you just give us a shot of the what's in the staging lanes there, Brad? We'll have a look on the burnout box Brad camera here at what's in the staging lanes. Here comes Diggles.
Watch the Masters in action. No, look, honestly, that's just one of those things that happen, and we know that when it does happen, the results what it was. It was transmission fluid on the track that needed to be picked right up and completely removed. We needed to completely get rid of all of that, which we did. We picked it all up. We then do what we normally do. We rub this track, we spray this track, and it should be back and ready to go. And you know what? No better way to throw it on the line other than to put in the final of the Spot On Performance Small Tyre Shootout. It's whether you put it down straight after you've just had to prep the track and we've had nothing on it for about 30 minutes. Is that about right? Yep. We were scheduled for, I think, about 10 to 9 this happened. We're getting a little bit of a breeze in here. I certainly hope that that's just the end of this weather system coming out the back here, and this is the end of it, and hopefully she's just blowing clean air up the back of this, all that cloud that's come over the last couple of days. I did study meteorology online. Doing it right now. Everyone's an expert. There we. Oh look, no, might be a little sprinkle and spray, but it's kind of looks like it's trying to blow itself out the back here. We do have a little bit of a breeze up now. We're still feeling the effects of this this weather system. I do honestly think tomorrow. What's the bet? What's the bet tomorrow? We should all guess on what the maximum temperature of Ipswich will be here tomorrow. I think it's. So we'll see what the Brizzy forecast is. What's the Brizzy forecast for tomorrow, people? 27. 27 in Brizzy. Looks like 27. Hang on, AM. No, Saturday. Here we go, Saturday. So at midday it'll be 26, 27 at 3 o'clock. 27 degrees at 3 o'clock. So she might just tip 30 out here. That's why it's good to kick it all off in the afternoon and get stuck into it from then on. It's going to be ripper conditions, we would hope. And now that all the wet weather's gone away, let's hopefully burn a lot of this humidity off in the first half of the day and see what happens the second half of the day all the way into the deep dark hours of Saturday evening for another EFI Parts Australia trophy presentation and social gathering. Food and drink are provided to all of our participants, of course. 25k going off tomorrow in combined prize money, including the $2,000 tonight from the Spot On Performance small tyre shootout. I think Andy said he was taking the Commodore home to change diff gears in the car. So I wasn't aware that he'd either changed them, he's either tried something ratio-wise or he's going to. You know what I mean? Tomorrow it's going to be a different ball game. No quarter mile tomorrow, all 660 down this race surface. We do know what happens when we put 100 odd cars down a racetrack on a heads-up pro tree format. Staging the car, very, very important. Getting ready to race in the smallest amount of time possible is an advantage. In other words, when you turn up and put that bulb on out here, you know that stuff's going to get pretty intense real soon, one bulb later, when you've got another guy bumping in beside you. There is no better feeling than this form of racing when you are on a pro tree. Everyone on a pro tree. And you know what? We're paying in every category the same as the big boys, the Outlaw Radials, to be that good a racer. Mitchell Bean, thank you. There we go, 30, maybe 31. So thank you, Mitch. Mitch the meteorologist. Ladies and gentlemen, was it worth the wait? For all those people watching online, it certainly should be. Saturday is Kenda 660, but this is Friday night. We're giving away 2K right about soon. 275 guys are going to race tomorrow. These two, Timmy Cross in the Cortina, twin turbo, 440 cubic inch of billet small block, twin 88s. Webby's got twin 88s, but I think it's on a 565. Mitchell says, I need glasses, it's going to be 26. Yeah, that's what I think, mate, but let's just see. I'm a climate skeptic. Tony Webb, 565 cubes. James Brown, the hatchback Tirana. Timmy Cross, Profab, Dandy Engines, small block Ford. Where are you going to put it, folks? Who gets $2,000 in their glove box? Bump City, Timmy's in! Timmy's in! Bump City, baby! Too long, red light to 10! It's all Webbies! It's all Webbies, but it's going to be Timmy! 438 to a 439. Lord Jesus, if you waited 3 thousandths more, Timmy, you would have been perfect on the tree. Your 438 would have dusted Webby's 439, but Tony Webb went green and he went clean. 060, 117 in the 60 for Webby, 116 in the 60 for Tim, 297 at the 330 for Tim, 295 for Webby at the 330, and then that 439 puts the win light on. 438 for Tim Cross, the minus 003, it's up here on the screen. The win light did come on in Timmy's lane, but that's the tail of the tape. is the 003 minus for Tim. He went to chop the tree and he did just a little bit too much. And you know what? If you replay it back in your head, Webby was in there for a couple of seconds, it seemed, with both bulbs on, and you could hear the small block of Timmy trying to get the 88s up, trying to bring the 88s up on boost to bump in. It just took Timmy that little bit longer to bring the second bulb on. Webby's already in there. That thing's sitting there for 2 seconds there. Timmy bumps it in, and Timmy just, bang, lets the button go almost immediately and goes 003 Cherry. Great side-by-side run, folks. You have to agree, honestly, truly honestly, for as much time as we've just sat here with a downtime, to see the track come from that to that, and then these two guys, the first two down the racetrack afterwards, to give you one of the quickest side-by-side 275 races we've ever seen, 4:38 to a 4:39, and boy, no lightweights in that category, let me tell you. All night, both guys hit in the 440s in the previous round, in round one, and then he zinged. Remember, Webby zinged against Mick Arnold, and Mick did the triple wheel stands, and Tim had laid down I think what did he do, 62 on that run with a pedal there too, I think. And then to deliver at the end of the night, the way they have, is just purely absolute phenomenal piece of local Australian radial racing. Real people from the suburban, hub. I mean, both Timmy and Webby actually. That made that an all Moreton Bay Council final. Actually, that's the first time you could probably say that as well. So both guys from my neck of the woods, from the north side, and two north side boys belted it out tonight. But what a great 8! If you want to talk up the suburbs, actually, it's interesting that we do have that smattering of the old-fashioned rivalries between the north side, south side, east side, west side, and the coast kids. I still think we love to keep that side of that element in the sport, I think, at this level in Queensland, and it just grows all over the country thinking the same way, that we are very tribal. We are very tribal as a brand of motorsport enthusiasts, and I honestly think we are maybe only minutes away from feeling a little bit more of what Australian drag radial racing is turning itself into. We're in no hurry. We're in no hurry to expand, to show the world what we got. We know what we got. It's right here in front of you, folks, with ever alarming regularity, is that we are thick in performance in so many areas of the sport of drag racing, not only here in Queensland, the radial state, but the world. We're tribal, but let me tell you, when you hear that sound on the line, you could be anywhere in the world and understand that language. This is an international language of pure tribal enthusiasm towards propelling landlocked missiles down an asphalt runway. Oh, Benny Bray, that was there! It was there! 440 at 136, son. Can you turn that thing around and bring that back out? Like, literally, can you turn that around and bring it back out? Because it's there. It was there right then. 440 for Ben Bray. 112 in the 60. So 112 in the 60. 280 to the 330. And it was off there just after, I'd say, the 330, 400 it seemed. And a 440 at 136. That'll do it. I'd love to see that at instant replay again, wouldn't you, Dave Reed? That looks so good, and then it's like, wow, one more gear, 2 more gears, Bendy, leg it out. That looked and felt good. He's back, the white car. What have we got? We've got to come up with a name for Benny Bray's new evolution of the Stingray. Has he already got a name? Can you message it to us, Benny? Have you got a name for now it can't be the White Knight, that's a bit too cheesy. White Zombie? The White Zombie. It's not too... It is a bit deformed looking, isn't it, with the little tractor tyres on it, but trailer tyres on it. But I tell you what, Casper versus the White Knight in round 1 maybe. We couldn't have any more white in one race. White cars matter. Migaloo, yeah, well, Mitchell Bean says Migaloo. I don't know, could it be Migaloo, Betty? Migaloo's not a bad name, actually. It's a real Aussie. It's got a real Aussie nickname to it, doesn't it? It's not quite Spanish or Puerto Rican, but I tell you, Migaloo's as Aussie as a barra. All right. Speaking of barra, did I say barra? Goran Ivanovic. 4.2 litre, it says here. So he might have a stroke of barra in this Cortina. 524, 525, 542. Alex Bamford, the twin turbo small block HQ sedan, 575. Wheel stands have been a problem for Goran. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. The QE doesn't sound too good. QE doesn't sound too good at all. In fact, that smoke's not a very good sign at all for Alex Bamford. I don't know whether or not the smoke's a result of the noises we heard, and it did sound like, you know, it definitely had some popping and crackling going on. So that's not good for Alex. He's stopped it without, you know, obviously whatever's happens maybe caused him to stop anyway, but that's stuck nearly at the 1,320 foot mark, just near the scoreboards there, and not a good end to the night for Alex Bamford after waiting around like all of us to beat some stuff up. It's not good. We're getting the ute out to him now, but Goran, 738, had a couple of issues on the way down anyway with the double pump wheel stand. There you go. So the good news is also, folks, is that we aren't finishing at 10, we're finishing at 11. That's right, we're finishing at 11. You don't have to go home now, you can stay till 11. We're closing the lanes at 10:45. For anyone that's here that wants to have another run, we are closing the lanes at 10:45. So that really does mean, Ben Bray, you should come back out one more time. Just come on, mate. We just got to run the paint in. So, yeah, maybe we should see the Century Batteries Migaloo back out for another run later on in the evening. I'm sure, hopefully the 6-boost Camaro is waiting in the wings, and maybe Mr. W. Wagstaff has got time. If we're closing the lanes at 10:45, plenty of time now at 9:45 to go get it. But at the moment, Alex Bamford's got an issue with the QE, unfortunately. So we are just going to address that issue right now. Yep. So we've lost some oil in that lane now, and it'll just be a matter of determining which flavour it is. Unfortunately, it does come in a variety of flavours. So this could be the 5W40 maybe, or whatever. What do you run these days? I mean, honestly, has anyone ever won a 20W50 anymore? Like, is that an oil that you can buy still? I think I'm buying it at Woolworths. Is that all right? Can I do that? Yes. So news from Race Control is there is officially coming through from Race Control that there's oil there on the track that they've got to fix up. So our rigs are getting oil in it, and the good news is, of course, now that we are going to 11 o'clock, we've got time to get on that, and God knows, you don't even want to assume what may have happened to poor old Alex's car down there, but it's, you know, you spend every last cent, well, not every last cent, but you spend a good quid to go out there and get some race car love in there, and then when a few things go wrong like this, it can be a hell of a setback and just more work, just more work to do it. But not all strangers out there to a bit of hard work, are we? That's why we're here with nice toys and a good work ethic and a can-do attitude, and that's what we're going to do here. We can clean this oil up. We will clean this oil up, and we will be back for more here. We've had that great final. Actually, it's if we've got one of the Overtaking Lane guys there that can get it, we can go and get a camera or something. I've got to see where Webby and Timmy are pitted. We should go down and maybe see if we can't interview them afterwards or something. But I'll go and have a look at that. And yeah, Friday night, what else could we be doing? No better place to be. Might crack even a bit of the old radio one, I think. Can we do that?
What's up, Overtakers? Here we are, Kenda Part 2 today. How awesome is that? 2 weeks of radial racing in a row at Queensland, the Radial State Willowbank Raceway. Heading out to the radial track put on by Kenda. Awesome event, checking it out. It's got some of Australia's best radial racers hitting the track, making 3-second passes at over 200 miles an hour. It's the place you want to be at, checking this one out. So make sure you leave a comment down below for the algorithm. Hit subscribe, hit like if this is the sort of videos you like to see, and we'll get right into the action.
Here we go. First pass of the day, 1029 in the 60.
Down here with Hot Rod Williams, mate. We hear the call come out. This car always gets everyone excited when you get out there. Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
Cross flow.
Yeah, old taxi motor, push rod engine.
Fair dinkum, with a hell of a supercharger hanging on it.
Yeah, it's probably only a pup really, a 471. So yeah, but in saying that, it's been pretty good fun.
What sort of weight in the actual rod itself, mate?
Weighs 2150 pound. Yeah. In old school terms.
Old school terms. Yeah, I'm going to have to go put that into Google and have a look and work that out.
I'll give you something to do.
Mate, I mean, it's always pretty reliable. We see you out here all the time.
Yeah, thanks. Not too bad today. Tracks actually sponges before, but we went 6:45. I think we might even be sitting at top qualifier at the moment. So, but there's still a few hours left in the day. So, yeah, it's going good.
Mate, well, how long have you owned this?
Mate, I built the car in about 95.
Oh, okay, yeah, right. So you've been running it for a while then?
Yeah, it's had a couple of combinations. Had turbo cross flow in this before now, and the girls have that in their rear engine dragster, and yeah, built the blown engine for it. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun, heaps of fun, lots of memories, that's for sure.
So it's definitely a family affair for you?
It is, mate. Yeah. Yep. My two girls both race a rear engine dragster of ours, and we've got recently, sort of over the last couple of years, we've got an altered that we've been running with a blow-on barra unit. So it's got a 671 on it, alcohol injected. Yeah. So no, it's been good fun. Yeah.
Well, we know where they get their passion for cars, obviously. But what about yourself?
Don't really know, My old man was never really into it. Just always loved the street car, street machine theme over the years. So yeah, it's been really, really good. Yeah. But yeah, don't know where I actually get it from, where it runs from. It's not my old man's anyway.
You starting it in the family now, though. That's just coming from you.
Got that one going well. Yeah.
And one other question we always got to ask, mate. What was your first ever car?
A 65 4-door XP Falcon.
Oh, wow. I bet you wish you had that one too today.
Apparently you can't raise a family in a car, so I had to sell it to buy a house.
Yeah, but you can, what do they say? You can't race a house, but you can race a car, something like that. Run the other way.
I know where you come from. Good
stuff. Great stuff, mate. Thanks for having a quick chat with us, and
thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Cheers.
Hey, Buff, mate, we're just out here having a look around, and I spotted a Mitsubishi Scorpion, and I was just saying to a few people, I hadn't seen one of these since about 91, 92, and a mate in school had one for his first car, Butch, shout out to him, but it didn't look like this.
Oh, well, this is how they all should come off the factory.
Mate, what have we got running in there?
600 cubic inch big block Ford, Glide, 9-inch. It's actually an ex-Victorian car.
Yep.
Bloke down there, I think was Michael Harper, I think. He used to have a big block Chev in it.
Yeah,
years
right.
and years ago. I think that was back in 91. So that's how old it is, or it's probably older than that.
Well, I'm amazed at how much room's in there, but obviously there's a bit of cutting there.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Make it fit.
Shoe on him in there, she's all good.
This is especially to a few of those Americans over there in the live stream watching us at the moment. They said, you know, us Aussies, we like to throw big engines into small cars.
And little cars, yeah. Okay.
Here's one for you guys. Mate, what was your passion to get you into cars in the first place?
Mate, I've always been into cars. I've had a crack at everything from motorbikes, go-karts, rock crawlers. I just go from one sport to the extreme to the other sport to the extreme, within budget, of course.
Yep. So. And was this your first sort of full-on drag car that you've done?
No, I had a Mark 1 Cortina years and years ago with one of my mates, and he put the engine drive line, I'd done the car. And then, yeah, we just took turns driving. It was good fun. Had an XY Falcon before that.
Right. And what about your first car, mate? What was your first ever car?
XW Falcon 500, 3-speed column shift.
There you go. That's the second Ford for a first car today on the video. Mate, well done. And yeah, we'll watch you out there. But I've got to share it. We've had a few stuff rounds today. It hasn't been the easiest day for you.
No, no. Thank God my wife's there because she's running around getting fuel and all sorts of stuff for me. Keep me going.
Someone stitch you up with swapping a few jerry cans?
Yeah, my young bloke. I reckon it was him.
a bit of diesel in the jerry can.
Bit of rivalry, I think.
Doesn't run too well on diesel?
No, definitely not.
All sorted now, though. And, mate, what was you got a PB out there before? What was it?
We went 570 at 122. Yeah, 122.
Pretty bloody good. Just keep hunting the 50 now, eh?
Yeah, just got to get the 60 feet down. That's its downfall, so.
Yeah. So. Mate, we'll be watching for it. Good to see you.
Nice,
Thanks for having a chat.
Thank you.
You can find yourself in a final.
Oh, we got a ding dong battle here. They're sending it. The boys are sending it. 15 with a 2. 15 with a 2. But the winner, Wade Wagstaff, 388, 196. Oh, Otis, 091, 109. Reaction time. You can't split them. Go to the strike, boys. 49 breaks out. 551 to win.
G'day, Joe. I had to come and see you. We always come and pick on you, throw you on camera, mate, and you know, you're pretty good about it. So, mate, you've had a pretty good weekend so far. The car looks like it's on song, mate.
Yeah, look, we've been out here testing for, the last 2 days, and we've done some testing at Sydney, and we've made some changes, and, like we knew coming to this event that, we were going to have to get the car into the 80s, and, it took a little bit of work. We had to chase it for the last 2 days. We got some really good data, but yeah, we just never joined all the dots up. And yeah, this morning, it all come together, and yeah, 385 first pass this morning. We couldn't be happier.
Mate, I did talk to you yesterday, and you said we're going to throw 380 at it soon, and just took till this morning. But the weather over the last few days, how's that play a part for you guys trying to work it out? Because it has been a little bit different.
It has. Like the Thursday's testing was an overcast day, so the track temps were cooler. And it was the first day of testing where they started doing the track prep. And but look, it just takes a bit of time to get your head round. Like even trying to go out now in the heat of the day, it's. You can't expect it to go out there and run fast, or run a record.
Yeah.
You've got to make an A to B to pass. Try and get the car to go from A to B.
So when it gets a little bit warmer through the day and everything's not sitting where you want it, it's just kick back, have a bit of lunch, get ready for it to cool down again.
Yeah. We went out. We did the first hit this morning, and we went back out at I think it was about 11:30.
Yeah.
12 o'clock. And it was just,
it was already too much.
Yeah, it was already too much. But this next run, we're going to pull it back more.
Yep.
And just hopefully we can make an A to B pass and see what happens.
And then what are we likely to see tonight? Throw it all at it.
Look, you know, we will, you know, we will go back to our, you know, 385 tune and, you know, move from there. You know, look, you sort of got to make the call while you're out there. You know, like we've got to assess what the track conditions are like and, you know, track temps. Yeah.
So much to it.
It is, yeah, especially with these cars because they've got so much power. You know, everything is, you know, yeah, I mean, to run fast, everything's got to be in that little window.
Yeah, yeah.
And yeah,
all the stars have got to align. I think you said it yesterday.
Yeah.
We had a look. The moon was there. The sun was there. We're just waiting for that star, weren't we?
That's right. And we didn't see the star yesterday, and
we're still there this morning. But yeah, now we've got to wait for it to come back.
That's right. But yeah, no, it was. Yeah, we're happy. You know, like you know, got the family here. They're all. You know, got to see me do that this morning.
I think it was the young fella's birthday in the last week or so too, wasn't it?
His was the week before mine.
Well, I didn't see yours. There you go.
We'll
cut that out. Whoops. Happy birthday for that one, mate.
Yeah, no, thank you. No, it's we're just we're over the moon with the result today.
Yeah. No, good stuff, mate. And we love watching it out there on track. It's always impressive, and keep at it. Thanks, mate.
Thank you. Cheers.
So guys, hope you really enjoyed that look into Kenda. It was an awesome event, always is, checking out the Radial racing. Plenty of 3-second passes on offer there, 200 miles an hour. And if you wanted to see all the passes that we're on, check back on our channel. There's some live streams there. Some of them went for up to 11 hours. And that's got all the commentating as well on that one. So if you enjoyed this video, guys, consider subscribing down below. Drop us a comment. Pick up a window banner, like the one right here behind me on the skyline. It's a bit cool at the moment in Australia, so pick yourself up a hoodie, hiding up behind there. It's a good product placement there. So thanks for watching, guys, and we'll see you in the next one. Stay in that right lane.
There we go, guys. There's what was on the track. This is what caused our last down. So we're nearly back on. Not too far away, guys.
But they don't have a clue, 'cause this is me when I cut out all the shallowness and everything I suppress to fit in a small frame. But I won't play your game anymore, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all
Lord have mercy. We are back. Well. Oh, 379, 408. 031 light for Wagstaff. 057 light for Seng. And we lost it. 379 for Wagstaff. 198, Terry Seng, 408, 202 mile an hour. So it, I did get the short time there. It just looked like they got through the sweet spot they needed to get the Camaro out, and then he brought it all up, and I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe got the lock up there. 202.79 for Terry. So we've seen 379, we've seen 202 mile an hour. What is our speed record? What's our speed record, people? We find out. Scotty, what is it? What's our speed record? 202.79? I forget. Paul Merry out in the line. Sorry, I just ran up a flight of stairs. Oh, yes! He's on the money. 125,514. 139 mile an hour. We're all hitting the straps tonight. Well. Lord have mercy. Have I got news for you? Lanes close at 10:45. Lanes close at 10:45. It's now 10 past 11 in Queensland, the Radial state. It's 11 past 11 in the southern states. The night is young. Plenty more testing we have to come. Ben Bray is coming back for a run. Wade Wagstaff went 379. Terry Seng went 408. Ben Bray found something. He said he found something, found in the lanes. He'll fix it all properly tomorrow. He's going to have another crack with maybe not as many gears as he thought he might need. Now he needs them. So he's going to have another crack and see if that first half is all goody gumdrops. And hang on to your hats. Hang on to your hats right now, Jamie Farmer. Can you get a 4 in 235? We've had the little white Gemini. Oh, that's a good one. 428, 173 mile an hour. 113 in the 60. 287 to 330 foot. And that great 423. 173 mile an hour for Casper. Casper getting some numbers down. My goodness. We've all been waiting Friday night here at Willowbank. I ducked down to the pits and caught up with Benny Bray, and it's so good to see that team in action. One thing that Team Bray hasn't forgotten how to do, and that's go racing. They're going to go racing against oh, six the tyres off the So not a good shot for him in comparison to what we've seen over the last couple of pairings. For all those people in the middle there, if you can get yourself around to a safe area, please. You either got to be certified in the middle there and stay in the middle. We can't start crowding the start line tonight, thanks. So a message from race control. Yeah, good one for Casper, right across the ground there. So keep an eye out for him tomorrow. I haven't seen the Chevelle back out actually for Jeff Campbell-Brown. So I wonder what's happened with him. We've got a little bit of time left, as we said. The staging lane's closed in about 30 minutes' time. All right, 8:07, the best so far for the VL. On the brakes early, 8:36 at 127 miles an hour. 136 at half track, 8:36 on the brakes. Wow. Get that out of your system, Mr. Carter. Burnout, Gemini. Let's talk about Geminis, won't we? We've got two here. We've got, of course, Reese Keat, Clint Hepburn. But you could easily put together, and you know what, I almost feel like we've got to start an Aussie top 10 again. Aussie top 10 list. What's our quickest 10 Geminis? Or give us every single Gemini drag car, find every single Gemini drag car that was ever built, and see if we can't find every photo of each little Gemini got turned into a drag car, because this is a great combo. Could run an 8 with this thing on the spray. Reese Keat, 917 before. Little hesitation there on the lead. Half track, 582. And rolls it through, 917 with an 8. Super consistent. That's right on the money. 917 with an 8. 917 with a 6. Thank you, Graham McKinnon, for the donation of a cold Corona. Ryan Holtz is back with the Tirana. Oh, which Tirana do you want, folks? For those people watching on the live stream, this is just a normal Friday night in Brisbane. We've got guys with all sorts of afflictions. Oh, Ryan Holtz. Just about to light the wick on the 2J, and then the thing just had a little pop there. Now, whether or not, I can't remember, I think he does use a little, or used to use a bit of nitrous to bring the car up. The hatchback's been pushed back too. Listen to that, you can listen to that small block all day, couldn't you? Just about rock a baby to sleep with that. Those kids yelling out the back of that truck, is that you kids yelling out? Is that who I could hear there? The back of the truck. Just be careful, be safe, please. All right, so they're still trying with Ryan. Just a little gremlin or two there that we're just getting nutted out. Just getting over that run between Wade and Terry. Oh, here he is, he's back. Oh my goodness, Mick Arnold. What else can you possibly give us? And you know what, race fans, all these people watching on our live stream, this is a bit of Australian Friday night drag racing from the Ipswich region. Jan Kudnik, the small block chef, traditional small block chef, Vortec blower in the front, turbo in the boot, nitrous in the middle. Mick Arnold, twin turbo small block, 400 cubic inch small block in the HT. Aussie Holdens with all sorts of power adders of a small tyre. Mick Arnold reached for the sky last time in that amazing run against Webby. But here they go. Just sort of dancing through it on that little tyre. 525. 525. 133 in the 60. So Mick looks like just on the hit. He knocked the tyres off at one. Went 133 in the 60. 346 to 330 and a 525 1 at 137 mile an hour in that 4,000-pound leaf-sprung HT street car with the world's fastest set of dragway indies. And incredible, 5:25, ran an earlier 5:30, so 5:30 now 5:25, I think. Once thinking he might get in for a little bit more winners checks. And he's definitely been knocking on the door of a 2:35 win when clearly he hasn't even been the fastest bloke in there, but just the ability to run what you brung and choose another category. And once it was too fast for Renegade, he just moved on to Outlaw 235, and he continues to push that thing to amazing limits. And again, built, tuned and steered by the man. So another one of our triple threats. Mick Arnold's the same, triple threat, build, tune, steer. Queensland, New South Wales, it's thick. I'll tell you what, we've got that much talent in this country, it's not funny. Local talent, quality workshops, like our spot-on performance, entire shootout sponsors tonight. Just the radial industry, there's no ends to it at the moment, it seems. People want to run a car that they choose to run and be proud of it and race with it, and this is a guy that definitely does that more than anyone. And you know what, Simon O'Carroll, I commend you again for your commitment to the radial racing, not only as a sponsor but as a competitor and as a nitrous guy. Honestly, of course, his brother from another mother, Simon Krieger, the nitrous Mohican in Sydney. They're almost like nitrous brothers in a way. They both want to do the same thing. They want to take nitrous Torries, nitrous big block Torries to new levels. And good on you, Simon. Let's see what this does for you tonight on this run. Simon O'Candle's had a good run tonight. 7:17 over the quarter, 7:11 over. Oh, not again. It was almost a bit of history. Well, you know what happened last time we got out that far, Simon, and it went wrong. Wow, 109 in the 60. God, you'd love to see a replay of that. You can see just, 120 foot, 150 foot out. Just the candles, she dulled the candles a little bit off the leave, and just when we thought we could come back on there, it just was either too much power or it just caught the tyres there. I mean, honestly, we've sprayed this track. This got that much glue on it. When you break them loose, it's because of the power. It's not because of the track. And yeah, it was really ramping the power up a bit later out there. And Zingo, I think if anyone remembers, the poor fella has come to grief. What's the word? Come to grief in no uncertain terms, in a very similar way in the past, Simon. So living on the edge, oh boy, it absolutely looked a treat. Absolutely looked a treat. We thought, here we go, it's going down, it's an O something, and then it was like, oh, it's like an oh dear. All right, Capri's back. Hear the lungs on it, 952 at 148 mile an hour. Just needed a pause there, just needed to take a breath, sorry. Oh dear, oh dear. It's been good, it has been good. Staging lanes close at 10:45, it is 10:23. So there's been a little bit of speculation, we already put it out there, that Ben Bray with his fantastic new white livery, the Century Batteries Corvette Outlaw Radial car, about what will we call it? And we had someone say Migaloo, and that's a truly an Aussie name that we could use, Migaloo. No, we've might have decided on a name. We'll float that name when the car comes out. We won't say anything other than apparently in the workshop, Mrs. Bray has heard him call her Beyonce. Sorry, J-Lo. Nice. 131 in the 60. Click kicks it off, 5.38 at the 660 at 132, 5.38, 132 mile an hour. That's reeking of OG 275 tomorrow. Definitely, if we got that, Oh boy, they're all coming out for another crack. It's so good to have you sticking with us on the Overtaking Lane stream, wherever you might be listening right around the world. If you're a fan of drag racing, well, just here at good old little Willowbank Raceway, the Radial state, Queensland, proud Queenslanders all here. Look at this, Brett Armstrong, Pyalba, the Nova, 588 cubes, the Gazard brothers all over this thing. Of course, Scotty Cortina's driven this thing to a fair amount of craft. Very exciting car for a long time back when it was the original red. Always just another one of these cars where you go, wait till you see this. Another feast on the eyes. Another man choosing the way in which he wants to do battle to put that top bulb on. And Brady Armstrong, 517 and a 506. Let's hope he gets this thing stuck. I'd really love to see it. Now we're just having a look out, having a bit of a look out and seeing there's something under the car which. I know they're looking at something under the car. 499, 141 mile an hour. I know that right at the end there, they were just saw something that might have drawn their attention to Brett's car, and they were on their way there just to say, well, listen, we've seen something under here just quickly as you've moved forward. And by then, he'd already gone, and yeah, 499 for Brett. You almost want to cover your eyes sometimes when you see something like that happen, and then something does go wrong, and you just pray that nothing is going to go wrong. And whatever it was, I think they've identified it and are not too concerned of it out further. None other than the hardest working plumber that I know. Why he's the hardest working, he might be the smartest professional, I don't think he probably is the hardest working. Benny Gray, testing like a demon with this car. As many opportunities as he can. So that's basically saying to me, this is Benny Graham and this is Benny Graham's program. He wants a 6-second 13B and he's got one right here. He's just got to get a few laps on the car. This has got unbridled horsepower. You know, you can throw anything upwards of 1,500 plus horsepower out of the 13B and use every inch of it. The quickest 13B sedan in the world is a 614. I think 614. Might be 611. I think it is 614. Raffalito Racing. The car similar to this, an RX-8 13B 614. Crazy. Built, and you know what? Using billet Australian engines. So how's the irony in that? The quickest 13Bs in the world are predominantly built by Australian engine companies. An old way to the Aussie flag for many more decades to come and never stop praising not only the industries but just the individuals that choose to want to race, because then from there the industry thrives. If you want this top bulb, here's his top bulb. Benny Graham time. It did blow the tyre off at 130 in the 60, but he caught it pretty decently and then decided to take it out a bit further. And then, of course, the car hadn't been fully planted from the start. It still needed to get up on that tyre, which it never did. Those 13B cars do thrive on a little bit of the right amount of wheel spin, and they tend to spin them out of the line and grab second on the way out, which sort of slings them away. But when you spin it that much that quickly, it kind of just sits there and doesn't carry out the achieved desired result. I'm not going to suggest Benny try an outlaw radial setup, but who knows? What is the world record for the quickest rotary radial car? That's a good one. That's another one to look into the, well, there's no official record of it, you're just going to go fishing up the info. All right, Commodore Ute, again entrant 5973, no details, but has been knocking on the low 8 second door. there too. Yeah, just blew them off there too. We've had no issues in these lanes to any extent other than a few guys have either missed the mark or we're making more power or whatever, but we're just at that situation now where we're having a look in various lanes. A few people having a good look out there. We've got 15 minutes before we call the staging lane, so you've got 15 minutes to get to the lanes before we close them. It's not just the four-wheeled brigade that get to live their dreams out here on a Friday night, it's Jack Roberts. But I love the bike boys, 5:55 and a 5:50 so far for Jack Roberts, running the STS Speed Shot Radial bike category tomorrow. So to him, this is a no-bar pro stock race. He gets to go pro tree here and race turbo and nitrous opponents tomorrow. Look at this. Nice, legs it out a bit further in third, I think. 5:48, there we go, a little bit quicker. 5:48 at 125, and liked it. 5:48 at 125. There's still a sprocket, tooth or two in the sprockets there that'll probably suit him there, and I think that's where these bike guys actually do get the infinite choice of gearing, and that's one thing you love about bike guys, is that you can change your gearing like that so easily, where the car, it's big pain. Billy Shelton, God, we're so gifted, so blessed to have a Friday night like we do when this stuff rolls around into the beams. Getting ready for a big Kenda Radial Riot tomorrow, because you know what happens when we have a Kenda, we have normally a pretty razzle-dazzle Friday night test session, and we've had that, and we're having it right now. And a great win there to Webby over Tibby in that small tyre shootout. Thanks to Spot On. All right, so this hatchback still just lurching away here, getting a few things sorted inside the car. Billy Shelton's probably got a bit of Triple M on inside. I think Billy does listen to Triple M. I know when he's out on a pour somewhere, he might be into a bit of Triple J, but we're going to just, no, street car's good. Here comes the slightly more aggressive version of a street car. Don't go changing. Don't go changing. Oh, Billy! Wanted more and you got it, son. Wanted more and you got it. I just hope we haven't scratched the Juco on that. We just about saw the sickest become the quickest. No, I don't know. He was on 135. It's almost 135 on the back tyres. I think he said, Justin, give me a bit more, and he gave a bit more, and holy dooly, when you get to that limit, everyone's got to find that limit. Mick Arnold's found that tonight. Who else has gone up? A lot of people have pulled a few good wheelies here tonight. And I don't think we're done yet. We're getting some neat stuff. I hope Overtaking Lane, you're capturing all of this to put it on YouTube so I can watch it again and again and again. And that's what I love about, as I said the other day, I watched the Jamboree live stream that Overtaking Lane did, and you got to hand it to the boys. I had it in the background, but it's just so well covered, and you've got the audio. Even my sons say you guys have got the audio perfect on it. Like we want the noise. We want all of that noise. We barely need the commentary. It's just so well mixed and so well done. And if you guys continue to get the gig to just cover everything that we're seeing in front of us here, well, the rest of the world will find out, because you guys are so well connected and love doing it. We absolutely love bringing it to not only you folks here, but people right around the world. We're very proud of what we have in this part of the world. And let me tell you, when we can open those borders and get all of our brethren from down south, you know what we have? We just got triple the fun. Triple the fun. All right, Smithy, come on, mate. Let's make it all happen. Did come come out, it was working the converter. There's just so many parts of these combos that, you know, we can manage power with, and sometimes it's just it's a suspension converter, power delivery mix that you've got to get right with it, and got to get them all working in unison, which is also very hard to do. And there's no shortage of power in that deal, no shortage of power at all. And we know where that car will be. I mean, it's definitely deep in the sixes over the quarter, and you know, very low fours in the eighth. And you know, I'm sure Smithy's probably would be chuffed to run a 3 in it, which I think is not out of the realms of cars like that at all. You know, all the planets have got to align to make it happen, and when it does happen, it is the biggest. Well, I shouldn't say aphrodisiac. It's the biggest high you can get. It's that adrenaline that people jump out of planes for, I guess, but you can get it here, on the ground, safely on the ground. Landlocked missiles, maybe pull the odd little wheelie. Don't go too crazy. That's all they want to do is go down as hard as they can, and when you put them both side by side on a pro tree in the various categories, it doesn't matter whether it's in the, you know, the mid sevens in Rumble. You know, we're seeing some tight wins in whole shot situations, run after run, and even down at the pointy end now, 640 makes it so exciting. But with these new categories coming in, we'll have all these more infinitely adjustable categories that makes it as tight as it possibly could be. If it wasn't already that way before, it's definitely going to be an interesting experiment tomorrow as we do go to the extended categories. So T-minus 9 minutes to the lanes close, so it's 10:36. And we continue. More weapons of choice. And I like the way Mr. Milford's going on the EFI. And I do love that Justin Wilkinson's in the corner there doing it, because the man's had plenty of experience, not just with turbos and, you know, RVs and everything like that. He goes back to the speedway days, the speedway and dirt days, where, you know, the small blocks are what you have for breakfast. But, you know, to take that drag racing kink to it, add a power adder, and then control it through EFI, he's showing that yeah, you can tune him on the nitrous as well. And I'm liking the way that this is another nitrous Mohican. We've got a lot of nitrous fans out there, people that all want to go this way with the bottle. They want the candles. They need the candles. To them, it's the only way that they'll ever go. And you know what? I don't hear too many nitrous guys that ever go any other way on a power adder. I know a lot of guys that move from that to another power adder, but there's also a lot of guys that will never move from that force induction. All right, give it a couple of kicks, MILF. Whoa! Yeah, baby. That's like 120 on the back wheels. Oh Lord, it looks good. I don't know. Can we put 20 pound, put a little 20 pound weight in the front there? I don't know. Can we? I know we power manage cars in so many ways, but sometimes it's just maybe a 10 kilo dumbbell on the front. I don't know. One of those Frankie noses will come out. See if Timmy won't bring the nose out. Didn't have the nose on tonight. Wouldn't help you, 003 minus. Unfortunate, unlucky. But, oh, that's a great run. I'm going to go back and watch that Overtaking Lane stream just for that final. Again, the spot-on small tyre shootout final. That will be worth watching. In fact, every round of that's the joys. As long as these guys keep doing this stream for the greater good, you got to go back. And it's just interesting that it's kind of changed the way that meetings are perceived, because it's amazing how many more people now actually go back, especially people that have competed at these events, go back and watch the footage, and just the opportunity to be able to do that. The old-fashioned way, there always used to be one bloke on the hill with the camera, he'd film the whole lot, and you could either go to his house and watch it off the camera, or you'd do your tape. But you know, the way with live streaming now, and the the angles that these guys are using, and being really active cameramen as well. So actually, you know, giving us a very well-rounded package as a spectator to watch. And it's like anything. Live streams can be over 8 hours, but you know, if you actually went back and pulled out that footage and then deliberately tried to cut something in there, it's all in there as well in such great footage. And in time, with the lifespan and world of YouTube, is that, you know, these people will know about us and know what we're doing, because I do get to watch quite a lot of YouTube where I just it's crazy. You go home and you watch drag racing, but it's from another country. That's normally where I'll go. There's no language barrier there at all, because the tree looks the same. The cars are different, obviously, and the ET boards don't lie. And it's an international language that I think keeps more fans in tune than any other form of motorsport, because it is a series of numbers. It's every combo you could ever dream of. And people just bring them to the line, and the Christmas trees where we all find that common ground. So T-minus 5 minutes. T-minus 5 minutes before the closing of the lanes. So out there, we've got Milf stranded there. I don't think we've got anything on the track per se. He did come out, and whether or not something did maybe bounce down when it did come down, it went out and came up, but didn't come to the stage where we saw any sparks or anything out of the car from memory. And I think he just might be flat stranded down there, and we'll be hopefully just towing him off. But it's really come of age, that car now, starting to really jump onto its potential. And a great combo too. I mean, sometimes you look at a car like that and think, oh well, it may not be the same beast if it was a big block, but a small block, it just works so well. The small blocks are still holding their own in all aspects of that too, which is just goes to show. And I don't think we've seen the end of it yet, because there's still a few guys that are fully committed to the one of the best V8 engines of all time, and I don't think they'll ever go away. But we ain't heard the end of it. Actually, you will hear the end of it. If you go electric radial, you just won't hear anything. It'll just be, wouldn't it? Just be zzz down the track. It's not the same, is it? So that countdown, folks, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. So we are closing at shutting off at 11. On the dot, so whether we've got cars in the lanes or not, we will have the lanes closed in about 3 minutes' time. If you are coming round, you should be in the lanes and should be able to run you out. I hear a bit of 20B. Yeah, just a normal Friday night. We've got full tube 13Bs trying to run 6s. We've got 20B RX8s that have run 6s. We've got a Mazda 6 that went 656 tonight. So we've had some full-on rotor love tonight. Full-on rotor love. This is Archie. I honestly thought Archie had gone night-nights. He might have had a BMX ride race in the morning or something. But here he is. He's been waiting in the lanes. He's finally got the opportunity. We've given that track a fair old prep. And as soon as I heard the burnout, I knew it was Archie, because he doesn't mind giving it hell. He's a little bloke. He's only about 5 foot tall. He might be 5'1". He's got one of the largest right foots that you've ever seen. And I'm joking with that. I mean, I'm just saying that Archie's not afraid to give it hell in the burnout. He does treat cars with respect, though. I think he was in Australia. He was the first in the 7s with a rotary car. One of the first few, actually the first 6, I think it was. 7 and 6, I think. And currently the second quickest rotary car in the country was Packer 26, I think. Archie, low 40, high 30 from memory, and I think Gina as well in there. We've got Sammy in there as well, all sorts of things. No. What did it do? We're just recapping what it did there. It started to drag the clutch, and then it's taken a big bite, and then I still think we had an issue there with the clutch. But we're not one to theorise on it. What happened has happened. But that's, I think, the second time today, and just in the last couple of runs, where as he brought it up to leave the line, when it was on the two-step, it did start to creep, and then just on the leave, whether or not it either fully engaged or not, it kind of did, and then it didn't. So that's all right. It'll be something that the guys nut out, but you've got to at least take some solace that you can go home with the 656 at 202 mile an hour that he belted out this afternoon. It was just a beautiful run and worked an absolute treat. But yeah, it's still good to be in the saddle, especially before the end of the year. Of course, not the most ideal jamboree for Archie after a couple of years off, but with issues with the brakes and everything like that, because the car had been sitting for so long. But coming back from the oh yeah, right. So it's twisted, broke something in there. Okay, I'm not quite up on all the hand signals that come through on occasion, but it looked like something's twisted and broken and not working. Okay, that's it. The staging lanes are closed. The staging lanes are closed. Whatever's there is there. Whatever's not means that's the end of our Friday night. We congratulate Tony Webb on the I should have said the $1,000 prize. That's $2K. There's a finder's fee and a commission there, but no. The $2,000 win there for Webby over Timmy in the all northern suburbs, the all Moreton Bay Shire final. Oh, it sounds like Tater. It sounds like the Tater. All those people on the stream. 13 minutes to 11, and we've still got guys that just want to have one more play at it because it's that full prep. 13:20. And Chris Tate. So far, so good. So far, so good. I hope you're enjoying this footage right around the world. 3RZ Toyota. 5-speed clutchless. He has gone, I'm sure, as quick as a 672 with the car. And it was, I think, the quickest 3RZ in the world. I do think that they got their records back, but Tater has committed to try and get it again, and I love it. I love the worldwide pursuit of something. When you get to watch cars from all over the world try and achieve the same thing, and that is the quickest time in the world. At 137 mile an hour, but Chris Tate, you effing sent that, brother. Holy crap. First to second, pretty early shift first to second, so we got it out, and you can see, look at the chatter marks, got it out of the hole. It was 114 in the 60, 114 in the 60, but he grabbed second early. It kind of pulled the car down a bit, but then he's given it hell in third. The thing literally then power wheel stood from 330 foot to half track. I am not kidding you. It picked them up. He drove through the power wheel stand from 330 foot to half track. He got there at 4.56 at 149 miles an hour. and then he had to get out of it. Chris Tate, one of the runs of the year I've ever seen. One of the runs of the year. I mean, it didn't give you the 6-second time slip, but holy crap, mate, how do you drive a car like that? Holy crap. Come on, Benny. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, the provisional nickname for this car, we reckon, is White Chocolate. Could this be the new nickname? Ben Bray in the White Chocolate. Can I put white sexual chocolate? Look at the curves, baby. White Chocolate. Now, we found something with the shifter mechanism that might be helpful tomorrow, but he's going to give it a 2-speed here. Let's see. No, didn't work. We've got 10 minutes if he technically backs it up. He could have another crack at that. If he takes it down the end, he won't be allowed back in the staging lane. Is he just going to do what they do in test meetings and just have another crack at it? No, he's turned it off, but it saves them coming to pick him up. So I think, again, Ben had the presence of mind to just do that and realise that then no one's picking him up, doesn't have to pick him up. And if it does go back behind there, it's whether they tow back or whether they have a quick tweak and bring it out, because remember, it's 9 minutes to the end. Wow, White Chocolate. Like the name. All right, here we go. Goran and Mick. I think Goran's from the east side of it. I don't forget what suburb Goran's in, but Mick is east side through and through. He's that Redland Bay Capalaba through and through all his life, and look what he's got. Look what these guys end up with. Amazing vehicles where they just chase that top bulb. Here we go. Who's going to wheel stand the biggest? No one. Oh, Mick had another walk. Goran. Wow, that went straight across the ground. Gets out near the wall. 5:15. 5:15. There we go. Nice. 125 in the 60. Mick went 125 in the 60 as well. So how's that? Leave Spring, Ute against Barra Cortina in identical 60 foots. Go figure. Love that. Don't you love that you can throw 10 combinations at each other on the start line and they're locked together by hundredths of a second in performance, and the only difference at the end is that one was a better driver than him or chopped a light on him. That's variety with parity, and just so hard to capture it in a bottle. Legs 946, so we're 952, 943, 946 at 8th mile, 6111. So 943 at 147, the best. So yeah, variety with absolute parity. And we've just about run everything that we've brung. And I think we've got enough for tomorrow with I think nearly 100 in for tomorrow. And check the website, check the Facebook page, but I do think that I still think we're up for the same schedule as planned, which is we start off in the afternoon. So you can either get here at 10 o'clock or 12 o'clock or 2 o'clock. It's up to you. I don't know what time the gates open. Oh, Salt and Pepper's not a bad nickname for the Corvette. There's Sammy. Ah, right. Sammy's giving it a bit more revs for the Burnett area. All right, so we've got too many people on the start line there. Can we, if you're not with the car, can you please go back, please? Trouble is, I think they're all with the car. That's what I think. They're all fans of Sammy. When you've got three first names, you've also got a lot of friends. He wants that big two-step. He wants to put a two-step over the RAF base here. All right, Sammy. Have we got all the power in it this time? He's managed to get a nice 827 in with not a lot of power in it. So let's just see about whether we throw a bit more in it this time and see if it'll take. Give it a crack. Again, seat time. Hasn't driven this car for a little while, so again, you need seat time. Sammy again through the centre line. Through the centre line and goes 9.29. I don't think he... Did he hit any of them or did he miss them? I don't know. Did he I can't tell. He might have. Someone's gone out for a sprint. Who's doing the sprint? Go, big fella. Go. You might have to pace yourself, but he's gone out to 60 foot pretty hard. It's starting to take its toll now, getting towards 330. And he's just starting to drop off a bit at 330. Just on his way to his 660 now, where it's just sort of hits the barrier. But I think he did just go and give him a clip, I think. I honestly thought that he might have... No one's ever slalomed around them, but it was I think he might have given a little nudge on the way through there. He did drive it towards the line. It was 121 in the 60 foot to the 8th at 526 at 118 mile an hour. And by then he was way off it. He was just trying to walk it back from the centre line, which he did. But not good. Not good if it all comes unstuck, which he managed to avoid. Still driving it. Ah, well, T-3, is that right? 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Are we running out what we got? We've got to run out what we got, or are we just chopping it at 11? Let's just see. Righto, we got him all sorted. He did drive it back. And more flamage. Pop. Oh boy, got some equipment in here tonight. Been so good that you've stuck with us. We are 2 minutes away from theoretically stopping it all, but we did want to close the lanes at 11:45 so we could get everyone out by 11, but we've had the odd delay which does push us towards that curfew. So someone in the live chat says Benny Bray should call his Corvette the Salt and Pepper. That's not a bad name, Salt and Pepper. I do like white chocolate. I think white chocolate's a delicious name. Who doesn't love white chocolate? White cars matter. And if it's white chocolate, then this little Gemini is a very zingy little minty flavour. God, imagine if you put Benny and Clint together. You just couldn't get any more white in a race, could you? But they are sitting back there with Benny, whether or not there is another run in him. There's a couple of guys there that are just ready to go, and I think we've think we've got them all. So I don't know how many we've got left in the lanes. We might actually have a couple maybe too many if indeed we were going to shut it off like we should now. It's right on the turn of 11 o'clock. So we are still just messing there with the 660, whether or not that's maybe impacted something that's broken it. We're seeing both officials heading off the track now, but it's whether or not maybe something's happened to the reflector or not. Okay, it looks like there might be a couple more in us. I don't mind working a bit of overtime. No one gets paid. This is unpaid OT, but geez, it's an indulgence for working all that OT to get to the stage where you are able to run a car like this. And it is such a neat treat to see. And Jeff Campbell-Brown. Geez, we got some neat cars in Outlaw Radial, and they're going to pair up here for a run after hours here at Willowbank on a Friday night. The Chevelle, twin turbo big block, Tower Lane. Don't have the cubes on for Jeff, but I'm sure Clint can match him. That little Gemini, that's right. I think it's I thought he said 580. It's definitely between 540 and 580 cubes, and I do think it's got a pair of 88s on it. Somewhere, you wouldn't know where those 88s are under that Gemini hood, but Casper, as it's called, so it is Casper. It's been known as Casper for many years, so it is a car with a name. Actually, I wonder if Jeff Campbell-Brown's got a name for this yet, this Chevelle. Sometimes a project just grows on you to the point that you give it a name. Let's just see how these guys go at 11 o'clock on a Friday night. Oh, Jeffrey. Can't do it, but can we do it? And then we might have a little, so no red thrown. See if Jeffrey can get it back. All right, so it's whether or not whether or not he's going to bring the boost up and he's grabbed the bump before the trans brake, because sometimes that, if you don't get that in order right, it could probably do something similar. Here we go. Just got to get it in there and boost her up. Jeb just got up and went set 427. 427 at 175 mile an hour. 023 light, 112 in the 60. A nubby, 112 in the 60. And that little Gemini just got on and boogied on down. You see that little rear end get up in the air there. I'm seeing a lot of Gemini arse end in the air on the way down there, and it's loving it. It's a little pole driver, that thing. 428 and 427. We've got some guys deep into the fours there that are going to have a good time in Outlaw Radial tomorrow. This has, for all intents and purposes, at the beginning of the day, you wouldn't think that maybe with one strange twist of fate that we could be rained on all the way through to the end of the day and not have the opportunity to get this day in. But good things happen to good people, and if you do believe in that, believe in fate. We're lucky this time. Blessed. Tomorrow, gorgeous day. Should be a gorgeous day. Can't wait to get kicking just after lunchtime with 100 of you. So it's going to be all great. Of course, the Overtaking Lane stream, hopefully you're all going to be back for that tomorrow. In nearly, 12 hours time? 12, 13 hours time, unless we kick in earlier than 2, which I think we're scheduled to go 2 till 4. All right, Sean Sobel, one more crack. Give the guy a crack. Get him into the 540s. Let's see. Listen to this thing boost up. He might have more in it here. Have a listen to this thing go to the big side. He takes this seriously, Sean. That's a lot of buying. Tell you what, if I was Sean Sobel, I'd need that much time before staging a bike like that to get myself ready, because that's a hell of a lot of motorcycle under that. You hear him bring that thing, like take that to the 2-step with the boost up and then push the thing into stage ready for war. Oh, I love that. I've channeled his adrenaline. I've felt probably what the adrenaline is that he'd feel there, because that's just wow. Get yourself ready, get the leather settled one more time. Get your pose right, and then put that thing in ready for war. And remember that he's got to wind one throttle open, roll it forward, pull another lever, and then just grab everything you can whilst holding the throttle wide open. It's a hell of a trip. All right, utility entrant 5973, 839. This is run. So is he going to hook it up this time? He did bump the tyres off it here last run. Oh, like just when you think you're going to get past the crucial stage where all the physics hadn't collided. A little bit of physics there as it came out. It's moving that weight back, and you know you're trying to dead hook this tyre. Sometimes the weight itself, as that transfers back, is just too much for that tyre to hold, and that weight's trying to push the tyre backwards. And just if you don't have that little part of it right, it just results in another zing, which is what it's done there. And it's just a zing. It's one of the most commonly expected outcomes of anything that you attempt to put down a racetrack as far as a tuning strategy before run 1, run 2, run 3, whatever. So that could be the strategy. That they just wanted another one. They just wanted another low 8 on the brakes. Like I do think it's 7 second potential. All right, it sounds like 648 cubes of big block that's not ready to go to bed yet. There he is in all its black glory. Simon O'Carroll. Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools. He hasn't been doing many pools lately because of all the wet weather. So he's not too happy about that. That just means that, you know, you probably won't. If you want to order one today, you won't get yours till 2023. We shouldn't call it swimming pools. He builds you literally a resort. If you want a resort, he can literally build you the pool with the surroundings. It's all part of the deal. And you know, if you want an oasis at home, he said during lockdown, people are paying for this stuff because they want that oasis at home. He just wants candles all the way to the quarter. Nitrous Mohican. All right. 110 in the 60 and shuts itself off. 110 in the 60 and shuts itself off. I don't know whether he's got it started again or is it back on, but he's not jumping on the picks to stop. I think he's just going to roll over the hill. First natural reaction is to try and start it, and it might just start. Too many things happen sometimes that you just can't explain, and sometimes that happens and it just starts. It'll start. Take it back to pits. What happened to start? I don't know what it did. That's two things today that's happened to him. One was the fire. It was like, well, there was a fire. Well, where'd the fire come from? Well, I think it was from here. And then they said, well, check, there's no fire. To come out and it goes like 7-1, 7-1. and then it comes out and it does that. So, well, where'd that come from? It probably might start in the pits again. It is. It's frustrating. You've got a couple of good slips in there and a couple there where you've had an adventure. Nothing wrong with having an adventure either, as long as you stay safe. And that's why I couldn't believe he's come back, was that the power was nearly all right there on the last run, except for that zing where it zinged a little bit further out. But now it's different. All right, hang on. Big fella, tell him to not do something. Just got to hold him up, because I think we're going back to 8th, I think. Is that what we're doing? No, he's got the quarter up here. This VL's been going so quick, it looks like it's... No, it actually hasn't, actually. It looks deceptive from here. It looks like it might have lost one of its side mouldings, because they were big in the 80s on the Commodores, I think. So the first first plastic bumpered Commodore was the VK. And of course, we were gifted with the VK at about 84, 85, and that was, you know, plastic bumpers, front and rear, side matching plastic strips for the deluxe models. Nice run, sir. First 7.98. There it is. Now that's the happy camper. That's a great time slip to go home with. 7.98 at 170 mile an hour. With probably a car you could probably get on the street, and it's still probably a streeter. The Aussie VL continues to impress, and they've got to be stoked with 7.98. Here's a guy that could get out. He's either going to run an 8.99 or he's going to run another 9.17. Really gets it strung out there. 9.18. Yeah, take those home. 9.17 with an 8, 9.17 with a 6, 9.18 with a 7. God, if you wanted to just dial your own on that thing, it'd be a killer setup. Be a killer setup. What you find out there, Kev? What's that, mate? Name that liquid. What is that liquid? Oh, well, we hear a rumble. It might be white chocolate. He's either going to prove to us here that he's back, or he's gonna right here say he's never left the game. I've watched this boy grow up since about age 7. And, to the man he's become, the father he's become. It's so hard to process a childhood like Ben Bray's, who your dad is, what you get to be able to choose to do. Come on, white chocolate. Is it tonight or tomorrow, Benny? It looks like it's going to be that time tomorrow that we're going to see it. I thought we might have put one down tonight. That was definitely got some potential. The 440 earlier was some good stuff, and then he just knew he needed a few more gears and it was all going to work, but went back and had a crack twice tried to have a crack at it, and it was a great move there to back it back and have another go instead of going down. You just wouldn't get back into the lanes, and good thinking. They normally do that in test situations. One more car. That's the green machine. Smithy. So he's going to have one more crack at it. And that is us. So we have run a little bit over time. It's 11:14. Big shout out to everyone on the live stream where you're watching right around the world. And of course here at Willowbank on Friday night, Queensland, the Radial State, the Kenda 660 Radial Riot tomorrow, as we said, 100-odd cars kicking off in the afternoon. And if the Overtaking Lane stream is on, we'll be on to you guys right around the world. And, of course, all the people who want to come out and enjoy a beautiful afternoon and evening here at Willowbank Raceway. It is going to be amazing weather here, honestly, for all those people right across the world that might get onto this stream. There is no better place on a beautiful Queensland late spring afternoon. Not quite summer. No, it's not quite summer. Not at 26 to 30 degrees. I think it's about 30 odd in Brisbane. So it'll be a 30-degree Brisbane Saturday. The 100 odd cars coming out for recreational fun. They're not out here to win championships. They're out here to have some fun with their mates and their cars. And they just want to go fast, some of these boys like Smithy. Oh, that time it worked. That time it worked. 664.64. Rolls off the throttle. 755. Wow, 755 at 131 mile an hour. So 130 in the 60. So Smithy got it out of the danger zone. 315 in the 660. And all the way through for a very impressive, well, 464 and a nice percentage run to wrap it up for the evening. So see you all tomorrow, and big shout out to everyone that was on the stream tonight. Hope you enjoyed that. Ran a little bit over, but it's time to go back to our, well, there might be a bit of thrashing between now and tomorrow, but make sure you get plenty of rest and get ready for tomorrow, and see you guys out sort of near lunchtime after, or just after that. Any updates, I'm sure we'll know about it as the guys continue to fettle this amazing surface for more action tomorrow. How's it all going to end up? Well, just have to come back and join us again tomorrow.
Thanks everyone for watching tonight and this afternoon. We'll be back again tomorrow at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. There'll be another live link up on the channel tonight. I'll put that up there. But make sure you're here 2 p.m. Set your reminder. 2 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. And we'll be on the Kenda thing. Make sure you hit like, subscribe, consider becoming a member, support the channel in more ways than one. Hit the join button down below. Pick up some merch online if you want. Drop a dono or whatever. And we'll see you tomorrow with another free